Getting on stage for the first time, I was very nervous to begin with.
Trial by fire here, throwing him into his first game against Bjergsen.
It's a pretty tough matchup on the first date.
2 Danes enter, 1 Dane leaves.
We played really well as a team, in my opinion, for first game on stage. I think there's only one way, and that's forward from now on.
Just missing Lustboy, but there should be enough to take him down. And that's Incarnation with the living artillery. That Ludens hit coming out as well. They're going to wipe down Team Solo Mid here. And Cloud9 pick up the first win of the summer split.
CLG's new mid laner, Pobelter. I have so much belief in this guy.
I fully trust all my teammates. It's really nice to play on a team like this.
Shifter gets his target. Now he's 1v1 Pobelter, but it's only a few shots for Belter to take those kills for himself. And Counter Logic Gaming are going to come up with their first win on the summer splits. They did not lose a turret this game.
I thought it would be good, but I didn't know that it would be this great.
Welcome to day 2 of the 2015 North American LCS Summer Split, coming to you from our studio home in Los Angeles. Now the fans are pumped up here in the Golden State for another action-packed day of League of Legends. The crowd is hyped outside, as you see, and a likeness of our own Freak there. And here you're getting a look at Piglet and Special in the locker room a short time ago. They'll have to go up against this man here, Maple Street and Slushy, heading to the stage. Big game here for them in Game 1. Hello, everyone. I'm James Patterson. It's great to have you with us once again. And joining me on the analyst desk to share their insights are Aiden Zyrene Moon, Joshua Jatleesman, and David Freak Turley. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
It's noon.
Every time.
Learn how to
you
every
can't
time.
just let me have the good morning.
It's morning somewhere.
Good. Yeah, Hawaii.
That's also true. Thank you
Yes,
very
it
much,
is morning in
Jat.
Hawaii.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Well, it's impossible to
Geography,
draw
boys.
any conclusions from just one day of action, but what conclusions can we draw from our first day of action? And don't worry, nothing you say here can come back to bite you later in the split, I promise.
All right, great. Incarnation is either overhyped or needs room to grow. I'll leave it open for interpretation. A actually pretty bad performance as far as first games in the LCS go. Got absolutely styled on by Bjergsen. He said he was nervous. It could be land jitters, could be a lot of things. To his credit, he managed to somewhat hold on to composure, right? Didn't feed, didn't tilt in his lane, let himself be carried. To be fair, I wouldn't have done that. I would have gone 0-10. So props to Incarnation for being better than me. We'll see how he goes throughout the split, though. The rest of C9 did play very well, and, you know, he was thankfully light enough to ride into the win.
But I disagree with that. I feel like it was just the nerves and the CSing. I feel like his teamfight positioning after he got caught out, he only had 2 deaths that game,
Sure.
was good. You're going to have a bad time when you're up against a Victor who's a counter matchup, who gets fed Raptors level 1, gets a gank, and your flash blown early from a jungle gank. He did the best in that situation that he could have, despite that CS. That's the only thing I would really knock him for after that performance.
But sure, to be fair, it's like 60 unforced errors in terms of missing minion kills. So that is a low point. But again, right, we'll see where he goes from here.
Yep.
Right, team fought well, bad landing phase.
Yeah. A team that I want to look at, though, is CLG, because at the end of last split, they kind of just abandoned all their winning strategies and team comps. And now they seem to be in a much better place going back to what was winning them games at the beginning of the season last season. That's something that I want to see from them more, because they threw it out the window. And when you're feeling out the league, going back to what you know is the right thing to do. Playing it safe, playing to these strategies. And the thing that I really liked about the interview that we had with Afromoo was he was saying we didn't get a lead off of the lane swap like they normally did in scrims. And then they created a lead through double lift in the bottom lane with arrows and actually just outperforming there. So that was something that I thought was really good, because they didn't get their typical lead and they created one themselves, not just off of map play. And then they transitioned that into rotational play afterwards. So having more ways when your strategy goes awry is the right thing to do. And I absolutely like that from CLG.
Well, I really want to see that go up against Team Impulse, honestly, because Team Impulse is the team that I was watching a lot closely yesterday. The way that they had so much potential in the last split, and then the bottom kind of fell out in the playoffs, to see them come back in this split, 4 champions that they didn't play in the spring, they played in their first game, but then they kind of maintained a very crazy aggressive style, just fighting all the time. But it was clean play, it showed their skill, it showed their fearlessness. I think this team still has a lot of upside, but now they have experience, they have the full roster from week 1, they have the coach from week 1, and I want to see them grow this split.
All right, well, there was a ton of action yesterday, and with that action came a lot of big moments. Let's pull up some of your favorite moments from day one with the hashtag LCS Big Plays. We start with a highlight from TDK versus Team Liquid. J Shadow Flames says, Quas is a wall-slamming god. Let's see if he's right.
Let's see.
There's the flash. Tibbers coming in.
The hook means he's going to be hitting Meganar and TDK's. Oh no. 4-man Gnar ultimate with Bishu in the back.
Was to the hands of Latman, who just came up from being dead, and he wants revenge.
Oh my God.
4-man Gnar ultimate into the wall, into this. Quas again, almost with a perfect bar, ready to Gnar out, and he gets activated actually by that Rumble ultimate. They are flying right through. He tries to throw everybody against the wall.
3-man, technically.
Only a 3-man. Oh, yeah.
I thought it was a 4-man. I just realized it was a 3-man because Seraph is like walking back out of the pit.
This is
still with the
Quas's
slave
moment,
shitter
man.
on.
No.
Yeah, confirmed.
He led
Not
so
so
many
big
good
play
Gnars.
anymore.
Yeah.
But anyway, I really like that second one because as soon as he got like those extra items to give himself that magic resistance, he was able to create an advantage in a situation where they were actually a little bit behind at that point in the second one, where it was like, oh God, my team's dead. I'm 1v4ing, and then he's like, oh, I can get some kills here. I can make a little comeback and salvage the situation.
Yeah, Quas definitely coming up big for the team yesterday in that game. But the one big play to rule them all came from Enemy versus Gravity. The base cannon writes, Otter with the happy feet on Vayne. Here it is.
Body drop forced to run. Otter has joined in. Move forced to flash away from Baron. Body drop goes down. Inox gets a kill, but it's going to get traded back on. But the Vayne cleanup is here. What can he actually kill? Goes for Hanser. Takes a lot of damage. TP comes in. 2 more hits will kill him. There's flares. There's the slowdown. There's the kill on Akeen. That is an ace for Enemy Esports.
I'm TPing. Nice, dude. Nice, dude.
Nice.
Keep going.
Good job. Good job.
Nice.
Good job, guys. Good job.
Drag it. Push
There we
mid.
go, boys.
Otter pushed up. Otter. Get top.
That's the enemy.
I gotta say with full confidence, Otter is one of the best 2 Vayne players you guys have seen on camera in the last 25 seconds.
Oh my God.
This is Otter's moment. You just did everything in your power to take that away from him.
No, that was absolutely great by Otter, honestly. It's.
I disagree.
I
feel like Altec's a better Vayne than you are.
Well played.
All right.
Well played.
But
No,
Freak slides into the top 3.
As far as the clip goes, though, to be completely fair to Otter, like, you could like nitpick so many things in that one, like, oh, but he could have like chased Hecarim down sooner. The thing is, you've got to basically predict whether they're going to get attacked or whether they're going to run away. So like a tumble backwards when Hecarim leaves, like, oh, I'm not in range anymore. So like you could like point out these like mistakes, but he's just trying to read the situation. Honestly, did very well to stay alive. #1 goal of an AD carry. So I mean, I gotta say, it was a good fight by Otter.
If he tumbled forward, it may have made them back up further away from the teleport. So
Sure, right. And then
tumbling
Rumble
backwards
can't do
seemed to be the best option there.
Absolutely.
All right, well, the mechanics are on point there for Otter then. Let's see how those big plays affected the standings. We've got half of the league tied for first, who would have guessed, with 1 win each, including newcomers, Enemy Esports. Then tied for 6th place, each with 1 loss, our Gravity teammate Dignitas TDK and TSM. We'll see how that changes after our 5 games today. We're starting those off with Team Liquid versus Team 8. After that, Team Dignitas will challenge Cloud9, followed by Team Impulse versus Counter Logic Gaming. Now, before we hand it off to our casters for Game 1, we want you to cruise over to Twitter and share how you show your team pride. Send pictures of your teammate murals, your double lift cosplays, or share some snapshots of those homemade TSM action figures that we know you have. We want them all. We're at LOL Esports, and use the hashtag LCS so we can highlight a few of the best later in the broadcast. But now, we're wasting no more time here at the desk with petty discussions about who's the best Vayne. We're going to send it over to the caster desk to set up for our first game.
Thank you very much, Dash. And while I'm sure me, Kobe, and everybody else would love to watch you guys for another 10, 15 minutes, we do have games to get in. And I am Rivington Bism III, along with Sam, Kobe, Hartman, Kensler today to start off the 2nd day of the summer split. How you feeling, Kobe? Great. There you go. We're about to hit the rift for our first match of the day. Team Liquid versus Team 8. Both of these teams, I wouldn't say both, one coming off with a win yesterday and hopefully keeping that momentum.
Yeah, in their first game, Team Liquid were able to take down TDK, but they did make quite a few mistakes, and they looked a little bit shaky. You know, Xpecial in particular shared some of his frustrations on how they performed on Twitter, but two players that definitely showed up and performed extremely well were Quas and Dominate. We saw the Quas montage already. He got off to a really strong early start, 3-0 off of his teleport, which propelled him into a very strong late game where he dominated with all those multi-man ultimates. Dominate as well had a really strong game, getting there for quite a few counter ganks just in the nick of time, and his Gragas ultimates also were very, very accurate.
Right spot at the right time, and this matchup history has this matchup has some history, if you will. Words are easy. We'll get through this day. If we look back at the spring split, it was Team Liquid that knocked out Team 8 out of the spring playoffs. So Team 8 may be looking for some good old-fashioned best served cold revenge here.
That's true. You know, Team 8 will also be looking to rebound after that disappointing first game.
Yeah.
They were thrown off by Impulse's fast tempo game. We talked about Quas's Gnar. Cali Trolls also played Gnar, but it was into Yasuo, which has emerged as this niche counter pick, and he was not able to come back from that really rough early game matchup. But one player that stood out for the team, not surprisingly, was Slushy. He had himself half of the team's kills on Ziggs, and he put up a valiant effort trying to help the team get their first victory.
Always seems like a guy they can kind of get on his shoulders when they need to, get through the game. He was the one that made big moves versus Team Solo Mid last split, so we'll see if he can keep doing it, as you said. And as Team 8 prepares for today's game, Porpoise says they will have to decide on a tactic to deal with Team Liquid's carries.
Yesterday, both Piglet and Phoenix looked really strong, and they're going to be a big threat in our game. So we might want to shut them down or avoid them altogether and try to play on other sides of the map. So we might make some counter strategies to that, or we're going to try and put more pressure on their lanes and try and shut them down.
Very interesting.
We might run away. We might try and shut them down.
And it's interesting as well because they don't mention Quas in that, which was a huge factor for Team Liquid. It'll be very, very surprising to see if that's somebody they don't focus throughout this game. Let's check out the starting lineups as we get into it. On the blue side, it is going to be Team Liquid. That's Quas in the top lane, Dominate in the jungle, Phoenix in mid with Piglet at AD carry, and Xpecial at support.
And on the red side, it's Team 8. Up top is Cali Trolls. In the jungle, Porpoise. Mid, Slushy. AD carry, Maple Street. And support, Dodo.
Strong games looking for the top lane, as we said, for Quas there. They'll probably look to get him something strong to start it off once again, now that they're going to be on blue side here, and just kind of roll with the game. I don't think they have to pull any punches off to start. Team Liquid should be able to play this nice and easy.
Yeah, one thing from yesterday, our first day of the North American LCS split, I noticed Kalista was banned or first picked in every single game. I do not expect that to change here. Teammates, they talked about the threat of Piglet. Definitely going to ban that champion versus Team Liquid. Don't think they're going to let that one get through.
So at this
game.
At this kind of point in time for the LCS players, why is Kalista fitting in so well with these compositions?
Not only because of her really strong laning phase, but she can snowball very quickly as well. She's an AD carry that brings both a lot of damage as well as utility. Her ultimate brings quite a lot of utility from the bottom lane, allowing for a lot of engages, and it makes the lane really safe too. So it's hard to target the bottom lane because you can use it as a saving tool for the support and pull them out of danger.
Right, get them right out. Actually waiting quickly on getting Piglet a new headset right quick. His mic wasn't communicating as well as he would want for the teams, and that's something you kind of need in game. Team Liquid has been doing a lot more communicating with Piglet lately, and he has been vocal throughout these. Also, talking about Kalista a bit in that bot lane, it did get Xpecial and Piglet into some trouble yesterday as they disrespected the lane, and they kind of got hit for that in the counter gank themselves. So we'll see if they've righted that ship a little more composed in lane and giving respect to their laning partners.
Right, and the thing is the reason they got ganked is because there's so much threat with the Kalista Annie lane.
Right, yeah.
That's the reason that
So
they
pulled the
first picked
pressure.
it. Yeah, so Xpecial, he's always been known as a support that's very cautious. And that was one small time when the jungler was able to out-mind game them. Jat pointed out during the game that their jungler was just seen, up in the jungle. And so he took a very out-of-the-way route down to go gank them and, capitalized on it, caught Piglet and Xpecial off guard. Really strong move by the jungler.
I feel like that might be something that can happen today as well. Maybe not taking teammate, for their full potential. Porpoise can definitely still make some moves out of the jungle. He's one of the, I would say, better junglers, but I definitely like keeping an eye on him. He was, outspoken with his picks at the end of the year and kept kind of with what won the games for them, and he was always a star player. So looking at Porpoise for me in the jungle here, as Porpoise himself is looking at the carries, is looking at Phoenix and Piglet, making sure they can kind of get shut down. It'll be interesting.
Sounded like there was a little lack of focus in his pip shot.
Yeah.
There's so many carries on this team. Maybe we'll shut them down. Maybe we'll just work around
this
them.
guy down. That part comes to it. I feel like if this gank doesn't work, then we hope the second one is. It's kind of, you don't have something set in place that if the first one doesn't work in the bottom lane, if we blew that flash, we'll go back. I feel like they're kind of going to be a little watery in where they go with their strategies. We'll have to see, though. This is all speculation.
For Dodo there, he's also got a keyboard issue now. So a couple issues for everybody getting cleaned up before we get into the game. Now, for Team Liquid, yes, yesterday they did get their victory, but there were some early games and some individual plays that they could clean up.
Yeah.
Phoenix, I know, was frustrated with himself for his early overzealous chase into the turret range, where Bishu was able to capitalize on him and get that beautiful 1-versus-1 kill.
Yeah. Special talked about the frustrations in the bottom lane. A few things that the team probably talked about with Peter over the night to make sure those would not happen coming into today.
They kept their composure, though, throughout the early game. And then after a single dragon fight, were able to leverage that into a victory. And that's what you see from these more veteran teams and from the guys that have been sticking around. This, again, Team Liquid is one of the teams, about half of the teams that stayed in the North American LCS that kept their rosters exactly the same to try and build on the team atmosphere and the camaraderie.
It is true, and I think that's a kind of a big point for Team Liquid as well, is that they did stay the same, and this is a kind of a fresh start. Coming out with a win, I think even helps more with that mentality where it was tough to get things going with Piglet last season. Even though they didn't start with him and were able to kind of go from the get-go, things are now starting to come around.
Yeah, it's definitely an emotional team, Team Liquid.
That's a good way to put it.
They've got Dominate on there, Phoenix as well, and Piglet, both these guys. All very heavily influenced by success.
I think Quas the least.
Yeah,
he's
Quas.
pretty much okay with everything. He'll smile sometimes when he gets like legendary or a pentakill in a game, but it's got to be something that's up there. Right now, he's smiling already.
That's as animated as I've ever seen Quas. He's thirsty. Must take a drink.
He's ready. He's getting ready to be Quas in this game, though. Wonder what will happen. We saw some interesting picks from Impulse yesterday that have kind of floated around in the hands of Quas and other players on Liquid, like those Fizzes and the Yasuos. So it could be interesting here as we start off. I'd like to see more teams pick those up.
Definitely. One of the biggest picks, for me, of course, the jungler, was Evelynn, just because Evelynn enables your team to do so much more that other junglers cannot, possibly have, except for maybe Shaco. So because she can bypass all green wards and trinket wards early on in the game, it enables your team to pick more aggressive matchups for solo lanes. Because there is that constant threat of where is Evelynn. Also, jungle has always been this game based around information. Information is basically the most highly valued commodity for junglers, and Evelynn gives away the least amount of information. You have to get very deep into her jungle, place wards to actually figure out where she's been in the last 30 seconds, and then you're supposed to use that information to extrapolate where she will be for the next 30 seconds. So Evelynn just adds so much unpredictability, and every time in the meta when she gets to the point where she's buffed enough, her combat stats, just base combat stats, that she's strong enough to actually compete in hand-to-hand combat with a lot of the other junglers, the added benefit of the perma-stealth always makes her a very, very strong pick.
So when you're looking for Evelynn, let's put this up and say Dominate gets it or Porpoise gets it. If you kind of miss finding that Evelynn, if you miscalculate, what is that jungler's purpose then? Do you keep trying to find her, or do you just try to set up a counter gank and hope she comes to that lane?
If Evelynn's opponents miscalculate, if they're not able to find her, that's the thing. It causes a lot of the other lanes to play more cautiously. So you can't go for, even if you have the opportunity to go for a beneficial trade. So this is how you win a lane. You take the trades where you're going to come out ahead on health.
Win some CS, get the back.
You have to second guess yourself if there is an Evelynn on the other team, and you haven't been able to keep track of her.
That's kind of the way you
because
always
she
should
brings a lot of
play.
damage.
You always think that somebody's in the brush next to you, somebody's there, but with Evelyn, it's actually considered because you haven't found her yet. Nobody's seen her, and it gets even more dangerous. It's the fear that sets in when you play against the invisible champions. We are finally into Champion Select, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see if we get ourselves an Evelyn so we can blabber about it a little bit more throughout the game. LeBlanc and that Callista Kobe, like you said, picked their band, and it will be first banned by Team 8.
There's plenty of more we could babble on about.
So many.
Eve. But, yeah, there's the Callista ban expected. Wow, actually didn't think it would come first ban, but they probably knew they weren't giving away anything with that. Off the board here for Piglet this time around. As far as Team Liquid, just strong champions down the line. Slushy had already a couple of games where he carried on LeBlanc, and just going to target basically high priority champions in each lane here, tagging top and mid. Same thing goes for AD carry and jungle. These are basically just the super strong champions of those roles. So nothing really given away by either team as far as what team strategy they're going for so far.
Hecarim band as well as Urgot. Had a little Hecarim yesterday up in the top lane from Gamsu, as well as some of that Urgot coming out. Not today though. Gragas will be banned. The early game jungle gets hit a little bit. We'll see if Rek'Sai gets taken out as well. So nobody gets a jungler. And he does. Dominate will not get that. Favorite of Porpoise as well.
Okay, so there are still some strong Cinder Hulk options left up there. Nunu, of course.
It's a crowd shouting Gnar.
They want Quas to have another repeat performance. It definitely was noteworthy. And Cali Trolls definitely has a very flexible champion pool. But I don't know how much, if any, he's practiced the Yasuo Gnar matchup, which the longer you look at it, just looks better and better. So I don't know if
yesterday.
Yeah, if this wrinkle that has emerged causes teams to not continue to early pick Gnar.
It was definitely the weight and the consideration. They chose not to show too much with the Thresh pick, but they do get a special something that he wants.
Yep, pretty safe pickup down there.
Yeah.
Gonna have the Lantern ability, also for the Special Porpoise or Special Dominate combo when they go to try and get Vision down. Dominate also has recently been opting more towards the farm and counter gank style of jungle rather than the more risky early gank level 3 package jungling, because you can get a large reward early on if you get one of those successful early ganks and really set the tone for one of your lanes. However, we've seen several times in a couple games yesterday where the junglers that went for the early ganks unsuccessful, and then were consequently behind a bit in farm, down a level. Every level does count for jungling.
Yep.
And there is the Sejuani, another one of the Cinder Hulk junglers still left on the board, just fine.
Good bit of beef there picked up already by Team 8. Let's see what they can do with that.
Yep, strong team fighting for them. They've got plenty of engaged tools already for the squad. Will probably complete a Righteous Glory on one of the two as well. So Team 8 already able to force fights. Let's see what Team Liquid want to answer with, if they want to actually double down on a team fighting composition and try and out-team fight them. Or if they would try and opt with a split push here, try and get Quas to that sort of split pushing Jax level that we've seen from him before. It's been a while though. There's the other Cinder Hulk.
Would that be an Azir as well if this Nunu comes in? I wouldn't want to show, but maybe pick it up already. The Nunu is being covered. You were talking a little bit about junglers making scary moves early. We did see a lot of yesterday's games become a team's advantage out of the mid-game fights.
Yeah, something we also saw yesterday was a Nunu team lose 5 dragons in a row. That's something you don't see very often. Dominate, always got to keep this in mind. Whenever he plays Nunu, this guy likes to go for very early dragons and barons, not just dragons. So keep your eye on Piglet's build as well. Either there's a top laner or an AD carry that builds Blade of the Ruin King. Dominate will go for an early Baron, try and sneak it from you. So keep your vision up in that area of the map. And then even earlier on, going to have to watch those dragons so they don't get out of control. Hovering over a Varus, I would actually love to get one of the Varus mid picks in North America. You know, we keep seeing it in Korea, and you see it in Europe. But the early power spike of the Pope champion, not going to happen.
Not gonna happen. The Aurelia and the Graves picked up, however. Maple Street going back to that Graves pickup he loved so much at the beginning of the spring split. And Cali Troll says Aurelia.
Yep, just more team fight AD carry here. Yeah. AoE to go with their AoE. Aurelia, though, Cali Trolls, this is a champion that was banned against him for so long. Last split, almost every game for Team 8. Cali Trolls Aurelia was banned.
Double AD.
And now he's going to take it into the Rumble. Rumble doesn't really have too many bad matchups, doesn't really have any that he loses very heavily. So pretty much all of them are definitely easily swayed by jungler intervention. Let's see if Cali can manage his health well. It's always the thing with Aurelia to try and get just low enough to grab your stun before chugging your potions and going offensive.
Liking that Azir wall a little bit more possibly, or locking down the champions that would be diving in on you with a gaze. Looks like they'll choose the Cassio and the Sivir, a little bit of engage or disengage if they want really throughout this fight.
Yeah, more team fight. So it looks like they've decided to call Team 8 on their team fighting strategy.
Yeah. Both
teams gonna go with a lot of AoE. Significant zone control for both squads at the moment right now, actually. Team Liquid with a slight advantage in that area. I'm gonna go ahead
and say it's not Rammus in mid.
So the Azir pickup actually looks pretty good right now if Slushie has put in time.
You got a lot of time to fight in the back line with that front. That's for sure. Maybe an equalizer would give him trouble, but it looks like they're going to go with Vlad in the mid lane. Not something we've really seen too much of. We only had a day of play, but we didn't really see it too much at the end as well. It was only picked a few times.
Yeah.
Still, however, works quite well, scales quite well.
Vlad, definitely very common for the mid lane, really sustained beast.
Yeah.
The early levels could be where he loses his ground. Cassiopeia, very high damage output. Just pure DPS can definitely out DPS Vlad. So anytime that Phoenix challenges and feels like he has enough map pressure to push up in the lane and go aggressive, Slushie will have to respect it early on. Just trying to farm up and sustain until he can get to that point,
right?
With where he's got low enough cooldown for his transfusions.
He's back to that level 9, and then he can fight a little bit. Still becomes very difficult. Going to be a great game. A lot of AoE stoppage coming from the junglers here. You got a Nunu on one side for Dominate, Sejuani on the other, so these fights could change real quick once they start. And like you said, Kobe, both teams bringing a fight composition to the table. Peter and Matt, coach respectively for Liquid and Team 8, shaking hands before they head to the back and leave it up to the players, because that's all there is now. The teams are loading into the game, so tell us who you think will take the W. Tweet hashtag TLWin or hashtag T8Win to @LOL Esports. We'll be tallying those up throughout the game. Interesting to see this. Maple Street back on Graves. These are going to be some explosive fights. And we are going to be onto the Rift in just a second. Second day of the summer split here in the North American LCS, and we are ready for the first game of the day.
I am very excited for these top laners. Let's see if we go into standard lanes, because both Cali and Quas, just as players, love to be in the position to carry a game. They are now on champions that give them the tools to carry the game.
It's almost like
see if they can pull it off.
The meta's shifting in a way where they can be more and more free with their picks up top as well. It's going to be an interesting split. And
yeah.
This game will show us a little bit of that.
With the prevalence of all these tanks coming from the jungle as well as from the support role, top laners actually trending back towards DPS options. Cali going to get the first slap.
He can't even keep the Flame Spitter in range. He's messing around.
Trinket Ward dropped. That is an extra resource that he will not have. Hey, that's a hard one to pull off, actually.
It is. Well placed.
Talk about the mechanics of trying to get Trinket's wards over to that brush.
That was like on point.
I think he just did that to show Cali that he could. It's actually really difficult. You have to get it right on the other edge. If it's not over 50% over the wall, it'll bounce back to the wrong position. And
You
not
make
the
it
bush.
sound so easy. It's not that easy.
It's really not.
All right, back to the mid lane. Slushy's showing off a little bit on his soapbox there as he dances around. Wards all up and down the river, though. Looks like nobody's really gotten any deep, but we will get these lanes matched up. Get a lot of action out of the mid lane.
It's easy with regular wards, because you can place them further. But trinket wards, that is impressive.
Even
all right,
more.
so just have top side jungle starts for both junglers. So that means that both of the bottom lanes will start off with the early experience. Let's see how quickly they can do this, because the Krugs generally take a little bit longer, and sometimes your bottom lane will miss out on an extra melee minion. Looks like they were able to finish it just in time. They'll be a bit late here, sharing experience for both squads. Both of them will know, though. And he got both melees with Piglet. Nope. Dead even here for the bottom lanes, except that Piglet tanked a little bit more.
Yep. Should be able to get it back with a tad bit of lifesteal there.
Oh, wait, did
Special
got
got the big
more
one,
of
so
the-
he 2'd first.
Oh,
I
he
thought it was
actually
going to
took
be
it.
the hook into lane, but a little too much crowd control and burst coming from the first shots at Maple Street and Dodo. They can't act on it too quickly.
Yeah. Being down the level with the minions pushing against them, that hook means nothing except increases his accuracy stat.
That's a nice grab on the boomerang there. Didn't lose any to that last caster minion. So Piglet, even though he had to stay back, still picking up most of these minions and still has some of that wave. So he's not really that far behind, just hasn't picked him up yet. Top lane, Cali Trolls and Quas are going a bit aggressive on each other as you see the HP there. But hesitate now as the minion wave gets just a little bit bigger.
Dominate as well. Both junglers ending on the bottom side. Nunu should be able to get the crab if there is a fight over crab. Nunu has...
Oh, so hard to last hit of the turret with him.
Advantage there. Yeah, he's going to get constantly shoved in. As we said earlier, Cassiopeia has control of the lane. Also, I like what Phoenix is doing. You know, he trinket wards the top side, hovers on the top side.
Oh, Porpoise in does not decide to flash to connect that assault, and it looks like they're just pushed off a little bit. Nothing too big used for the gank there. Special's flash is down though.
And that's not too bad for a Thresh Sivir lane, especially since they're already pushed in. X-Special can just play behind Piglet now, and they can rely on both Spell Shield and Lantern. Piglet there with some good reactions, predicting a buckshot, able to get the mana back. But another early gank. This is the second time that a 3.5-minute gank has been targeted at the bottom lane of Team Liquid.
Yeah.
This time around, it does not cost them because they were actually letting themselves be shoved to the turret.
Yeah. A little different of a situation for him on that one. Quas is overheated, and Cali Trolls walks away. Or not overheated, but in that extra damage area for his heat bar. Cali Trolls is trying to work that perfectly. Now he overheats as they go back and forth in this top lane. The vote heavily favored for Team Liquid here. We'll see if that continues to work. Definitely an established team as they place third in the last split.
Yeah.
And Dominate says, mine. Thank you very much.
It's gross watching people eat in front of your face, and he leaves his mouth open.
Especially if they make noise. He just like slobbers on it. So it's way it's bad.
Nothing that you can do as an enemy jungler except for watch him take your camp. So Dominate going to counter jungle both the large raptor as well as the Krugs away from Porpoise. Try and deny Porpoise that early level 6 on Sejuani. Keep his experience down. Also sometimes it forces him, there it is. Forces the Sejuani to go for a more risky early play because there's not enough of his jungle to farm.
So Piglet's definitely starting to fall a little bit behind in CS. That level 1, 2 that they had, he's never really gained that HP back that he fully took from the Krugs.
Yep.
Maple Street, Porpoise, and Dodo definitely working that effectively. All of these dredge lines have hit nicely. And Piglet's forced to take a bit of damage. We're hoping he can probably get one of these out for a spell shield soon.
Yeah, and look at the positioning here, too. Even without the engage, Dodo moves up to the side to try and threaten Piglet and make him think twice about these. Ooh, CS. Good pink ward here from Team Liquid, and Dominate is in the area.
I think Porpoise may have done this just at the right time.
Teleport's
Not enough
ready.
on Piglet. They're getting hit up. Teleport already coming in from Quas in the top lane. Does he get stopped? He does get stopped. That's a dive in by Cali Trolls. The fight's just in the bottom now with the guys that are here. Nobody else to enter this one. Piglet still somehow living as they micro each other in and out to take that damage coming in from Team 8.
On the chase.
Oh, the ultimate in the pool, the troll pool. Slushy's alive, but he is definitely taking a lot of hits. 55-30 in that lane.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for him to CS at the turret right now because he's so low, and Phoenix does have Ignite on the Cassiopeia. Has to respect the Ignite summoner spell here from Phoenix, and Phoenix able to deny him further.
Oh, D's. Where do you want CS? You want to move up? He gets a few off the back end there. At least he's getting the melees. The casters should be able to make it to him. And Piglet is still kind of holding on here by a thread in this lane.
Yeah, all of these little things that Team Liquid are doing during the laning phase, earning them a significant gold lead without an objective taken. Teleport advantage, though, is really the big consequence of all of that action down bottom. And it's going to be up to Cali to make something happen with that teleport discrepancy.
Board games. It's like Maple Street may have a final back here, unless he decides to stay. Emo Plague onto Phoenix. There's a flash. Stretch line hits. That's going to be Porpoise. Still has charge to pop him if he needs it. And they nicely get that over to Slushy for first blood. 7.5 in.
It's got to be some miscommunication right there. When the lane, see, the bottom lane knew that the Nautilus was roaming because the bottom lane went aggressive. You saw them go extremely aggressive onto Maple Street to try and punish the roaming Nautilus. But they didn't tell Phoenix that the Nautilus was roaming, it looks like. And he gets collapsed on. Everybody converges mid. First blood for Team 8. And that brings them just back to almost even in gold because of how much work Team Liquid were previously doing in the laning phase.
And you can see Special kind of taking action now. He puts a forward ward over by the blue. That's a good grab and could easily be a kill if they got the last few hits. The dash out from Maple Street. He could have flashed in the end. And Team Liquid does not tunnel on the kill, seeing Dodo there. Good choice to stay back. It's just Piglet trying to pick up this CS now and get back in. Not too far behind.
The great equalizers, Riv. Usually it's the jungler. This time it was the support as well as top laner going for the gank. But that's what keeps these matchups in check. The matchups where, yes, Cassiopeia should have a huge advantage over Vladimir early, should bully him. You have to expose yourself by going up in lane and either ward or have better communication so that you don't get punished for that positioning.
Yeah. It's almost one of the things you're not expecting, right? Is your lane's going so good, it's going so good, and then somehow 3 people are in your lane and you don't have that winning matchup anymore. He's still doing all right, pushing Slushy back into his turret.
Speaking of equalizers, does he get all the minions?
Pretty close. He might have.
I don't think he missed a cannon there. That's heartbreaking.
Scumbag turret.
That's all that top laners live for in the early game. Get that cannon.
But you always miss it for some reason. Special misses that one. Wouldn't have gone to anybody else with the relic. Here comes Piglet back into lane. So now we have BF sword to BF sword. More damage here for Piglet actually in the long sword before he decides to go for boots. Really relying on that ultimate if there's any type of engage.
Dominate here. Timing the second blue buff spawn a little bit slow. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to punish Porpoise as he heads down bottom. But that's where his head's at, obviously, with the Nunu. Counter jungling, #1 priority. Now he'll know the third spawn of the blue buff, though. Obviously, it's not that big of a deal for Team 8, but it would be nice for Liquid to have both blue buffs. If you get one on Sivir and Cassiopeia, your wave clear is insane, your shoving potential is ridiculous, and you can melt neutral objectives. Cassiopeia, as we said, one of the highest pure DPS mages in the game. If they're able to chain blue buffs for her, not only do they have that, but they also have a Nunu. So that would pretty much guarantee a lot of neutral objective power for Team Liquid.
Taking over that title up from Rise as the machine gun mage, at least if somebody's poisoned. Level 8's going for a do-si-do here in the top lane. Transcendent Blades taking Quas down to about 75% HP, but it doesn't look like he has to be too afraid of the engage here. Cali Trolls. Should be a back for him on that clear. We'll see if he gets closer to his Triforce with a Sheen.
And Quas has done a really good job. Cali Trolls has got a lot more assistance from his team in the top lane. Quas has backed off accordingly each time, has not died, has not lost too much health on his turret, and done pretty much exactly what you expect from the top laner, receiving that much attention.
You see a little bit of love from Dominate on the Dragon. Actually was able to see what Porpoise knew, where their wards were. Also was setting down his own, but Porpoise, having vision of that, makes his way back over and makes sure Dominate does not get that freely. Possibly having something here in the bottom lane. Slowly waiting it. Teammates, maybe like second or third gank down here. At least making sure that Dominate isn't here. It looks like what Porpoise is doing.
Yeah, Dominate has been able to utilize Nunu efficiently. You know, got that CS lead, has been able to counter jungle, has a slight gold lead on Porpoise. Actually a fairly decent, almost 500 gold there for Dominate over Porpoise. All that Porpoise is really looking for is that level 6 though in the early game. Have a high impact gank. Very hard to pull that off against a Silver Thresh bottom lane though, so that's not really a target. The solo lanes, Vladimir does not do much for setting up ganks. So it would kind of have to be focused on Quas. And Quas has been playing, as we said, very, very cautiously, done a good job absorbing attention. So there haven't been very many good options for Porpoise. Now he is hovering, once again, on the top side. See if he can make anything happen here. Quas, though, just replenishing his wards.
Replenishing wards, seem like he's trying to get to those Sork boots as well so they can get something down at this dragon. A few grabs in the bottom lane. Both teams just seem to be playing quite safe here, or at least dancing around each other well. They've gone for the engages, but both are able to disengage before too much trouble comes up.
Wow. Slushy, because he is
holy
up against a painful mid lane, has rushed the Spirit Visage on Vladimir, which is a good item for Vladimir, but not necessarily...
you still get a little AP.
With the early rush. You get a little AP out of your passive. Due to the health stacking. And it does turn him into the sustain monster really early. So if the game just continues as farming as is, then a good early buy for the rush there, just because he'll be able to hold some pressure in the mid lane. He cannot, teammate cannot afford to lose control of the mid. Dominate constantly moving back and forth around mid to keep up the vision pressure, because that's really where Team Liquid have a lot of kill pressure, is the Cassiopeia lane. Now he's completed the Abyssal Scepter, so magic resist on both mid laners, and it'll probably just be a lot of farming.
Slushy has to keep an eye on whether the fact of Phoenix or Xpecial's Ignite is up as well, because that'll just kind of take him out of the game real quick. That was
as his ultimate.
A necessary ult from Porpoise there to get out of that situation, and it looks like teammate lost a little bit of ground there. Liquid tried to capitalize, but they're able to recuperate.
They may signal for Dragon here. Now, nobody got killed, but they burned several summoners, plus the ultimate from Sejuani. So Vladimir goes down, Sejuani flash and ult both down, plus low health. And as he said, Cassiopeia plus Nunu, Dragon is trivial.
Very interesting from Quas. Has the Merc treads on him this game, but he's still coming down from the top lane. Teleports up. He's going to go for the long walk, though, and it looks like Team Liquid is just going to get this one out of pure vision coverage.
Honestly, Sejuani with no flash, no ultimate, and only a Cinder Hulk adds little to nothing to this fight. So zero pressure coming from that. They'll just continue to farm. Teammate make the right call. They lost too much on those small skirmishes, and they lose to Dragon for it.
Quas teleports back to top, which is why he ran down quickly, stopping Cali Trolls from negating that farm and trying to proxy it out. Making sure Quas loses a lot, but he has gotten pretty much all of it. With a few of his back and forths, or at least the back and forth in that lane, 136 to 110 between Aurelia. So Cali Trolls doing pretty good. We'll see if the shot calling from him later can still be on par and keep them in this game. 155 to 120 is kind of where that deficit is made up in the mid lane CS. And Phoenix is just going pretty hard right now on Slushy and has not given up. Here comes the blue buff.
Since Cali is going, you know, he's got the Trinity Force Rush. He's a very strong split pushing threat, and he does have the teleport advantage. So Team 8 at this point actually want to keep Cali isolated. They don't really want to have him group up. If they can keep him isolated in a side lane, pushing with his teleport for as long as he can, and have the rest of the team stall, they can slowly gain advantages on the side lanes, because Aurelia, even Aurelia, when they do group up in the 5 vs 5 here, has to deal with new zone control, giant equalizer from Quas, and then there's the counter engage of a Cassiopeia and Thresh, both with the box and the Petrifying Gaze. So would be able to get a lot more advantage if he can stay isolated up there.
And they have the wards for it too. Even Callie's placing another one for himself, but he's got 3 right across that line to keep him safe up there and on an island, all he wants. Bottom lane getting a bit of focus here. Going to see Porpoise run in to dominate. They're on the either side of the wall.
They want to make a play with the teleport advantage, it looks like, and turn it into a 4 vs 3. Dominate, though, protecting his jungle well. He's constantly kept up the outer ring of vision. So he's got an early alert system and not giving up any territory on their side of the map. Very calm farming game from both these really team fighting oriented squads.
And has prevented letting all 5 dragons go to the team is new. It's good. Got first dragon, already prevented. Going on 18 minutes into this, Cali Trolls looking to get a bit of aggression on as he sees Quas just about to overheat. Very well played there. Only knew he was going to take a bit of damage to trade back and keeps those little edges in lane. Slooshy here again, meeting 3. It's a crowd. He's got his own other 2 in the bottom, clearing out a pink ward. So both teams privy to the knowledge. Transcendent Blades almost taken down Quas, and he blows the flash as well. That teleports down, so he's not able to get back here.
Yep. Exactly as expected for Cali. He's able to get the isolation he wants. 1 vs 1. Trinity Force versus the Rumble. Boom, gets the kill. And he got the flash out of Quas. So that's going to be either the turret going down or a significant amount of damage on the turret. With Trinity Force procs as well, he might even be able to just take it off that single kill.
Yeah,
so
he's going
to big pick up there for Team 8. Cali Trolls making that Aurelia count, showing why it was banned against him so often last split.
Very true. Oh, Piglet, close to getting hit. Wait a minute. Lantern all the way out. The Thresh Express. A little bit of depth charge on the way for Taxes. And they're able to go back to the turret here. It may just go down. They don't have really any cavalry, but Quas, the teleport as well, just above from Cali Trolls. This could be an extended fight here, Kobe. And I wonder who's going to come out on top. Right now, it looks like the Team 8 HP bars are on top. Dominate's going to try to end the fight, hitting up Cali. That kind of kills out his damage if they can keep that snowball on him. But it looks like Quas just coming back up is about to go back down. Another nail in the coffin coming in for Team 8. And now they're going to get Dominate as he puts himself in, getting a kill for himself for the retribution, but still goes down to Cali. 4-0-1.
And 0 Cali Trolls on the Aurelia. Also, he didn't have to use his teleport before getting the outer turret. So he got the turret, bought the home guards, teleported in, and made the play down bottom. This is the teammate that we talked up at the beginning of the year. Cali Trolls from the top lane, creating plays for the rest of the team. Slooshy, as we see, just mad farming.
I thought it was going to take him a little bit to get here on the teleport, but he's here instantly.
Yeah, so he got the home guards on his back. Now, this was actually really well played by Team Liquid and decent by Team 8 because they didn't know that Thresh was there, so good escape. Here's the turn, though. They don't expect the home guard Aurelia. You can see the teleport channeling right now. He comes all the way down from rafters. And so even though Quas is there, which is what triggered Team Liquid to go for the re-engage, for Xpecial to actually go for that hook, it has equalized very quickly by that teleport disadvantage. They didn't keep track of the teleport from Cali or didn't think that there were deep enough wards from Team 8 to pull it off.
Well, good hits by Team 8, but now they're being pressured quite hard. The mid lane Phoenix dives right in. They throw Ignite down as well. Slooshy will get hit up. Somehow they pull him out of the fire alive. New snakeskin for him.
He's allowed to go for that move because they see Cali top. They're like, you know what? He just teleported on us.
Moly.
There's no way that Cali's going to come into this fight. Make it happen right now. Cali's the one with all the gold. He's the Fed member on the team. Let's fight them while he's not there. Exactly what Porpoise was talking about in his little feature before the game. If somebody's extremely strong in League of Legends, you try and fight away on the other side of the map from them. Good job by Team Liquid forcing that while Cali was top, and they grab the turret answer on top of the double kill.
Definitely a fight they needed. You can see Cali is about 2.5 or 2.2 thousand gold ahead of his laner. Not really helping out too much there. They are going to be able to go back, possibly get this dragon. They are looking at the mini-map. They have no contest coming in from Team Liquid. They start getting some wards on the Baron as Dragon just goes down. You can see the pings up there as everybody's trying to get their own control of Crab. And the jaw. I laughed at it. Dang. The BM is real this week.
You're allowed to do that if you steal anything jungle related from Nunu, especially as a top laner without smite.
Okay, yeah, okay.
It's allowed to go for it. Dominant had just gotten the crab cake though. Took a bite of it. Little bit too low.
So where are we at in spike items? Looking in the mid lane as we see Phoenix and Slushy. Did get that Will of the Ancients on top of his Spirit Visage, so he's some crazy sustain now from that spell vamp, as well as a bit more AP to finally start doing some damage, but that Saracen Braith is already finished on Phoenix.
Yeah, you know what's curious for me? The sort of selfish build from Porpoise, instead of going for magic resist aura for the whole
Just
team,
the Aegis, yeah.
He's going for his own personal magic resist. So he's going to be able to go on the front line here, but there's all this flat reduction and flat penetration in the Rumble and Cassiopeia builds. That's scary for the rest of his team.
Yeah.
If his squishies do not build their own magic resist, all this flat reduction and flat penetration is really going to pay off. Quas can have... Yeah, you're going to want to run away from that one.
Oh, the pain is real, having to use Absolute Zero to keep Piglet safe. Cali Trolls cannot contest that. There's the ultimate, the Glacial Prison, locking up Xpecial. Dominate just makes it out with a sliver of HP, and the chase may be here. Phoenix coming across the side, and the team knows it. They want to try to cut him off, and it looks like they may be able to pick that up now that I thought he was going to get pinched in by Dota or Slushy as well, with that turret health being so low.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't see why they wouldn't.
You got to be careful about setting up those brush attacks.
Yeah.
Oh, Phoenix is
making a kill out of it. Nobody's got turret damage going down just yet. Whoa, Quas comes in. He's now in a 3v1 situation, forced to flash. And the team is still trying to fight Cali Trolls on the top side of the map as Piglet goes at it with him for a second. That turret's already taken a lot of damage. And Team 8 is just making some moves right now. A lot of just high abilities, ultimates, flashes, and summoners are needed to stop this from happening from Team 8.
Yeah, really taking advantage of the lack of organization on Team Liquid. They set up this sort of one-man AD carry ambush in the top lane, and Xpecial, Dominate loses most of his health bar, and Xpecial ends up going down for those sins on the chase, and Team 8 pretty much just capitalizing on some wonky plays here from Team Liquid. Phoenix then staying by the very low health turret, and Quas, pretty much all of Team Liquid are in panic mode, trying to save members of the team that have been caught.
Definitely different from their fights yesterday when they could force fights on their own terms. Quas would always be there when his bar was about to hit on Gnar, or they could possibly take a fight. Here, a lot of that is the disengage. They're using Piglet's ultimate to make sure they're safe in these fights and not being the ones engaging. So trying to bring a team fight comp to Team 8's team fight comp isn't working out yet.
As a result of the sort of split decisions from Team Liquid, Team 8 a fairly substantial lead now, and they can actually use this time to get down their deeper ring of vision so that they can do things like bait neutral objectives. A little bit early for Baron because that does a significant amount of damage at this point. But they do have a very strong split pusher. This is basically just what Team 8 want. They've got an Aurelia who's already fed and has teleport up. All they have to do is create that pressure on the bottom side, slowly gain advantages.
213 now to 205 for the 80 carries. Maple Street is up to his Phantom Dancer, using that true grit, I guess, for his own magic resistance. Hasn't built any yet. not too afraid of it. It'll be one of his last items. But right now, Cali Trolls trying to go a little hard. Quas hiding in the brush here. They may still be able to take down Quas. And Piglet, there's just too much tank on the other side right now. The bouncing could actually kill someone, Ricochet rather, but it does not. And just at the last second, they get help from another member. Team 8 is coming up really big on these plays that Team Liquid is almost forced to tunnel into to start to get themselves back in. Slushy turning Dominate and Phoenix away with the Hemo play. Knowing the team's coming up from the bottom, they didn't know how close they were on the side of Team Liquid. Oh boy, it just does not stop. Fights going coast to coast all the time, every second of this game. Absolute zero separating what they need in the fight. Dominate gets dredge lined out. Onto Phoenix, Cali trolls flashes, but he's still gonna go down to the turret aggro. Dominate is onto Slushie, one more flash, snowball, tries to get it in range. No, the transfuse saves him from an ignite, stopping him. Wow. Double kill still coming in for Phoenix, but back and forth. Team 8 is not afraid to keep the fights going this game.
Yeah, I feel like that was a Cali call. We've seen sometimes once he gets this fed, you get into that overdrive mode where you constantly want to make plays. And he was just reaching a little bit far with this one. Teleport, they didn't have real vision on the rest of Team Liquid. Phoenix still had his ult for the counter engage, and then going to take turret shots is just really overestimating his power at this point. The rest of the team does end up paying for it because they were just on recall timers. Remember how low Maple Street got in that bottom skirmish? There's no way he could help with this.
No.
So definitely overreaching there for Team 8. And Team Liquid get one step, another foot back into this game.
Yeah. See where they can go from here. Good items being built up on Phoenix if he can stay alive a little bit longer in that mid lane. He now has a Quicksilver sash to do so if he's jumped on by Cali trolls at all. That, it pretty much Porpoise, but he shouldn't be in range for that at the beginning of the fight. We'll see. It's going to be tough. Teammate has a lot to get these fights started, and Cali trolls usually doesn't care. He'll just start the fight.
Look at that respect from Teammate for the new Cassiopeia ability to burn down Baron. They pull off of Dragon just because a couple members of Team Liquid are up there, and they barely have vision. You have to be very careful always against Dominate. He really likes going for those early neutrals. And Teammate, they're able to chase him off and then return to the Dragon to clean it up. So safe play there, and Teammate are able to secure the neutral.
Not too much pressure being put on the Dragons just yet. We're only at 3 total in the game. 2 for Teammate, 1 for Liquid. These things are going to start slowing down with Cali trolls going back to the side lanes here. We'll see what the 4 members of Team 8 can start to do as a group.
And the reason why Porpoise was going with his more selfish Magic Resist build is because he's got Dodo rushing the Aegis. He's got the Magic Resist Aura for the team. So Locket already completed for Team 8. That is going to be really big for them. Bunch of Magic Resist for everybody. Going to help out with the flat pen builds.
He's been everywhere, pulling up the dredge lines to get the kills, so why not? The game started to flow perfectly in that kind of favor for them to buy items. Now we'll see if they come into play exactly how they want. Not really been any flanks, just straight up fights. Cali trolls catching somebody out in a brush. A few of the previous fights were Team Liquid thinking they could take what looked like 1 member of Team 8, but it then became 3 or 4 members as soon as we have Cali trolls teleporting in and Dodo coming in on his mobility boots. So slowing it down here for Team Liquid, making sure that Quas has Cali trolls. Maybe they can get a good fight out of Phoenix and the rest of the team in mid lane.
Yeah, that's a really good point. The Wombo from Team Liquid still packs a lot of punch, even though they have Magic Resist Aura.
Yeah.
If you stack a good equalizer on, a Petrifying Gaze on the back line, Team Liquid do have a fairly strong combo they can pull off. Definitely advantage for Team 8 though, and they have to control the vision. That's all you really need to do in these team fight versus team fight matchups. If they can do a good enough job of sweeping through the jungle, lining the corridor with wards, and they will be in a very good position. Slushie first to level 16 right there for the Vladimir, and a little bit of the Baron bait.
Like we said, at Maple may get some magic resistance last, but he actually gets some now, and then a little bit more even for Porpoise. They're really adding on to synergize with that Locket.
They have not sniffed out that one ward.
It's a good place. It's like one of those wards you place where like this probably won't be sweet.
Oh, he's got the Oracle Lens upgrade. Does he see it?
Team!
He saw it.
Team up! They're on to Special. That's a pretty good engage, but that's a choke point. I'm sure TSM will remember this one. Slushie's getting hit up now. It looks like Teammate's able to break that choke point before Team Liquid was able to do enough damage, though. Cali trolls back and forth onto Special. Actually uses that as his exit now. Special almost gets ticked down there as Piglet comes up big with the ricochets and a huge front line, keeping him safe in the fight.
Ooh, Quas going to be careful here. Cali loves the 1 versus 1. Not going to happen this time, though. All right, so this is going to mean, control of the map here for the time being for Team Liquid. Since they're AD carry at full life 2, they might be able to grab an objective on top of it. Very big win there. The corridors. You were just talking about it, Rip. The Cassiopeia and the Rumble inside one of those jungle corridors. And they pull off an upset for the team fight. Also, what helped Team Liquid there is that their front line. Cali's got his eyes set on the AD carry here. Doesn't really want to mess around with Special. Does he? All right, goes for the support kill instead.
Got him, coach. All right, so flash teleport used there. Cali Trolls actually can't engage on too much more now. Maybe that's because they're going to force the Baron?
I mean,
no. That's kind of been what he's using to get in.
I'd say go all or nothing on the AD carry there, because if you get that support kill, you burn your flash for your support kill there without, Dragon being up. But if you get the AD carry kill...
Oh, hello.
Oh, he doesn't kill your support.
Oh, the RNG gods not looking upon Piglet for that last auto attack. Could be getting Cali Trolls, though. Great spell shield. He did like a no-look there on the dredge line. Picks himself up a double kill. And now they're on to Slushy, letting the tank walk around perfect. Micro by Liquid in that fight.
Whoa, things go from bad to worse for Team 8 here. Team Liquid might be able to burn down that Baron. Half mana on Phoenix. They've got the DPS. Do they have the confidence, though? Porpoise has the Sejuani ultimate ready. Maple Street is alive. If there's a 2-man squad that can pull this stop off, then these are the 2 to do it.
Just giving the jungler a little bit of hell here at Kobe. Put him in the box. Make sure he can't get to Baron. And now he's going to pay for this little roundabout with his life. Porpoise goes down, trying to get vision, trying to get a timer. I don't know, just being in the wrong place.
Oh, how quickly the tides turn here with one bad team fight. Let's walk down memory lane, back to that fight in the jungle corridor. You run through the small space. Well, never mind. This
fight.
So this is Piglet. You killed my support. You left Piglet alive, so he's going to take vengeance for his support. Take down Dodo, and a really good zone there from Dominate setup, so that Cali took the majority of his health bar just walking away through the slow field. And then very easy for Team Liquid to clean up because all of their DPS is there, ready to capitalize on the zoning from Dominate. That's the other thing. So I was just about to go back to the very first team fight in that area, where Team 8, they filed not only through this corridor for the Rumble and Cassiopeia, but they also focused a lot of their early damage into the Nunu and the Thresh. Their target selection was not helping them out in that team fight. Because both Cali and Maple Street overcommitted for very low priority targets. Maple Street flashed in, or committed so far in to try and kill Special, they had to flash out and then die to Piglet on the exit. That's just a Thresh. Meanwhile, Cali dumped a lot of damage into the Nunu, I Will Dominate, which is exactly what he wants as well. So pretty much the perfect fight there in the jungle for Team Liquid to get them right back in this game. Now they've got Baron buff, they can easily siege up and knock down a bunch of turrets.
And without getting pretty close to the waves, Team 8 does not have a whole bunch of wave clear. So it's going to be difficult. Got Graves right up on the turret there, and you can see already Dominate walks up. Graves has to walk backwards, or Maple Street rather. And it's tough. Maybe the pinch here of the base getting choked in will give them a little bit more defensive. I don't know. Doesn't look like Team Liquid wants it all. They're definitely going to get a split push here with Quas towards the top side. They know they're stronger with this bit of combo here in the bot lane. So drop a few turrets and at least get it closer around the map. Right now they can only go from mid to bottom. Doesn't work too well. So they're going to slow things down.
That power spike of the super fed Aurelia is waning very quickly here. She only sits on the 1 damage item, the Trinity Force, and just tries to build more tanky after that. He's got the Guardian Angel active ready, so at least he's got the Guardian Angel proc for this team fight, which will be crucial. Frozen Heart also completed. His whole goal is to get in there, force the teleport from Quas without getting stuck. But they haven't been able to force the teleport, so they're losing turrets on the top side. Team 8 split push, Team Liquid split push, paying off.
Quas without wards. He could actually get taken down in this situation. He's being very patient though, keeping his gauge up, making sure he does the most amount of damage.
Ali going for the 1 versus 1 up there?
Yep. So that's going to be the 1 versus 1. Does teammate as well on the other side of the map go for any type of engage? Doesn't look like it as Slushy is on the fountain for the time being, but they do save that second tier turret.
Yeah.
Just a game of waiting right now. Teammate is waiting for that mistake. And actually the teleport coming in, that's going to be back as well from Cali Trolls. He's going to be coming home guard off the fountain. They've lost the inhibitor turret. Dredgeline goes out, it hits Phoenix. It looks like they get a quick Iron Solarion to mitigate any of that damage.
Back out. No inhibitor down, but they did at least open the doors for Team Liquid.
Yeah.
Teleport going to be available for Cali, and they will have the advantage in that area. Still does have Guardian Angel, but as we saw before, Quas just needs to land his double slow, and he can walk away from the fight.
Things just got a little bit easier for the carries on Liquid as well with that Mikhail's coming up in the hands of Xpecial. Phoenix won't have to use a Quicksilver Sash as much anymore to get himself to safety. Let's see, gold 14.7 to 11.8 in that mid lane. We saw Phoenix going pretty hard. 13.9 to 12.7 for Cali and Quas, and you can see that Quas has really closed that gold gap that Cali had in the beginning. Like you said, Cali falling off a bit. And something we did mention in the beginning, Kobe, was the teams would kind of falter or fall behind in the early part of the game. But the mid-game team fights we see where everybody, like Team Liquid, who placed third last year, has a little more communication there, starts to come back in the game.
Yeah, the Team Liquid team comp, very unforgiving. If you make these big team fight mistakes against a squad that has very, very high DPS double AP with a blood-boiled 80 carry, really, really hard to pull it back.
Let's see what they can do here as they gauge Team 8 coming straight in. Like we said, Cali Trolls, it would just be the forward dive if they try to do any type of engage. And Slushy now on the front line. Collateral damage already comes out from Maple Street, not doing too much damage. Looks like Liquid can re-enter this fight perfectly, and they're going to start melting down Team 8 here. A flash over the wall. Cali tries to teleport out. Looks like he will actually make it. The play, it ticked him against the wall. It did tag him, and he's going to go down in the end. These are now 40-second timers that they are going to have to come back from, and you already have Piglet and Phoenix rushing down the mid lane with Quas. Cali will eventually go down, but he's fighting valiantly. He's making it work.
Special, you monster. Cali with the very quick flash to avoid hook and then immediate teleport channel. But Xpecial's got him covered with the ward over the wall into the max range play.
Yeah. That's all that Team Liquid was waiting for. When Team 8 would get too confident and put themselves in the choke point, Liquid again wanted to fight it. Right down that mid lane, they pushed them off to the side. Another inhibitor turret, an inhibitor for them as they back out of Teammate's base. Looks like it's only going to be a few more minutes before they do it again.
All right, so the initial dive here from Team 8, if everybody goes for it, they've got Team Liquid separated. But you don't have much time because Sivir pops her ultimate right now, is going to arrive at the fight. Dominate channels his ultimate to try and keep Team 8 grouped up there. And boom, Piglet's here. Everybody's in the Flame Spitter, roasting as the Boomerang Blade and the Bouncing Blades chop them all up. And then here it is, Xpecial wards, walks right up to the edge of the wall. The very, very end of that play has to have tagged him.
Is either the flare or the tick of the ignite to hit? Do damage.
Well, the tick up of the ignite doesn't stop.
Oh, you're right. You're
teleport.
Right. You're right.
Yeah, because it was yeah.
Dang, Xpecial.
You gotta walk all the way up and just hug that wall too.
Well, all right, made it happen. See what Liquid can do here as they get the Baron. It does not look contested. That goes down once again. Team 8 is going to have to sit in their base. Hopefully the trapdoor for them is big enough to fit the entire team of Team Liquid in for their group up, for their Glacial Prison, and then Hemo Plague, hopefully collateral damage. It's not as much AoE that's going to hurt with that collateral being more of an execute, but hopefully they can really get something to start the fight and work it.
Piglet just checking the brush with his blade. No sound, nobody in there, and they just move right on up. Collect the last inhibitor. There it is, last fight for Team 8.
There's the flank though. Porpoise gets a beautiful Glacial Prison. Can they organize the team fight though? Already, they're gonna get Cali Trolls going down. One of the big damage dealers. The DPS coming out of Phoenix is almost unstoppable right now. And the second kill, or double kill I should say, is going to be coming in for Quas. Loose Slushy on the backside was able to do quite a bit of damage to Dominate and Phoenix. And it looks like Liquid is going to have to reassess this fight now. We do have Piglet in the middle trying to clear the minions towards the Nexus turrets, and Porpoise can't do much about it.
Nope, he's going to take some damage and have to run for his life. They chase him out of his own base. That should be game then. Nexus turrets under fire.
Should very much indeed be game. Porpoise trying with the team at one last attempt. A great Glacial Prison engage, but Team Liquid was able to walk around it, figure it out, and pass the test. Slushy puts on the Zanyas as the Nexus goes down. He will go as well. 41-18 on the clock, and Team Liquid take down Team 8. A little scary in the beginning for Liquid.
Well, a lot of back and forth. A couple of questionable team calls from both sides. And Team Liquid, once they get that final burst of gold there, that one good team fight close to the Baron, able to take control.
1, 2, 3, Team Liquid!
Team 8 with very strong early game. A lot of the times we saw them fighting, it would be
Cali.
Kind of around a turret that was already falling, so that's the turret they got, and then they kind of wouldn't get more out of it. They'd always almost pause after fights. Didn't have the waves to push up more, didn't have everything at that time in the game. The fights were great, the timings of those, and the kills they were allowed to get as well. It probably made Team Liquid fall on the back foot for quite some time, but the strategies were there. All it took was Team 8 walking into the jungle, and Liquid was patient enough for that to happen. That's one big thing as well.
Yeah, what a good early game from Cali, able to get to his Trinity Force on time, use his Trinity Force right as soon as he got it. Pretty much 30 seconds after he gets his solo kill on Quas, burns the flash, gets the tower. He knows it. He had control of the game. Such an good early start, but you can't make too many mistakes in the LCS. Expect to take home the victory.
Looking through these as well. And maybe playing a little harder on him as well. You know, he takes it to himself that a few of the calls throughout the last split as well were maybe a little too overzealous. He got the team into trouble sometimes. And that on that last play could have been it. They were taking that second tier turret down and they dove onto the steps. That was the fight Team Liquid was able to flank them on and that they were looking for. So maybe once again a little too overzealous in the play. The team was on board though, and that's still a good thing to see, is that everybody is following those calls. Sometimes
Team Liquid here.
They just don't work out.
Second victory for them.
Absolutely,
Feeling very good about themselves in the opening week.
Hey, it's not too crazy, man. Don't take it crazy. Like Dominic said last.
You're right. They did start out last split with 2-0 as well.
So Dominate, it'll be hitting all the naysayers on Twitter. It's like, you guys 2-0'd again. Be like, no, it's all right. But still,
control expectations.
They deserved it. Definitely an early game for them to look at. The first time they lost the early game, I think it was just coming out, obviously not respecting the team they were playing against at the time with subs and whatnot. And then you see the second game, still a little bit early game falter. But when it comes to the communication, they're much more on board with Piglet now, and the fights are happening way different than they did in the spring split for Team Liquid. Crazy, crazy stuff. Hopefully they can do more or better throughout the season. For more on the 2-0 start, let's send it down to Jack, who is standing by with Team Liquid's jungler.
Thanks, Revan. Yes, I'm with Owl Dominate. Dominate 2-0. The game was a little close at times, but how does it feel walking out of the first week now, at least undefeated again?
I think it was good. I mean, we didn't play a perfect week. We had a lot more mistakes than we expected, but I'm proud that we were able to come back in games. I know we struggled with that last split, especially with like having 2 Korean players. Our communication's better now to the point where we can actually come back in games. We actually can take good fights when we are behind. So there were some good, but if we can just clean up our early game, I think it will be really strong.
And actually, talk to me a little bit about how that is happening now, because you say last split you guys had trouble coming back in games. What's the main difference within the game, communication-wise, that's allowing you to make comebacks?
I think there's just a lot more trust with our shot calling or like what we want to do. Now when Expecial and I are making calls or Piglet's making calls, we're all buying into it and we're all like on the same, we're all on board with it. So when we have a situation like they're funneling into us, we know our win conditions, we know that we need to like kite back in that game, and we're able to actually strategically play the game, where before we would kind of just like all run into them and die, like no matter what. So yeah, I definitely think that it's just more trust within our team.
and this obviously did put you guys to 2-0. Last split, you guys also started 2-0, and then you ended up having some struggles in the next weeks. So now, knowing you're 2-0 with some performances you're not necessarily that happy with, how do you prepare for the future weeks and not have a fall off?
I think we just try to get better every week. I think we might scrim some of the middle tier teams, because I think something that we did is we scrimmed a lot of C9 and TSM, and I don't think that gave us the best diversity in terms of knowing what other people play. We kind of all have our same meta between TSM, C9, and us, and we don't get to see things like the Aurelia, for example, and just some of the other niche picks that other teams are playing. So I think we just need to diversify our scrim partners, and also just be ready to adapt in-game when they do something that we're not expecting.
Well, thank you very much, Dominic. Congrats on the 2-0 week. That Aurelia was pretty strong as well. Let's send it back to the analyst desk to take us more into the game.
Thank you, Jatton. To that point of the Aurelia being very strong, it wasn't enough to win the game there for Team 8, or at least not in the way that they played the lead that they had built themselves so early on.
Well, first I want to talk about how they got that lead. Because the bottom lane, they shoved up. Calitrolls was in base with home guard. That was a premeditated plan that they were going to go forward. The Nautilus ultimate, the Sejuani ultimate, the Porpoise dive. Very well-coordinated dive. Liquid went back into that, but Cali's still sitting on the fountain with home guard saying, I'm going to wait for this play to happen. And he TPs to the ward just in case they decide to run back up. And then he comes in and picks up those kills. That's how they got that lead, was a planned out split push kind of strategy where you TP in and you pick up the kills after your bottom lane hit or you committed to a dive. They didn't continue that strategy, though. Once he got fed, they're like, let's group and fight, which is the wrong way to do it.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And I do want to sort of talk a little bit more about the Calitrolls Aurelia and sing his praises a bit. I mean, this guy solo killed Quas. Aurelia was one of the most target banned champions of the entire NALCS split back in spring. Calitrolls Aurelia is one of those few target bans you always put out there. And it was weird hearing Dom say, we're not used to those weird pocket picks Aurelia. It's dog, everyone in Spring Split knew that. I guess just people forgot or something. So I think we expect to see the Aurelia ban come back in for Calitrolls just as a general trend throughout summer. He's clearly very successful on the champion. But as you were talking about, playing around the game properly, I mean, Team 8 just made so many really awkward, boneheaded decisions. And I don't think I can put it all in when Nien's there, he talks a lot and it's going to get better. They would just pick fights where Maple's clearing a wave bot lane, a wave that you should clear, and teammates yeah, we're just gonna go 4v5 you mid, no big deal, it's the right choice. So
maybe he'll say don't fight, don't fight, don't fight.
Yeah, I mean, you shouldn't need that, to be completely fair. But yeah, okay, maybe Nien will help it a little bit. Either way, unfortunately, a lot of really sloppy choices by Team 8 that put Team Liquid back into the game.
Yeah, let's jump into our first replay, which is 30 minutes into the game. Up near that Baron side, this is an example of Team 8 saying, hey, let's fight. We're always happy to take a fight, and it does not work out for them here. Zyrene, I'm going to give this one to you. Let you take it away.
Yeah, the weirdest thing about this is Team 8, they have the lead. They're trying to bait Baron for the few minutes before this happens, and they haven't completely cleared it. Team Liquid gets some sneaky wards in there, and then Team Liquid is we have a composition that wants to fight you in choke points. Come to us. Both teams are trying to get the other one to come to them, and Team 8 are the one who make the first mistake because Dodo goes too far forward trying to get vision off the area, which is a little too far up anyway. That vision is not contesting the area of the Baron and stopping them from not going into the pit. So the hook comes out for an X special. Dodo, he does go for an ultimate, but look at Calitroll's position. He goes off to the left, and right there, the ultimate comes from Nautilus, knocks 3 people up, and the ultimate from Sejuani only hits X special. Nobody else is hit by that CC, and it's layered anyway. Calitrolls is not able to take advantage of the Hemo play because he's off on the left side where you saw him running around. So all this damage is going to come through this as we continue to roll the clip out. You're going to see Quas gets out of that, immediate equalizer to zone off that choke point. Phoenix throws his spells down, and now Calitroll shows up to a fight to try and salvage the situation where his team is already in a huge losing position. Dominate runs at Maple Street in the backline, slows his attack speed, slows him, forces the heal out of him, and just runs back into the fight because late game, if you don't snowball your AD carry, you don't snowball your Aurelia and end the game, this Nunu is going to make them absolutely useless because they're so auto-attack based.
Yeah, you take your most fed champion there, Aurelia, swing them around the outside of that fight. He's not doing damage that entire time. He did pick up the only 2 kills there for Team 8, but they were last hits. All of the damage that was dealt in that fight was from the rest of their more underpowered members.
And what's crazy about that fight, though, is this was still when Team 8 was ahead in this game. Xpecial actually played that fight incredibly well. So, you know, a lot of vision, right? 10 champions running around, particle effects everywhere, and he's like, okay, Aurelia's coming. Toss the hook, buy some time. She cues in, flay her back out, buy some more time. She still picks up 2, and like, Xpecial's got 12 health, Quas is below half, but of course, enough time was bought. So even those little things like just the mindfulness of Xpecial like helps salvage that situation.
Yeah, and the
she
start
still
of the play
almost
too,
carried the fight.
where he starts it with a hook. He starts it with denying them from getting rid of that vision, and then he just one-man Sejuani tanks the ultimate. Like, Xpecial is definitely a big MVP of that fight.
I was going to say, Xpecial was an MVP of this game, just mechanically as well. We're going to pull up our second replay that we have, which is just a stellar play by him individually here. We replayed it in-game. We're going to do it again. We'll just roll this out right now.
It's just so beautiful to watch, because this, Callie, 1, 2, 3, boom. Backwards flay. Flay originates from the back of the cast. If Xpecial had done that the opposite direction, which is the easier way to do it because your mouse cursor is on the person when you do it that way, he had to put his mouse cursor the opposite direction of Calitrol's, make it start from the back.
After placing a ward, too.
Exactly, to interrupt it. That's absolutely incredible he's able to do that. I'm pretty sure he was like, all right, let me just sit here, line this up with my spells, and...
Let me get out the protractor and the straight edge. Like, that's the kind of stuff I did in seventh grade, and it took me like 3 minutes to do it right and draw it out,
But right there, if he had started the other way, Calitrol's would have finished the TP.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was... There was only one chance, and he had to do it right away, and he aimed incredibly well.
So ultimately, though, 2-0 start for Team Liquid, as mentioned, wasn't probably the toughest schedule of any team, so we'll have to see how the following weeks kind of play out for them. Now, we're going to take a quick break, but keep it tuned right here, because when we return, Team Dignitas will take on Cloud9. The North American LCS continues after this.
But we still have to be careful in the early game. To fight when we're strong, fight where we're strong. In the right area and at the right times. We should win.
All right.
Good luck, guys.
Love you. But now they're being pressured quite hard in the mid lane. Phoenix dives right in. They throw Ignite down as well. Slushy will get hit up.
I'm stunned.
I'm coming. Just keep running, keep running.
Keep running.
Do you have stun? Kill. Nice.
Nice
job.
Baited, baby. They're on to Xpecial. That's a pretty good engage, but that's a choke point. I'm sure TSM will remember this one. Slushy's getting hit up now. It looks like teammates able to break that choke point.
I'm coming. Got Graves slowed. Just kill frontline. We'll snowball through the fight. We'll kill them all. Okay, good. On the really flash. Okay, go mid.
They're going to get Calitrol's going down, one of the big damage dealers. The DPS coming out of Phoenix is almost unstoppable right now. And Team Liquid take down Team 8. Stay current on all the latest from the LCS with LOLesports.com. There you can find player profiles as well as in-depth looks at some of the biggest roster changes this split, including Pobelter's move with the article, Pobelter brings new promise to CLG. And another big change this split was Cloud9's addition of Incarnation. So we take a closer look at where he came from and how Incarnation got his start in competitive league.
I come from a very competitive family. I always used to do a lot of sports with my dad, and my dad was very competitive. I guess it just kind of passed on to me. Something I always wanted to be was be the best at what I do. So that's what I just really want to do in League. My career basically started off with in Season 2, just before LCS was introduced. We were going to play the qualifier with my team. We were a pretty strong team, I'd say. But unfortunately, we got disqualified as a team, and a few members of the team, including me, got banned due to toxic behavior. After that, I felt really down. I definitely learned a lot about myself as a person. What's basically the best way to work in a team and just be a better person in general. I just had a passion for League where I wanted to keep going. I knew I always had the talent to become a pro, but unfortunately I couldn't at the time. I started grinding solo queue a lot, and I just got to the top every season basically. After I got unbanned, I was lucky enough to get picked up by Cloud9. I want the best for C9, and I'll do everything I can to help support them get to where we're supposed to be. We might start out a bit slow, but I think by the end of the season, we will be one of the best, if not the best team in NA.
Strong words from the new guy, and I'm sure he's very happy to have the chance to make those words true for the team. We're about to see Incarnation in action right now with our second game of the day, Team Dignitas versus Cloud9. And there was a lot of anticipation to see how the new Cloud9 lineup would perform against their rivals, Team Solo Mid. But the boys in blue won, but it was a squeaker.
Yes, it was. And Incarnation himself admitted that he was feeling some nerves, and it definitely showed on stage. He fell fairly far behind in CS against Bjergsen due to many unforced errors on his own part. Just CS that he simply mistimed. But the rest of the team, they're still playing as well as ever, aside from a few moments of hesitation during shot calling, which obviously Meteos is looking to clean up. He did very admirably in his role of shot caller, finding windows of opportunity for Cloud9 to take advantages and make cross-map plays. And once again, Balls was exquisite on Rumble, making him 17-0 on that champion in the North American LCS.
Oh, go figure. Why not? Why wouldn't he be if they let him pick it again? And meanwhile, Team Dignitas had a tough time right out of the gate and have had the dubious honor of being the only team to not have taken down a turret.
Right, that pesky turret at 1 HP. They got really close, but they had CLG's top-tier turret all the way down to 1 HP. Yep. Pretty much Dignitas were handled for the majority of that game, though. In particular, they really struggled against Doublelift's Ashe. So I definitely expect to see that banned out in this game. You cannot give a champion as well-rounded as Ashe to Cloud9. If they get that champion in this game, I'm going to go on like a 6-minute rant about how strong Ashe is right now after the rework.
Man, what a rework that was. Let's check out the starting lineups and see if Ashe is in this game. On the blue side, it's Team Dignitas. That's Gamsu in the top lane, a Zingy in the jungle, Shifter in mid, AD carries Core JJ, and Kiwi Kid at support.
And on the red side, it's Cloud9. Up top is Balls. In the jungle, Meteos, mid, Incarnation. AD carry Sneaky, and support Lemon Nation.
And it's interesting to see Incarnation's kind of hesitation. I wouldn't say hesitation, but nerves as he comes in as well. I'm sure Bjergsen had them, but it was like Bjergsen, I don't feel like he was as measured as much when he joined Team Solo Mid. He kind of had the freedom to do more. And I feel like while Incarnation may not be measured, he may feel a little bit tempered like that, as he can't go off in a solo queue-esque manner in his play.
Yeah, there's a lot of differences too. You know, Incarnation, he has had no competitive experience. Bjergsen had played in the LCS in Europe already before. So, yeah, definitely a lot of pressure on him.
Just a different color stage.
He he had his first game already, though, so that one's out of the way.
Right.
Everything was set up. He didn't mess up his runes or mastery.
No, he didn't.
That's actually...
He's gotten past the thing that plagues many a player. Indeed. And we'll see if he can do it again today. I'm sure that first game as well allowed the team to figure out quite a bit of how, you know, since scrims didn't translate for a lot of teams onto the stage, they saw how that played out in the communication and acceptance of that communication between the team. Medio said in the beginning he was kind of getting discouraged himself when the calls weren't working and they were behind, but still was able to find that window to get back.
We had that nice rollout where Ball says, I can flash on him, and Medio's,
Maybe,
So, yeah.
Maybe, kind of? Okay, let's go. So now it depicts in bans here. Dignitas versus Cloud9. LeBlanc and Annie banned out. Can't really see how Kiwi Kid got that yesterday. Caused quite a bit of trouble, and it won't be a problem for Cloud9 today.
Yep. Taking out the double Kiwi Kid special here.
Yeah.
Both Annie and Alistar. Kiwi Kid unfazed, though. He had said so many times that he wants to branch out. He wants to play more, have a more diverse set of champions.
There you go.
People fear him for.
Now you are forced to.
I'm not going to focus him, though. Now, this does leave up Sivir. Sivir is always a champion that I look at for Dignitas, just because Core JJ performs so well on the champion. Also, it allows Dignitas to pick fights when they need. It gives them the go button, and they're actually able to make decisive moves with it. So, always an AD carry that I like to see for Dignitas. But probably not going to want to first pick that and grab something. Oh, as I said, the other stats. Kalista always always banned or first picked.
That's right. We actually saw a Ashe versus Kalista going on between these guys yesterday. Core JJ flashing into the arrows on accident.
I swear to God,
it may just happen. Why not? We talked about it yesterday. I was with Jat that Sneaky and Lemon used to be the kind of ones to pick Ashe with something else and just play that lane. Now, differently, Sneaky can go even harder instead of be a utility role. Back to the picks at hand. Thresh and Rek'Sai picked up over on the side of Cloud9, seeing that Kalista in the hands of Gamsu for Core JJ on the side of Team Dignitas as they hover their next two with 30 seconds left.
The Azingi Zac.
He does like the Zac.
He loves it.
The Jarvan's there as well.
I'm really not sold on Zac. It's probably personal bias, just because I feel like I have no brain when I'm playing Zac and you're just bouncing around in circles, losing blobs. But he does have strengths. The main strengths of Zac that do need to be noted: he's extremely good if you can control vision. If you have control of vision in the game, Zac makes it a very terrifying lane experience, especially for mid lane. So if they want to focus Incarnation, Zac is actually a strong tool to pick up for them, and Azine can make that happen fairly early on. You can slingshot into the middle of that mid lane, and if he's not paying attention, doesn't see the shadow under his feet, doesn't flash out of it, then that can be a very, very potent gank towards the mid lane especially. So we'll see if Zingy can make that happen and combo with Shifter. Maybe Shifter does go, to one of more of the assassin mid lane route that we have seen him trend back to time and time again. Or if he just goes with the standard farm style. Kog'Maw is definitely low mobility champion and a good target for Zac. So maybe they will keep up their sweepers in the mid lane and try and target him.
Seems like it could be the leave up for Incarnation or the take from him on that Kog'Maw. Usually it's one in the mid lane here. Dignitas taking their time in the beginning of their picks. What will Shifter have in the mid lane? Tried for some Azir.
All right, I'll go with his fairly standard long-range farming. Ziggs is extremely good right now.
Do it!
Especially with Luden's Echo. Do it! You remember that game, too, when Shifter was still on Coast, where he 1 versus 5 got a quadra kill as Ziggs with a Sheen, just so he could get in there for extra empowered auto attacks as well last year.
Ooh, will it be the Jarvan top?
Not this year, though. Definitely a favorite of Gamsu, and it was even banned against him yesterday.
Yeah, it absolutely was.
Is it Gamsu or Gamsu?
Ban. CLG banned it against him. Pobelter picked that picked that Kog'Maw in the mid lane to probably prevent that Jarvan from coming in. Doesn't have to deal with it this time. I'm sure whoever gets the Kog'Maw is very happy to see that wasn't a Jarvan coming in. And a Gnar actually gets picked up with the Vladimir 2 games in a row. Now he'll get some play time, and that will be going to Shifter in the mid lane. So what does Cloud9 round out with now? Definitely a fight composition coming in from Dignitas. How will they handle their Kog'Maw?
Yeah, it looks like, so with this pick for Shifter, they're not looking for, real early pressure to keep Kog'Maw down.
Right.
If it does go to the mid lane, which is a bit curious, but they feel like they've got enough pressure with the Zac, the really long range engage of Zac, that they have confidence in a Zingy. He'll be able to bomb the backline and get back there to Kog'Maw. Now, this very well could be a Kog'Maw for Sneaky, and they could flex this and make it an AD carry and pick something else. But there it is.
All right, what were you going to do? You were going to go on?
This is going to be a long one, Riv, so I'll wait till we get in game.
So the Ashe does get picked up. Sneaky's able to get that. It was banned against him yesterday when they played versus Team Solo Mid, so he will not be able to get that.
Yeah, the thing is, I haven't even... people are not even using Ashe's kit right now to her full potential. It's just after the rework, and people aren't even using all of her strengths right now, and she's still really good. I'm very curious to see, because Cloud9 is the team that I'm looking towards to fully utilize her kit. We'll go over it step by step later, but this is going to be a very solid pick ban phase for Cloud9, I feel.
Well, we haven't seen Sneaky play it.
Team versus Dig.
Maybe he's the pilot.
No, we have
we've been
not
waiting
seen
for.
him play it in a very long time.
Very long time. Like I said, it used to be back him and Lemon Nation would control the lane with Vision. Now it's definitely a different work. You can still control that Vision with Hawkshot. You can do a little bit more with Ashe as well in that lane to be a bit more aggressive.
A lot more.
Charlie to shake hands and walk to the back. The teams are ready, locked and loaded in, and you know what that means. It is time to vote for who is going to win this match. Make sure you're heading over to Twitter, tweet at LOL Esports, and use either the hashtag DIGWin or hashtag C9win for who you think is going to take the W throughout this game. Again, we actually see Incarnation going for a second time on Kog'Maw, keeping it comfortable, trying to keep on what he knows here for this stage of the LCS. We're going to be on the Rift, Dignitas versus Cloud9 for our second game of the day.
All right, so the reason that I'm so upset with Ashe is that she affects the jungle a lot. And Meteos is on Rek'Sai with a global teleport and really early pressure coming from the jungle. So this is really a strong enabling pick for Meteos.
Let's see where Dignitas heads out to start their game. And we'll see how Cloud9 starts their game. We're watching Meteos right now, and according to his teammates, Meteos' shot calling is good and will only get better.
Yesterday, I felt pretty comfortable about Meteos' shot calling. I trust him, and I think he's doing a really good job on it so far. So I'm looking forward to see if the progress on it.
All right, so as Cloud9 going for the deep wards, looking for the lane swap with the Ashe Thresh to get away from extremely high kill pressure Kalista Nautilus. Let's talk about Ashe. We'll start out with the very basic stuff, because she still has her old play patterns. Yes, Ashe still has her long-range volley plus empowered auto attack combo. That's very good for poke. Plus, because of her new passive, you always want to volley first before they're in attack range, so you can coat them with that frost, and you get your guaranteed, empowered auto attack. The passive does not work the other way. Your volley doesn't get extra damage for frost targets. That's still the same. The only thing is now she also has the added backup of the 5 focus stat Q activation, which just basically makes her stronger in all areas. Stronger attack speed, and increases the slow. Looks like they may be seen if they do try and stick around this blue buff for too long. Calling the lane swap here, so Dignitas looking to grab the kill pressure of the Kalista Nautilus into the Ashe Thresh lane. Lemonation gonna find himself outnumbered and feel like leaving the scene. Now, of course, we're talking about the basic Ashe pattern still. Nothing new here. She still has her Crystal Arrow. Of course, that's great for setting up ganks, as well as mid-game objective control, and, of course, long-range engage for picking people off in the late game, which is one of the #1 ways to win late game. That's it. That's everything, right? That's all it changes.
I think it's everything.
Ashe
package.
Pretty good. No, the most important, big, giant change for Ashe. Okay, yes, they took off the gold from her Hawkshot. I don't care. They made her Hawkshot global. Yes, I've seen every single AD carry squander this ability so far. If you give this ability to a smart jungler, it is insane. Again, information is the most valuable quantity for junglers. 130 seconds between cooldowns on these hawk shots. Looks like we may see a gank here first. Zingy looking to actually affect the Ashe lane with his early slingshot from Zach.
Yeah. Whoa.
Gets a flash.
But as you're saying, with the knowledge of the jungler, even within that 130 seconds, you can kind of bait out that time and still know what you need to get.
It's ridiculously easy to track the enemy jungler if you have Ashe on your team. With Hawkshot being made global and being able to stack up 2 charges, you can actually see the entire enemy jungler if you've stacked up 2 charges of the Hawkshot. If you're on blue side, Zingy gets back. This is that kill pressure we talked about from the lane.
Oh, Zingy's going to make it over the wall. He hits. He's going to go for the kill. What a kill. What a gank. A Zingy comes in for the rinse and repeat.
They find the lane swap match with the kill lane. They bring in a Zingy with his classic Zac pick, finds the slingshot, and they capitalize on it. Return gank to the duo lane, and they punish the Ashe pick. However, let's get back to that hawk shot. Because if you give that information to a jungler like Meteos, it's basically like Battleship, except it's a Battleship game that's been played halfway through. It's much easier. League of Legends is much easier than Battleship even for junglers. Because you can check pretty much the entire jungle, and then you can know where the other jungler is for the next 30 seconds. Meteos also being on Rek'Sai has the global teleport. It makes your ward placement for your entire team really efficient. Because once you track him on one side of the jungle, you can save 20 seconds on your trinket ward. You don't have to drop it as early because you know he's not down there. And it just snowballs your vision game, basically, is what it does. So
you love having Ashe on your team is what I'm getting out of this.
I love it. And he actually messed up that hawk. That was a terrible hawk shot. Come on, Sneaky. It's global. You shoot it all the way down. You can check all 3 camps on the red side.
I have to agree with you on that. There's no reason to not fire it across map.
He would have seen Zach. So I guess even Cloud9 not fully utilizing it yet. Basically, even if you get into solo queue on my team with Ashe, your E is not your E anymore. Your E is my E. When I tell you to fire it, you fire it into the enemy jungler. I guarantee our team will have 50% at least less casualties.
We'll keep an eye on those E's. We'll make sure Sneaky's making and using them right, and you can even have an interview with him after the game and talk about it.
It's so strong.
So we're 1 in already on this one. That was a Zingy's gank towards the top lane. Unfortunately, Sneaky did not have Hawkshot yet for that kill. That's why it happened. But 92% over to them still with first blood to dig. The fans standing behind C9 still here. We'll see what Zingy can still do. Going again for the top lane. Knowing that flash is down, I actually think he just walked out of range of Meteos there, so he should be good. And the pink ward coverage from the top lane.
Love the investment.
Make sure this helps, right.
You've got control of this top side. You want to continue to punish Ashe. Low mobility. Her weakness. Barely. She retained the one weakness. She does not have a dash in her kit still. So she does have a mega slow she can activate if she can pop her Q. However, no dash versus Kalista Nautilus, very scary. Invest in a pink ward, you've got the support of the long range engage from Zach. I like it. Dingtok's going to be able to punish this lane, and zoning already. Kobe rant done. I won't talk about it, the hawkshot, for any longer. Here comes Zingy.
So nice. Again, they could get him. It's so close to the lantern. But a Zingy puts himself goal side to that. Beautifully done. And again, Sneaky goes down in the top lane. Already going for 2 Dorans in that one to kind of keep himself in it and alive, but to no avail.
All right.
Still getting pushed in the mid lane here. We've been seeing this from Incarnation. Shifter's doing a good job, though, as Vladimir getting pushed in, keeping his CS up. So Incarnation can't get it in quick enough.
He's got all the way to his spell vamp, so Vladimir feels fine. Of course, Kog'Maw's happy with the farm lane, so he's just stacking up his tier, obviously. Incarnation feeling much better this time around. Shifter knew it, picking the Vladimir into this matchup. That they were going to give Kog'Maw a fairly easy early route here, and with the Zingy opting to target top side instead. Just going to be scary Kog'Maw to worry about later. Basically, though, you can work around this until Kog'Maw gets Luden's Echo. You don't really care about him if you're Dignitas. He's not going to put a lot of pressure on you, especially since he's not level 11 yet. Once he gets level 11 with the Ludens, though, it's going to be a very big problem. Also, I feel like one of the reasons Meteos is going with this hard farm jungle this time around, even though he's on Rek'Sai, is because yesterday he went with some really early gank attempts, both of which were unsuccessful. And Midos hates to have unsuccessful ganks. He may have come into this game already pre-planning to go fairly heavy on the farm route. And it does seem like it's affected his mentality. Zingy, though, with a really good early start, already level 6.
Oh, boy.
Fish in the barrel. Thank you for my half-health dragon. Uh-oh, teleport comes down.
Zingy making some good decisions. Gnar is already there with the TP. Will be coming in from balls here. Able to take down Shifter. It looks like they're still able to get their dragon to Cloud9. No! Gamsu with the boomerang from the outside even got me until I looked down at the icon. What a sneaky play. 3-1, and Dignitas is not giving Cloud9 an inch back into this game.
So you see the thought there from Cloud9. It was, we're going to swap our teleport up top, utilize that to gain dragon pressure. They didn't actually want to have to use the teleport, but because the Zingy's level 6 already and fearlessly jumps into the dragon pit, they're going to have to channel their teleport, lose a kill. Of course, they're going to be able to clean up because they, as we said, swap their top lane, teleport up top, and they have their duo down bottom. But they almost lost the double kill. And here's the boomerang. Oof. Meteos was so low, by the way. That's not an out smite. That's not a miss smite by Meteos.
Right.
Everybody calm down. Don't go ragging on him for missing it. He was at like 50 HP running away from Shifter, and Sneaky had to save him with his heal.
Yeah, I think he'd already chilling smited somebody anyways.
Oh, probably. But yeah, good steal there from Gamsu. Able to grab that one. And Cloud9 stumbling very early on due to the Zingy factor. First game where Zingy has had a really, really big impact early on. We talked about how they're choosing between so many solo queue junglers for so long.
Yeah.
And Dignitas, their choice to stick with the Zingy, questioned by many, many people. This game paying off.
Absolutely.
There's a Kalista dive.
First gank, the rinse and repeat he had went well. Core JJ just getting out alive as they get a nice kill into balls in the bottom lane, but the Zingy's ganks definitely followed more by the team as well. Seems like there's a lot more communication in the first place. When we saw Kiwi Kid and him just get the ganks we saw previously, Kiwi Kid was already setting up to the side of the minions. Everything was already in position. They weren't a step behind at all, and that's why things have been working out. Hopefully they can keep it that way. We've seen a lot of gains for Cloud9 come to fruition for them right in the middle. They take it back, and they take it back with no remorse.
Really, really strong start for Dignitas.
Yes, it is.
I'm very excited to see what they can do with it in the mid game, because they have had, especially last split, several games where they get off to strong early starts. They played early game very well. That's all right. They're just showing me that it went the full distance. And he found somebody. But you can tell that this is not a jungler-controlled hawk shot. That is Sneaky looking out for his own interests, trying to find when the support is coming back to lane. They did get the timer on the support, and when Dignitas duo lane is returning. So that's about a B, maybe B plus hawk shot.
B plus, okay.
At
At
this
the
point,
fountain, it could have been A.
and the thing is, it's such a snowballing mechanic. You're supposed to try and get it as soon as your AD carry gets the hawk shot and then take over control of the game, because once you get a bead on the enemy jungler, it's much easier to keep up tracking them than it is to try and find them now after you're already behind. You haven't been able to get any deep wards. You haven't really been able to snowball your vision game. So
a lot of times when we saw Doublelift using it yesterday, he would always have whoever's, I think it was Sejuani they were playing against for a Zingy, would always be found out. Always find him in the jungle every time they shot it. Really useful for making sure that he couldn't get any ganks off. So.
Well, see if Dignitas can transition their early game power into some mid game calls here. Swap the duo lane up top, pressure the turret. They're outnumbered at the moment, but they do have a Zingy in the wings. Nope, they're going mid.
It looks like it. I feel like Core JJ is safe by himself up here with hardly any wards and just bodies between him. This could get dangerous. You are not going to face check. He gets a little too close for his own good. He has members coming from both sides, but his team as well. Coming from the right flank, throws Kiwi Kid in here. Comes Zingy as well.
They baited this one in practically and said, Core JJ, if you feel like getting crazy, go ahead, buddy. You're going to pick up a kill, and so will Kiwi Kid.
Yeah, and there you go. You see why information is the most valuable commodity, because you can't afford to take fights like that. This is the strong point of Dig. They've got this really, really buff Kalista, 2-0-2 at the moment, or 2-0-3 now with the Bloodthirster as well. That is the point of power. You can't afford to fight here unless you have numbers advantage. A Zingy dropping bomb.
Should be okay.
Misses that one.
Close for him. It's okay to miss a few. You don't sink every battle ship every time. 6-1, 13 minutes in. And Dignitas with a very nice lead. Now, how do they hold it and what do they do next?
Well, they're doing exactly what they need to. They've set up all the vision inside the jungle. Talked about the most important thing with Zach, controlling that vision so you can get off these really long slingshots. Those things are, at this point in the game, are going to burn a flash, or they're going to find a kill target.
We'll see this again.
Yeah, here we go. Fate's Call. This is the flexibility of the Kalista ultimate that we talked about. Such a long range engage there. Combos with a Zingy. Boom, there's another kill for Core JJ.
Such a great champion to throw into as Nautilus. Just get the Riptide down, everyone's slowed. And you make sure you hit the right targets with the crowd control thereafter. 2-0-3 for the bottom lane of Core JJ and Kiwi Kid here from Team Dignitas, and 2-0-3 from a Zingy.
Yeah.
Seems like some teamwork to me.
Great early start here from Dig again. Just need to continue to control the vision and increase their lead. Now, for Team Cloud9, they really need to go into defensive mode right now and wait until they get the Luden's Echo completed from Kog'Maw. He's already coming up on level 11, so he's almost
pretty
there.
Close.
Midas is going for a bit of a risky move because they saw everybody going for Dragon. He doesn't have Smite either. Got it anyway. Got it without Smite. So Meteos still able to get the steal.
Oh. They feel like if it's getting stolen, he doesn't have enough protection in the mid lane, and it's going to be right. A Cathian surprise will come up. It was the depth charge either way.
Yep.
And he goes down. Dragon also gets picked up by a Zingy. Incarnation's going to take a quick hit.
That's the worst feeling when it's certain death already. You're staring at the charge, inching towards you. The Jaws theme music starts playing, and his life flashes before his eyes. Both summoners down for the Kog'Maw.
Now I want a big shark to come out of that, but that's too his-like. All right.
Clarity. Maybe need to have clarity.
Yeah, maybe a new skin. They can work it in. We'll see how this went again. So really just knowing that Meteos went deep, Incarnation didn't have enough protection. What a shot there.
Locks him up long enough.
Yeah.
Late game Ash Arrows, my friend. If Cloud9 can turtle, just everybody rally around Incarnation. Ooh, wasn't quite able to complete the Luden's Echo on that back.
No.
But next back he will be able to. So everybody crowd around him, play defensively, try and hold on until you see an opportunity to use the Ash Arrow. Remember the basic strengths that carry over through the rework. Still, the amazing long-range engage potential for the Ash Arrows if somebody's out of position. Incarnation, though, he's got no summoners. He's toast.
Ridiculous. Oh my, he doesn't even stand a chance to get to the Lantern that time. Comes up and he goes back down. Dignitas is really starting to work off of the mid lane from Cloud9 right now, and it looks like they have an opening to start moving in the jungle. Kobe, once they start denying the blues, this is going to get so much harder.
Yep, they've already shown that they can start with the dive chain. The two low mobility targets, Ashe and Kog'Maw, because Dignitas got such a good early lead, all they have to do is continue to bully these two low mobility champions. They've set up complete vision inside the jungle. A Zingy can come out of nowhere. There's almost no safe spot for Cloud9 now. Zingy can drop over from pretty much any wall.
See if the poke can still help them get back into this game. Against Team Solo Mid, we didn't have a high kill score game, and this isn't extreme, but Dignitas has capitalized on a lot more than in that C9 TSM game.
Yeah, and I like how Zingy is maxing his slingshot. First, some people, like Meteos, in some occasions do like to max the W for harder farming, but to really snowball, since they got such a good early lead, max slingshot 100% first, so that you can get those really long bombs.
So looks like Core JJ finally getting some attack speed in there. I like the Bloodthirster first build. He was able to go a little aggressive in that early part of the game. We saw definitely helping the team to get themselves some advantages in the top lane, shutting down Sneaky and Lemon Nation. Azingi still doing well for the game, got himself a few more kills at 3-0-3. Been down CS, but that's only because Meteos is trying to stay in the jungle. He can't really get to his lanes fast enough. 18 minutes coming up on the clock. Third Dragon should be in a little bit, as we saw Gamsu able to steal that last one away from the clutches of Cloud9. And I'm sure they're kind of wondering right now, you know, what calls do we make? This is all on Meteos. High had sometimes been in these situations, and you resort back to, oh, we just go back to what we did in that situation. Meteos has to pull now from nowhere.
Obviously, the hardest situation to be in is when you're behind. The true test of a shot caller, trying to manufacture a victory when behind. They are really far behind right now, so there's a lot more pressure. You know, there's a lot more things to look at for Cloud9 because there are so many more wrong moves to make than right moves. Really, they have to be patient. They do have, again, the long-range Ash Arrow to try and capitalize on a mistake. So basically, Cloud9 are hoping for a positional error from Dignitas. Looks like they are going to go for a zero rage bar Gamsu.
Yeah, Narbar just went down. Good call there, Kobe. And it looks like he may actually have the rest of the cavalry here. New challenger's approach to this fight. Ball's still tanky. Good bounce out from Azingi to kind of disrupt the fight long enough for Shifter to get there. Very nicely played by the rest of the team. They were just kind of buying time as well as getting as much damage done. Get out of that one alive.
A great escape for Cloud9. However, a risky move to go for in the first place. Because they don't have any vision past their own jungle, you can tell they're really looking for some way to claw their way back into this game. And your affinity for risk goes way up when you're behind because you know you have to make some sort of play to get back in the game. That one not working out though. Barely able to escape.
Oh, he jumped. Got him right in mid-jump. Unfortunately, no follow-up there, but still able to harass a bit and at least sweep that out as soon as it's put down. So no trinket coming in for Gamsu in the top lane. Sneaky's been here farming in the bottom. He feels a little bit of the love, though. Whoa! Oh, they're going to fully cut him off. He was going for a slice the pie technique, but it doesn't look like
Kiwi Kid looking for the clothesline.
It did not work.
That doesn't work that way.
Trial and error, though. Now he knows. All right, so Core JJ now able to deny a little bit of resource here. Not too much. They don't get the kill, but they're going to try to get away with something. 30 seconds on Dragon. They make sure they have vision coverage of that. And I'm sure it could just be Core JJ if they wanted to run this one down.
Yeah.
And control the map.
Definitely like the neutral objective control from Dignitas. This is one area where they have had troubles in the past. Going for early Barons before they really need to. They have such easy control of Dragon because they're so far ahead right now. And since they got one fairly early, they can just stack these up. That'll be number 3. We can stop showing the full-length Hawk shots, by the way. Really, it's something that depends on the early game. And obviously, Hawk shot is much, much stronger in competitive play than it is in solo queue because of the fact that you coordinate it with your ward drops as well as all the information communicated from your teammates, and it all comes together. Here we go. Cloud9 though, top lane shove. They want to try and get something for that Dragon on the other side of the map. Chased off by a couple members of Dig though, and Cloud9 once again come away empty-handed in the trade.
I think there's a common let's play safe still coming from Dignitas here in their comms. Everything they're doing never turns into being tunneled, never turns into overextending, and they're just protecting everything. Gamsu stayed safe in the top lane, 174 to 165 there, while the rest of the team has done great around the map. He's not trying to force anything there. Dignitas working real well here on day 2. Looks like they could come up with a win if they can keep this consistent. You know, Cloud9 still has a few fights to go through with a 5v5. We'll see if that can pull them back into the game. Waiting for that arrow. Waiting for maybe a flank from Meteos. It's going to be tough, though. This far behind.
Yep. So they're trying to scrape together more money for Kog'Maw and Ashe. Funneling as much CS as they can into those 2 carries. Balls himself has been trying to stack up on Maokai. He's got the Righteous Glory at least, so there is follow-up for the Ash Arrow. The possibility of a teleport play is greatly diminished when you lose so much map control early on, because obviously your ward line is going to be much closer to home. So it's really hard to pull those plays off. That's why he hasn't gone for home guard upgrade, just going raw tank stats. And it's really going to be a fairly defensive. Oh.
Forces the flash. Box goes down. A lot of things being used in defense here. Meteos goes for the first offensive play of this fight, and it looks like they actually make it. Kiwi Kid, that's going to be a bounce house right inside the fight. Here comes Core JJ from the outside. Hurricane's finished on him as well. He's going to start spitting out some damage, and it looks like Gamsu still going hard, gets a wallop onto Lemon Nation and drops him down. If Core JJ can get back into range, he may be able to get a few more. Meteos curves himself outside and gets around that death. So Lemon Nation and balls go down. I don't know if they have enough to take down this Baron.
Yeah. Man, even with a really strong 4-on-1 start to the fight, Cloud9 don't have the firepower to pull it off. Sneaky's going for the hero steal.
They saw him coming around.
All right, Meteos does have smite ready. He's going in. No, he's not.
Oh, you got me. Wow, so Dignitas able to pull that one off and get themselves out alive. Very nicely done to kind of keep these fights going. Zingy knowing his potential, and then Kiwi Kid knowing how far he can go. Like I said, they're not tunneling. They're taking the fights that they know.
Yeah, so you can see how far away Kalista is right now. So this is kind of a good start for Cloud9. They get DPS down onto the tanks, but man, that knockup from Zingy into the knockup from Kalista. Once everybody from Dignitas arrives, they pretty much melt Cloud9. Sneaky even had good position up over on the Krugs on the other side of the wall, but Dignitas just too far ahead at this point. And when you can combo those double knockups, got plenty of time for Gamsu to teleport in, even without Narbar prepped. He was able to charge it up during the fight to chase off Cloud9.
Real quick leg. A lot of Nars have been playing that a lot better and not giving a team the chance to play around the bar. They're just able to make it happen immediately. One of the reasons we kind of saw Nar fall away. Those teams would just walk away from the situation, but when the situation continues itself due to all of that engage, Dignitas has come up with win after win. Now 25 minutes in, a third dragon to them that they had already picked up before that engage we just saw. Another one in 2 minutes, possibly theirs at 10-3 now. Pretty good gold lead of 8,000 is what they're working with. Looks like could head towards the top lane and start to split this a little bit and really start to spread Cloud9 thin. It's getting tough for them to even be able to come back in this.
Very, very tough. This would definitely be up there as far as
so gold is at.
Comebacks.
There's 1,100 right now into Incarnation, so not too many spike items are going to be in his inventory anytime soon, especially since they're not the one taking down the turrets. Cloud9 has yet to drop a turret of Dignitas's right now as they pressure up the map and look now for inhibitor turrets. The last second tier in the mid lane, or in the bottom lane, I should say.
Yep. If Cloud9 can come back, man, this is a really good test of just how strong late game Kog'Maw and Ashe are.
Yeah.
Because if they pull off this comeback, then there's a hook. But they've also got Fate's Call. All right.
So quickly saved, and such an easy decision to not take that fight for Dignitas as they move out. Playing with a very sturdy head down their shoulders this game.
A Zingy, by the way, 80% kill contribution from the jungle Zac. Really making the game. He got the early lead for them. Didn't allow them to utilize Ashe early on. He ganked Ashe before she even had Hawkshot. A lot of early pressure from a Zingy. Good early jungle path from him to get up there and capitalize on their kill duo lane, which, by the way, they've had trouble finding the right lane swaps, Dignitas. They did a really good job of actually calling the lane swap, getting Kalista Nautilus into that lane, and punishing Ashe's lack of a dash.
More than once as well. Got good help in that duo from Core JJ and Kiwi Kid on his Grom. Had a little bit faster of a jungle and made sure he gave that help back. He said, you guys help me, I'll scratch your back.
That's the other thing. A Zingy starting on the Gromp and knowing that Lemonation saw him at the Gromp, Lemonation would assume that a Zingy would end his jungle path on the other side of the map.
That's
not
true.
Come straight back to gank their lane. But he did.
But he did. So They're going to get another Dragon as well. So this one does go uncontested, and that puts the pressure on for Aspect of the Dragon. Number 5 in 6 minutes here if Dignitas want to pressure it. C9 will have to respond. All objectives have been Dignitas's this game, and not a turret yet going over to Cloud9. It seems to be something that's happening now to teams. Just can't get these turrets. Dignitas felt it yesterday. They want someone else to feel what it's like to not get a turret.
Looks like they are well on their way to that goal. And up top to try and break the final few hits on the inhibitor turret.
One more. Oh, it's going to be the attack. TV. Take that turret down first. Great eyes from Core JJ to pull the support out and keep it on that turret, but I don't think he had enough eyes to find the rest of the team. The Bloodthirster in there, able to help him and build him right back up as the front line is keeping everyone else off of him. Core JJ only had to deal with balls, and now he is on the inhibitor with the rest of his team, and now they're going to be going for even more.
Whew. What a heartbreaking interaction there. Balls with Core JJ.
I thought they got themselves into trouble trying to do too much there. A little too close, trying some chances, but they chanced it correctly.
Kamsu on the front line, though. Azingi on the front line. They didn't allow Incarnation to get off one of his ultimates to finish Core JJ. Kept him tied up, pressuring Sneaky. Good job there by Dignitas to follow through with the mid-game pressure. A very, very strong
Catch them when they don't expect it. Oh, they'll go for the turret. Instantly, Incarnation is hit.
Yep, there's the Fates call back in. Re-engage. Knock up there.
So low. What's he get? Down.
Sneaky gets annihilated.
He's got about 20, 30 HP there. Ooh. Holy moly.
Well, maybe Incarnation could have gotten another one off, because Sneaky was actually the one who got hit with the Gnar. They pretty much focused Sneaky with the Vlad as well as Gnar in that fight, and took him down very quickly. All right, from now on, it should be a lot easier for Dignitas to finish this off. They've got the single inhibitor down, inhibitor down. They should be able to grab Baron as well when that pops up. They've got plenty of map control. And then, as Marcel said, very impressive game here from Dignitas. Core JJ showing why Kalista banned or first picked every single game.
Yeah.
And his hands also deadly.
Definitely liking this composition from them more with the Nautilus than with the Annie. And it seems to be working out for them better as well, too. Instead of having Kiwi Kid really rely on all those flashes to get in, he can kind of just Nautilus his way in like he likes to. He doesn't have a prerequisite for it this time other than having Q up, really. And it's been working out for him very well. 13-4 right now against Cloud9. They cannot seem to right the wrongs here within this game. And honestly, Dignitas isn't giving them enough time. They've been doing different things each time. That last one to trick C9 under their own turret and take it out during the fight. Just playing small edges that they have. It's been working out very well. Already over a 10,000 gold lead. They go for second Baron in the game. And the next Dragon is going to be their Aspect as well. So Cloud9 has to put their foot down at some point here.
All right. I don't know. I don't know what you commit to this. I guess just one person try and go for a steal.
Meteos just kind of hanging out while he took the Lantern, so it's going to be a fight on the outside of the pit. Incarnation in a bad spot at the right time for Dignitas. The Acathian surprise could take down a Zingy. He hops away, though, and he's able to stay alive. Gamsu now on the front line. Sneaky can't turn around, but only to Arrow, rather. And it is going to still be the follow-up. Shifter with the Ghost on, looking to just dance the pool around. He's like, can I go through the wall? I can't slide under it. I'm going to have to go around.
Go Mini Zach. He's in keychain form.
He is, actually.
All right, so that's going to
the team.
That's probably going to be the game here for Dignitas. With Baron buff, running straight up towards the bottom lane. Already has minion wave. There you go. Nope, they're going to head mid instead.
Wow, a dismantling of the Cloud9 composition this time. Definitely working off pretty much a tempered Incarnation in the mid lane who can't get off anything in these fights with the team. Dignitas doing a very nice job of keeping priorities in order. The objectives are all theirs. They still have yet to lose a turret, and now they are knocking on the last door of the inhibitor turret to the base of C9. It's going to be the inhibitor as well. What a game so far. Is Dig coming up on 60,000 gold here 32 minutes in. They're going to exit the base with all inhibitors down for Cloud9.
Whew, they're going to let him stew in it for a while.
Yeah.
We have soundly beaten you. Deal with it.
Deal. the glasses go on.
That is, always a... And
Retracted.
Right. Yeah, they're going to take the blue buff on the way out, too, just to make sure Incarnation does not get blue buff. They don't want Kog'Maw to pull off any sort of shenanigans. Late game Kog'Maw does have a tendency to pull out miraculous plays.
It's kind of been the way that teams can quickly get at this Incarnation Kog'Maw pick. If you're not going to take him out in lane, make sure he doesn't get blues. It's kind of even something that looks like C9 wanted to focus to him, with Meteos not requiring those himself on Rek'Sai. So not having those to start any of these fights mean Dignitas is always full health when they enter in. Maybe an Ashe arrow stops them for a second, but Zingy can still close the gap.
I still think Ashe is ridiculously strong.
But
Dignitas did the perfect job of preying on her weakness and making Cloud9 pay for it.
Yesterday, seeing Doublelift play it, every time the arrow was up, it was shot closely from the Fog of War to start a fight, whether it was in mid, whether it was a side lane, and really Sneakies have been in defense or kind of cross map to stop a fight that he's not in. C9 is not getting those chances with the way Team Dignitas is playing, and now 15-4. They look to knock down the Nexus turrets here. Waves coming in on each side, and they're just waiting for the final one here from the bottom lane. Looks like they're going to help it get in just a little bit faster with that Baron buff on the minions, and the first Nexus turret is going to go down. Lemon Nation now follows the next Nexus turret, quickly going down. Aspect of the Dragon isn't even necessary. Dignitas not allowed to get a turret yesterday. Do the same thing to Cloud9 at 33-20 in the game. Dignitas takes down Cloud9.
Woo, yeah, in stylish fashion too.
Very, very stylish fashion. Team Dig showing some strength here on day 2. Day 1 didn't shake them up too much at all. They knew there were some mistakes, and they did not let them affect their game 2 play. Rico did not look happy yesterday on the screen. We saw him a bigger smile today. Much bigger smile. Turn that frown upside down, he says.
Yeah, definitely. Congratulations to Team Dignitas. Well executed game plan, and they did not falter either towards the mid game, towards the late game. They took their really, really big early game lead, drove it home. 4 minutes.
Oh, the hugs. Don't get yourself in trouble now. You're breaking the white line. All right, he's back across the line. We're okay. So, a great game by Dig. A lot of the fans hope to see this happen over and over again for them. And Cloud9 to kind of reassess what's going on with the team. They did falter a little bit at the beginning of the spring split, so no huge worries for the team there. But some things to iron out, as expected, with Incarnation coming into the mid lane.
Yeah, and again, they've gone back to the Kog'Maw pick 2 times in a row. Kog'Maw is the champion that has a weaker laning phase and is all about the late game.
True.
But they were not able to get there. They really struggled to get there the first time around, and this time, not even close.
Wondering that Ashe pick would go through and all the way to Sneaky. But it looks like that's what they wanted. A Zingy was right to the top lane. They got that duo to work out very well.
Get a kill lane, Kalista Nautilus.
Right.
Early jungle pressure.
Yep, and like we saw Dexter tweeting in the middle of the game there, the combination of the Fate's call over and over again. Once in the top lane used where we saw Core JJ face check a brush. We're like, this could be bad. His team was already on the way up. He had the Bloodthirster shield. He knew what the deal was, and they were working things way before Cloud9 could even see them happening. They had the vision. Like you said, that's big for the Zac game. And Zingy came up big finally on his Zac. He's been picking it over and over again. Sometimes works.
Made it look good this time.
Made it look really good this time. So strong play from Team Dignitas here to come out on day 2, especially against Cloud9 after a great win over TSM that really made them feel good. I'm sure Meteos is kind of kicking himself a little bit. He'll be able to look at this game and say, this is where I should have made this call and this, because this is where you can fix stuff, right? If you're winning all the time, usually you don't know why. It's just like, yeah, shit's working out. We're 25-3 this season because we picked the good champs. That's what C9 would usually say.
Lose some games at the beginning of the season so you get experience shot calling from behind.
There you go. That's how it happens. So we've got Team Dignitas' support standing by with chat on stage.
Thanks, Riv. Kiwi Kid, yesterday till today, yesterday you didn't kill a turret. Today you didn't have a turret given up on your own side. What changed overnight for you guys?
I told Zingy to stop hesitating because sometimes he hesitates too much on his plays, and I think that's like actually been one of the biggest like detriments to our team. Because like I think I just was too hard on him before, like, and then if he messed up, I think I was too hard, and that's my fault. Like, I think I was just being a bad teammate, and I was like, hey, like, do what you think is good. And then ever since then, well, I guess it's only one game, so I don't really want to say.
It's a good start.
Yeah,
it's a good start.
It's a good start. It's a good start. So I'm just gonna leave it at that. And our team as a whole started talking more, and no, we just had a clean game. And of course, like 2 to 3 kills in the laning phase is huge nowadays in this meta. I think it's because like items snowball so hard now, and people actually know how to snowball. And yeah, of course, 2 to 3 kills like really help early. Like it's actually really big. So I think that's why we're so confident this game.
All right, well, even taking it back to the champ select phase, even Zingy picked Zach again. He's pretty much the only person in the North American LCS to do that pick. In a world of Gragas's and Rek'Sai's and Sejuani's, he's still Zach, but it was super effective for him this game. Talk about that pick a little bit.
Yeah, Sejuani was still up, but he really likes Zach, and I think his gank patterns are really good on Zach. And actually, we've been using Zach a lot against Thresh because he's actually pretty good at canceling the Lantern. And actually, Nautilus Zach is a really good gank combo. And I know it's like not really viable to rely on ganks in this meta, but I know we did, so it worked out.
Well, definitely a good start with this game. The COG game was a completely different story, wildly inconsistent from day to day. What will you guys be doing this next week to prepare for week 2 now that you're 1-1 after week 1?
I'm going to do a lot more research on 1v2s, not just 1v2s, but team comps, because I think I have the 1v2 pretty much down, but it's just some team comps, you need to play the 1v2 in a different way. And even though there's a textbook manner, which I like to play it, I need to be ready to adapt in as a team as well.
All right, well, thank you very much, Kiwi Kid. Congratulations on the victory today. Very lopsided for you guys, so it must feel good. Let's send it over to the analyst desk for a breakdown of the game.
Thank you, Jat. 1-0 start here for Dignitas. Got to feel good after defeating Cloud9 today, who in turn beat TSM yesterday. You know, looking at how they did this, I have to say, tipping my cap to a Zingy in this game. For me, the MVP on Dignitas. His pressure around the map in the early game was absolutely stellar. Focused that Ashe that Kobe hates so much.
Yeah, and this one's so impressive, not just because he sort of predicts the flash, but this elastic slingshot will land regardless of whether or not Ashe actually flashes here. He leads as though he walks it, but also managed to land the edge in terms of the flash. So very incredibly well aimed. The only way Sneaky jukes that is by walking basically sideways or backwards, which just gets him killed.
Yeah, my favorite part of this is they've put the bush, they've got the sentinels going back and forth, they have the pink ward in there. Zingy, he keeps coming top lane, and this is the lane that you should shut down. It's an immobile Ashe, you have gank assistance from a slow from Rend, you also have so much CC in the Nautilus's kit, and on top of that, if you shut this Ashe down, there's no other threat on the team except for an AP Kog'Maw that needs time to ramp up, and if you are like gonna keep being proactive, before the Kog'Maw gets to those item spikes, before he gets to that level 16, you're going to run away with the game, and they counter-built him too. Kiwi Kid was saying items are very snowball-y right now. They definitely seem to be in that matchup when you have one AD threat that's shut down and then an AP Kog'Maw that needs tons of resources, and then you build like all these Spirit Visage, you're like, oh, we got Aegis of Legion, lock it very early on. So there was pretty much no threat there, and they started diving turrets very early on.
Yeah, that's the cool thing about having multiple tanks in the team, right? And it was so impressive too, like the coordination between Kiwi Kid and Core JJ as well, where the Nautilus would play overly aggressive. He'd start fights with his body, tank 2 turret shots, knowing that Core JJ is going to pull him right back out, and the fight is started. And the whole like advantage of this turret as a defensive structure is basically nullified because you just have it target switch, and then more stuns come out.
Callista, man, it's turret dive done easy at that point.
I mean, I think what Kiwi Kid said there, in that a couple kills early can swing that lane so heavily. We saw the forced double Dorans there for Ashe, the early Bloodthirster for the Callista, which is already an earlier item spike. So delaying the eye edge even further, picking up the Bloodthirster, and then level 2 boots made it such a huge uphill battle for Cloud9. Now, when we look at Cloud9, though, Incarnation, second day, playing Kog'Maw on the stage, without as much pressure onto that mid lane as he did with his matchup against Bjergsen, seemed to find more success, was up in CS at 10 minutes as opposed to down 40 CS. So a little bit, maybe some good news to take away for Cloud9 in that sense from this game?
There's two things to think about with that one. So one, easier matchup, and second, easier opponent and easier opponent team. Right, there's much less mid focus as well. So like a lot of things set up for Incarnation to do well. We also watched him a lot less this game. So like in terms of unforced errors, we
saw that cannon minion.
We saw
that cannon minion queue. So, but yes, I think Incarnation generally is going to settle in better over time. In this game, he was, I think, like the best performing player on his team in the first 10 minutes. Like highest CS was actually winning his lane. That's not a lot to go off of. Certainly, C9 still has a lot of room to go. And if we also expand past Incarnation, Meteos said yesterday, I don't know how to shot call. Thank you. I was going to say shout cast. That's wrong.
He could shout call, though.
He's bad
shout
at
call as well.
casting from behind. He's also bad at shot calling from behind. So yeah, I mean, we're seeing C9. Unfortunately, Summer split that goes to Worlds, and Meteos has stuff to learn, Incarnation has stuff to learn, and of course we saw their opponents getting better over time. Dignitas putting their lineup together, playing even better now in Summer split.
And you were talking about the Kog'Maw pick there. I actually don't really like that pick here. First off, because there's so much backline access from Dignitas, they're going to reach that Kog'Maw with the Gnar, with the fact they have Zac as well, and then Novelist just pointing and clicking on him. There's a lot of backline access that he didn't have to deal with previously. And then on top of that, it's not something that's able, and especially the way that the game played out, you're not able to really roam on Kog'Maw. You need to stay in the lane and farm, and the game got out of hand very early on. So in this situation, it was not that great of a pick, but that's in hindsight.
Sure, I think it's hard to pick champions betting that you don't get down 5,000 in laning phase, certainly.
Is Zingy going to gank top and I need to roam? It's like,
right. But you're right in terms of the whole backline access thing. Like, Kog'Maw does have very good wave clear. Like, he's theoretically a pretty good turtle sort of champion. I don't want to blame it on the Cogs, certainly. I want to pretty much say it was all Dignitas finding a lot of really good games in a row.
Absolutely.
They super deserve this win.
Although I would be happy to say that given the fact that they saw a fair amount of this backline access, choosing two immobile carries both in Ashe and Kog'Maw is risky when you've shown so far in this split that your team is not able to secure early leads, right? Yeah. The trend now for C9 is to go down early. Another thing that supports that is the idea that they have not yet secured a dragon this split in two games, right? 5 yesterday, 4 today. That is worrisome as well. The fact that they're, at the moment, it seems like their focus needs to be getting out of lane phase. They can't even begin to think about the global objectives. And I'm not entirely sure how they're going to repair that if they can't deal with the lane pressure.
Yeah, so there's a couple things about that. So one, right, we can go back to the Incarnation point. He's still nervous on stage. He said as much actually in in-game chat to me before the game started. He's like, I'm still a bit nervous today. Balls has been not the same top laner he was back in like 2013, early 2014. He's not bad, but he's no longer like the best top laner NA, right? He's winning his lane much less frequently now. Meteos has better competition here as well. It's really Sneaky and Elimination who are like the typical lane winners. And those are the guys who carried them in the TSM match as well. Sneaky and Lemon were doing awesome. And here they got wrecked by some really good play by Dignitas. Suddenly, yeah, this early laning phase you're talking about, this roughness for C9, there are no bright points anymore.
All right, well, maybe some rethinking for Cloud9 to do when it comes to champion select and getting through that early game, but a fantastically played game on the side of Dignitas here, picking up a win, going one-on-one on the week. We're going to patch up the Nexus for our next Rumble on the Rift. Team Impulse versus Counter Logic Gaming. You're watching the North American LCS.
And act as a team. If one of your teammates is not talking, is feeling down, hype him up.
They feel like if it's getting stolen, he doesn't have enough protection in the mid lane, and it's going to be right. It can't be a surprise.
I'm back. Okay, back. Kite. I'm Mega. Okay, let's go. Mega. Okay. Help Gamsu. Gamsu. Coming. Okay, back.
That turret, but I don't think he had enough eyes to find the rest of the team. The Bloodthirster in there, able to help him and build him right back up. Good takedown of Zingy. He hops away, though, and he's able to stay alive. Gamsu now on the front line. Sneaky can't turn around, but only to Arrow, rather. Dignitas takes down Cloud9.
Welcome back to the 2015 North American Summer Split. Now, before we take a look at our next game, Impulse versus CLG, we're going to face check the Twitter scene. Today, we're talking about Team Pride and wanted you to share how you show your LCS support. Our first comes from @Thorn719, who's got a jacket, Cloud9 jacket, and tattoo. You know, for when the jacket's in the wash. Well, that is commitment there, sir. Good on you for that one. Then one fan has put their artistic skills to good use with a drawing of Team Impulse. I like it. That's a lot of eyes, cool. Though. That's like a little, they're all staring at
I like
me.
you can actually tell the difference just by looking at their eyes, which person it is.
That's very tell by the fact that they're in also roll order.
Yeah.
Also that. Finally, @Cadu out sending this pic of his cosplay, Cloud9 Lucian. I mean, this is sweet. He also recently did Echo as well. So if you haven't seen that, check that out because it is sick.
How do we leak the splash art for the championship? Like C9 wins Worlds and the Lucian skin comes out. This is like time traveling already.
That's it. All right, I like it. So we're predicting the results of Worlds.
I'm glad Jack's here to put an extra space between us now.
That's not what I meant.
I think Freak just predicted Cloud9 to win Worlds.
That's exactly what happened. He put your bid in just now. All right. Thank you to everyone who sent in pictures. Or if you haven't yet, it's not too late. So tweet @LolEsports and use the hashtag LCS. But let's shift gear with our next match, Team Impulse versus Counter Logic Gaming. These are two teams that bring very different personalities to their games. So get ready for a battle of chaos versus order, gentlemen.
Yeah, and I mean, yesterday, CLG, they played an incredibly clean game against Dignitas, who just also played a great game against Cloud9. So that kind of speaks well to CLG's power level right now. They didn't give up a single turret. And I'm really looking forward to that because Team Impulse, they play a lot more fast and loose, and they often win by team fighting again and again. So the team that imposes their style, whether it be CLG with the rotations and turret pushing, or Impulse forcing fights when the other team doesn't want to, it's likely going to be the team that wins here.
And I think we're going to see both teams try to exert that very early on. You're going to see Rush making early moves and CLG possibly trying a lane swap and then trying to get that advantage early on because they're going to try to set the tempo first. And whoever gets that jump is really going to have the upside here. And TIP yesterday, going on their performance, they pulled out 4 new champions and they performed on them. And they've had a mixed history of performing. We've seen Impact Yasuo yesterday was really good. Last time he pulled out a new champion, it was like Morgana top lane. Really good success on that champion. So the fact he's able to whip out these things and he's able to perform on stage with them is a blessing to TIP. Because on the other side, we have Rush. Like Rush yesterday, he had a 91% kill participation on Evelynn. Last time he tried to whip out a new champion, it was like Sejuani in the playoffs. And that did not go well for this team. No. So they have a mixed bag when trying new things. And yesterday was a good sign for them of things to come.
And I'm really excited for this series, or this game, I should say, just because of how darn good, like, all these players are. Like, you go down the roster and you're like, Impact, like, probably by far the best top laner in the NALCS, and Zion Spartan, who's probably top 3 for himself by far. You've got Rush, who is, I think, clearly the best mechanical jungler here in the NALCS, and Smithy is also a very mechanics-heavy driven player. They're both like big Lee Sin mains. That's going to be explosive. You got Rush Hour bot lane in here. Like, there's so many like wonderful household names doing battle that, like, regardless of whichever style happens, the team fight is going to be super fun to watch because you have some of the very best players in the region in this game.
And the thing for me when the team fights do break out is how is Pobelter going to hold up on this CLG, newest member to this roster? Mm-hmm. How's he going to perform in these team fights and mesh with them when TIP, all they do is basically team fight, so they know each other's ins and outs?
All right, well, both of these teams starting 1-0. One of them's got to win, one of them's got to lose. We'll find out as we send it to our caster desk for the call. Doublelift explains that Impulse is one of the league's biggest wildcards and has gotten the attention of all of the top teams.
I think everyone has their eye on Tip. Even the really top teams like Cloud9 and TSM, they're always eyeing Tip because they do a lot of really smart stuff that other teams don't do. I guess they're a threat, yeah. I'm not like super scared of them, but they're one of those teams that can take a game off anybody.
I wouldn't have expected any less from Doublelift. I'm not afraid of them. That's exactly what Doublelift says about everybody.
You have to keep your eye on them because their style is so fast-paced. If you have a quick tempo team like that, then just one small mistake early game, they rush you down.
And it's more than one of their players that can make that happen as well. It's not the full team that needs to take care of that mistake. Let's check out the teams with a roster rundown. On the blue side, it's going to be Team Impulse. That's Impact in the top lane, Rush in the jungle, Xiao Zhao in mid, AD carry is Apollo, and Adrian at support.
And on the red side, it's Counter Logic Gaming. Up top, Zion Spartan in the jungle at Smithy, mid Pobelter, AD carry Doublelift, and support Aframu.
sure they saw the Yasuo play yesterday from Impact. I'm sure they're not too worried about it, but they know there are tricks up the sleeve. Science?
Yasuo is science. For Team Impulse, they've got the 2 main Yasuo players.
Down to a
for North
science,
America.
you could say.
Definitely have that. The Bomby Cinder pickup, an Impact special. I was talking to all the other top laners, and they're like, not really sold on it. But he gets it every game in solo queue when he plays top Yasuo. So I like it. That's some magic damage.
Magic damage. A little bit more power for you. And Impact's really good at pretty much using any edge he can get in the lane.
So they are a bit wary of the full assassin dive squad. They don't want to let Xiao or Impact grab an assassin like Fizz and Snowball on them.
Wouldn't be surprised to see this last one, Alistar as well from Impulse, but that'd be a lot of focus for the Moo. Could be something they pick for themselves, but they did ban his Bard.
Fizz ban.
And Fizz ban as well.
I wonder if they'll ban another assassin. Because LeBlanc is a very, very powerful AP assassin as well. Ooh. Okay, so this is actually very common. Impulse, they continually ban Gargus. They banned it yesterday on blue side, which could have been, hey, we don't want you to first pick that. Now I've got confirmation. Impulse, Rushes does not want to play Gragas. They don't want to first pick it. They don't, they're going to ban it on blue side as well. The immediate Alistar pickup, a very big takeaway from Aframu to support that ban that they have with Bard as well.
So Ashe gets left up for another game as well. We'll keep
Kalista, another first-round pick.
And Kalista gets the first round, right?
Not gonna be banned. First pick.
Liking the power she brings to the lane. Smithy is going to go with the Sejuani this time. Bring those Scrim ults into the stage. 35 seconds on the clock for Impulse. Hey, now. I gotta get mine. I don't have to do anything for the rest of the season now.
COG, they said so many times they have confidence in Smithy. He landed Sedults and Scrims. He's a really strong mechanical player. They keep on saying these things. They obviously have the confidence in him to go back to the champion.
Absolutely.
You had one bad game. It's not that big a deal. It was a pretty big deal, but they do have the confidence that he can go back to it.
Here we go. We get the Evelyn Kobe, and the Hecarim is going to be in the top lane. We'll see. Should go with the Smite. We saw Gamsu playing the Ignite Hecarim just yesterday, but Impact probably go for that Bomby again and get himself big in the Cinder Hulk.
Yeah, I actually prefer Ignite Hecarim against Kalista. Because of the fact that you want to get you want to spike early, you want to have the damage to, you're right, one-shot that Kalista. Just smash her in the back lane. Don't give her a chance to deal damage to you. You won't need challenging smite if you kill her immediately. And that's what you have to do because she lifesteals and she kites you.
We just saw that happening last game as well from Core JJ. Down to about 20 HP and kept himself alive on that Kalista, so it definitely is possible. The last two picks to come in for Team Impulse here. They're only seeing 4 members of CLG, Gnar and Thresh being those last 2 pickups. So a pretty well-rounded team here from Chronologic Gaming. Nothing surprising. What can Impulse do? Give them that self with the edge. Maybe the Diana? We saw Xiao doing a bit of that. Definitely taking their time, that's for sure. LeBlanc actually being left up through very few of the ban phases, this being one of them.
Yeah, so far, CLG have, well, yeah, they're picking Gnar early first pick, and, nope, they had it after. Okay, never mind. So, anyway, CLG, they've got the slower starting jungler. So, all of the early moves here, I'm going to be looking at Rush. You can even invade very early with Evelyn as well, and harass Sejuani, make her life that much more painful. Ah, there's the sustained damage. They lock it in. Shurima for CLG is going to provide the late game AP damage. And double lift hopping around should be enough as far as the AD. There is the LeBlanc as well. I mentioned as the other assassin. They banned out Fizz and Yasuo. But basically, the most common thread here for Impulse, Sivir. They could get all move speed, and they can rush towards you, blow up a target.
Have great positioning in the team fights, and it's something that Impulse loves to do. Even if they lose one, you'll see them come back and pretty much be in another team fight right after getting out of the base.
Ever since Apollo stopped playing Graves, Sivir's been his most common. Back to the champion over and over and over. It's perfect for the team. It's perfect for Hecarim. You like to give him extra damage with the speed. And it's just their style of zerging people down. Works really well.
Fly and Zixlol to get a quick handshake in. Also getting the Alistar away from Alphamu. And still on to Adrian, who loves his engages. He's a Leona player. He knows what going in is all about. And the time has come once again to go live. So head over to Twitter and vote on the outcome of this game.
If you think Team Impulse are going to win with their impulsive playstyle, send that hashtag chaos in to win. Or if you think CLG's more methodical approach and more objective-oriented gameplay will carry the day, send that hashtag order in to win.
That's right. We'll see what happens here. What do you like, Kobe? Chaos or order? You're a jungler, so you like order in the beginning and then chaos.
So I really do enjoy chaotic games. However, I've had so many games this week that have just been about team fighting that I would like to see how they deal with an objective-oriented game. Because we've had plenty of blood for the day. Let's see how we do with some rotations, as they say.
Of blood indeed. Well, there'll be a little bit of fear and unexpected by the Eve already. Rush likes to be in the enemy's jungle, and he can do so even more now. Got a little sound off the boomerang from Zion Spark. A good catch on the way back around. It looks like they're going to be able to stay safe on this and at least stop Rush from getting an early ward in that would have been towards Raptors.
Well, the dual lane successfully got all the way top without being scouted. So even though CLG are going in for deep wards, they're very late deep wards, and Impulse have already gotten their dual lane up to the top side. See if they can escape the wrath of Double Lift and Aframu on the Kalista Thresh combo. Now, that being said, a Sivir Alistar lane is a very, very solid lane. They can be very defensive because Alistar is a strong bodyguard. Sivir with a spell shield. They can repel ganks fairly well. But just the power
Hoping
of
that would
Thresh
be
Kalista is extremely intimidating.
Looks like we are going to get matched up here. Not going to see Rush.
Can't see me.
He's going to hatch that thing before it goes away.
Look at this ward, baby. So Evelynn, greatest strength, able to bypass wards.
1, 2,
and
3,
here they
4.
come. They're going to collapse, find him on the blue.
Oh boy.
Take quite a bit of damage.
There's going to be some flashes burned here. Two-man pulverize coming in from Adrian. Double lift already over the wall. He should be safe on that side. And shouldn't be too much chase to come off of here as well. But CLG do not
Rush
get
got
the start
blue.
they want.
Rush got the babies.
Yeah.
Huge play there from Team Impulse. Such a risky, really late invade from CLG to go for the deep wards. They didn't commit to it really early on. Impulse were able to leave a ward behind. Plus, they already had their dual lane up top. Great collapse there from Impulse. They're already reaping the benefits of an Evelynn jungle. Because she's invisible, can work around those wards. Great collapse from the team. Impact as well.
Really big for the Evelynn play there. She was standing on a ward. Xiao Xiao taking that early damage as you would expect from an Azir. Does not make
Poe
it feel
Belter
good.
crushing that trade.
He wants it. Give me that gold, he says.
25.
Gets it. Siege wave here. It looks like he will start to back off a little bit, knowing Xiao Xiao has some minions to hide in this time with a quick distort. And even on the trade, a Q for a soldier, and Poe Belter rather is winning this.
Yeah.
Not gonna.
Saw an interview yesterday. Poe Belter did with Travis about their first day, and he was perturbed about people who didn't buy into the Poe Belter hype and didn't give him credit. Since he hasn't had success in LCS, he is definitely considers himself extremely strong mid lane player still, and he definitely has shown it. Great mechanics, already seeing it early on in lane. The timing there to interrupt the dash with his own, grab the shield as well, come out ahead in trades like that. Those are the small things that give you the power in mid lane, that give you the control. We always look at the after effects in these games. Oh yeah, he's got mid lane control, and they're able to do jungle pressure.
He's keeping the lane very safe as well, as we keep talking about him. Knowing that he can't push up too much. There it is from Adrian, kind of just waiting on it. See how much damage they actually trade through this one. And the focus stays onto Alphamu. Very nice from Apollo there.
Oh yeah.
Double lift having to stay on the farm rather than trading.
Great combo from Adrian, right out of the brush. Nice damage trade. Easy boomerang blade to Ryan over the top.
was just talking about Pole Belter. The Eve is still roaming around, so he can't just keep spitting out soldiers over at Xiao and push that lane up. Got to be careful as well. More aggression from Adrian, like we said. Very big Leona player, so getting on the Alistar almost means he can go in a little bit more as he gets those Triumphant Roar heals out every so often.
Yeah, and Rush already collecting the pink ward tax that comes along with playing against Evelynn. Green wards are fairly useless, so you have to invest heavily by pinks early on. Rush already found the first pink ward, killed it, and is able to pull off the invade. Xiao, since they were able to shove up that lane.
Steal the first blue.
Blue stolen away, 5 minutes, they'll have the timer. CLG can approximate the timer and get some more pink wards up later. But as of right now, entire bottom side of the map littered with wards. Rush has been able to secure Impact, a solid lane down bottom for the Hecarim. Up top though, not so much.
Ooh, not enough wards towards the top side of the map for Impulse. They've been getting aggressive, and Xmithie says we can make a play off of this with Aphromoo and Doublelift. They do so. Already 1 kill over to Double. However, he goes down in the fight, and they're going to give this one over to Xmithie. Very nicely done there to trade those over.
Yeah, the 2-for-1 plus the first blood as well. Bonus gold there for... Oh wait, CLG got the bonus gold, that's why.
Indeed.
Oh yeah, both of them. Back down bottom. Just farming along with Zion. Comfortable with the deep wards that they have.
Not too bad. He's found a way to get a few CS lead to that bottom lane. We do have to remember that Zion was kind of up here with the team at Blue Buff when it started, and Impact was not, so it's kind of been even since Zion got to lane, to say. See if we get any pressure from Xmithie down towards the bottom lane as he makes his route down there. They already have vision on him from Xiao and Rush's last excursion into the jungle. They still have a few wards over there, so everything that CLG is going to try to do right now will be difficult. Adrian back to the top lane. Try to prevent another gank here from Xmithie. They already have pink wards out, which is good for them. You see that CLG, not too many wards until they can get the pinks. This really won't matter. There's an Eve on the map.
True. Sightstone has bone completed from Afro, though. Around the 7-minute mark, when you get that recall, it was a forced recall because they died, but Aphromoo able to get up his Sightstone, and he's going to go roaming to try and get some wards down. The dive forces a flash.
Trying to see what the movement on the minimap is. Nothing too big from either team here. Zion Spartan feels like he can stay in lane, easily jumping out without any crowd control coming out of these two champions.
See how close Xmithie is to that fabled level 6.
Chain miss. All right. Emperor's Divide goes out. Does Pole Belter have the move on his soldiers to get back into fighting range? Almost hitting Xiao. He hits up the elixir and he stays alive because he chugged it just the last second. A little bit of help coming in as well from Rush. Pulls off on the fight.
Yeah, 1v2 there. Pole Belter fends off the attackers. Almost grabs the kill there onto Xiao. But he's running barrier, not ignite.
Yeah.
Oh, Rush looking for a little sneaky kill here. Stop.
Got him. Agony's Embrace. Pole Belter flashes up, but he has nowhere to flash. Great move there by Rush to take that out.
Yeah, and he's going to run into Xmithie here. See how this turns out first.
Get the permafrost down.
W.
Adrian backside. Fate's Call's been brought in. Fate's Call is out. Xmithie could get out here. It hits Doublelift with the pulverize and the headbutt going in. They cannot get the kill onto Xmithie with a sliver of health here. And it looks like Apollo and Adrian may go down. Turn around here from Xiao. Another teleport actually coming in from Zion Spartan. Impact, actually Zion's seemed to be stopped in that situation, or he just went farther behind. Impact was already started is what it was, and Zion Spartan could actually not offer up any help. Does he decide to jump in and get out of this one? No, he does not. He's set back by Apollo in that situation. What chaos, Kobe. I think chaos is going to be taken over in this one so far.
You can hear the chants. The game pace going in TIP's favor. Now, all started out with Rush. By the way, the reason he was... let's take a look here. Never mind. we'll skip ahead to when he walks into Smith. Saves the W for all of the slows for Sejuani, then uses it to dodge the ultimate. As soon as you see that, you know Smithy's going to hear about that one. He does escape, though. Gets out. He must have had like single-digit HP there after Xiao Xiao's auto attack. He gets out, though he's going to circle around and come back because the teleports do come in. Xiao Xiao walks right through the box, gaining his invisibility. Gains health off of the heal from Apollo as well. And Impact runs straight past Afromoon because he's dead. In for the kill on double lift. And Smithy tries to lock him up, but without the ultimate, you can't lock him up under the turret. And Smithy just ends up going down as well after escaping so narrowly. CLG give back quite a lot of gold to Impulse as they play to the beat of their drum.
That's right. It's like nobody can figure out whether they want Chaos or Order to win. Just a few to the side of Order right now. It worked in the early game, but Chaos is starting to prevail. Good ult against the wall. They're just going to really do a wet noodle fight for the majority of this one, back and forth as they scratch each other's back. No kills to come out of the top lane without any jungler intervention, I don't think, coming in this game. See Blue going over to Pobelter in the mid lane. He's finally able to get one of those for himself, so can hopefully start pushing Xiao back, get himself to assist some of these other lanes.
Yeah, now he's got to really start worrying about the combos from Xiao. LeBlanc at this point, post level 6. As you can see, Pobelter really respecting it from Xiao, especially with that blue buff. Going to be able to pull off combos really quickly. Low cooldown ultimate from Xiao. He's going to be able to use that for harass over and over. You whittle him down until he gets to the kill point. But junglers are bottom right now, so.
Making sure they're safe. Seeing that ward placement makes Adrian question what the environment around them is about. So he just goes, make sure they don't have any trouble. Also giving Rush a little bit of help if he got caught there towards Scuttle. So a lot of teamwork here by Impulse.
Yeah, and you can see the effects of Evelynn just being in the game. All the lanes, well, except for top lane, playing very defensively. Rush looking for the invade. He's just going to chunk Smithy here. See if he can get some damage done. Got the better of the trade. But just Evelynn being on the map. Evelynn's whole point is early on, build very offensively. You're all about skirmish. You're about high impact short plays using your invisibility. Here comes the dive. Adrian should be the point man with the ultimate.
Oh, double lift couldn't get over to the lantern in time, and it was Xiao that pushed Pobelter into the mid lane first with the distortions and then headed to the bot lane. Good move by Impulse. Pobelter back to mid as it resets with the siege wave and should be able to get Dragon and make it back before they miss too much on the side of Impulse.
Yeah, we always talk about compositions that like to control the neutral objectives. Pretty much just Team Impulse loves those type of compositions, so they, as a team, like to do that as well. So early Dragon always big for Team Impulse. They usually run these short-range compositions, a lot of Sivir speed boost so that they can take advantage of teams if they do come out into the open field.
See if we can get an answer here from CLG. They already know they've been spotted out, but losing Dragon, losing bot lane, kind of just want to get something else here out of Impulse's jungle. Looks like it's only going to be some camps for now. Impact has already made the move to get himself to safety.
Deny as many CS as you can.
Yep.
The minion wave will group up on that last minion. Oh, he's coming back to push one more. Probably has to purchase. Oh, speaking of purchasing, the other thing that I dropped off after the rush play.
Do tell.
When he was waiting there as Pobelter was recalling, the reason you wait until the very last second is because you're preying on them being already in the item shop. And if they're not paying attention, if you wait till the very last second, then sometimes they won't react. It just makes it a bit easier to pick up those kills.
Catch him window.
Even though he saw no mana on Pobelter, he knew he had no summoner spells, and he's Evelynn, so he's got a speed boost, still waited till the very last second just to make it a bit easier and make sure he gets that kill.
It also feels terrible when you die that way.
Staring at the shop already? Yeah.
Staring at the shop, not knowing, and your team's yelling at you, hey, and you die.
I don't know if anybody just stares at their champion for a full duration of a recall all the time.
Some people don't stare at their champion when they're walking across the map. This is when we get pink boards walked over all the time.
True.
Many times that you avert your eyes and they need to be right in the center of the screen. 6-4. So far, Impulse has been able to find everything that they wanted, at least in this early game, to not fall behind. CLG was also able to pick up a few kills, but nobody with a real definitive lead. I'm sure the Dragon can still be challenged by CLG as it comes up for the second time here. We'll see what Impulse can do with Rush. He's been in the face of Xmithy a few times.
Zion.
Back and forth in this lane. It seems like Zion in mini form here, getting the hyper shots, is able to do a bit more damage than going into Gnar form. And he doesn't even have to get that one. Solo kill for Zion onto Impact.
You do not see that happen often. Solo kill on Impact. Black Cleaver was just completed for Zion, so that is the new Black Cleaver, stacking up the shred the entire duration of the fight. Now, the pink ward drop, can't be 100% sure if it was a misclick or if he was checking that Evelyn was already there. If you drop it on yourself, it's probably a misclick because she'll show herself in that range anyway. So it's a little bit unfortunate that Zion does lose his pink ward there. But there's a small chance that he was dropping it to cover his retreat and would see Evelyn if she was coming from behind him.
So, distribute blue over to Xiaowei Xiao. 139 to 130 in the mid lane. Quite even. Actually, across the lanes, really our biggest deficit comes between Apollo and Doublelift from those few kills in the early part of the game. Doublelift died 3 times, but he's also found himself 3 kills on top of that. Knowing he'd get big. The BF sword looks like it could be switched into that Bloodthirster, and his Hurricane is already on the way.
Yeah, CLG, they would love, according to our hashtags, to find a battle where they can actually set up beforehand, charge the Rage Bar for Gnar, and pull off either a teleport or even just set up as 5 to get a team fight where they can set up those battle lines and have a solid front line with Azir at the back, being able to use his ultimate to have another form of peel for Doublelift and not allow Impulse to get a flank. Impulse, they're all about that home guard teleport, the Evelyn flank, and the speed boost from Sivir to try and split up CLG and pick them off. CLG, as long as they stay disciplined, even though they are behind, in 5v5, they would have a...
Ooh, Rush taking half there. Death Sentence does not connect, but both teams having a bit of the same idea as they make their way to the top lane. Looking to at least drop that turret and start to open up the map. We saw Impulse already trade that over. They've taken down bottom turret quite quickly, and they're trying to get a next one down here. Not finding anything as CLG is just playing that safe game all across the map right now.
Xiao not really able to bring kill pressure to Pobelter, who is playing very safe. He's playing, halfway back in the lane. Anytime Xiao goes aggressive, he respects the Evelyn. Pobelter pulls back off, doesn't take any chances.
Something you have to do. Pobelter knows it could go very bad. Have 1 kill go over to Xiao or Rush, and they keep repeating that. He has been able to fend for himself quite well. We already saw that 1v1 in the mid lane have to have some jungler intervention before they took each other down. The flash for Xiao. Shouldn't put him off too much with the double distortion.
Yeah. And as the game goes longer and longer, and we start seeing more grouping, we start seeing more vision, which CLG can use to control the pace of the game, Evelyn does really fall off. Yes, she is amazing in the early games. She brings so much of a surprise factor to your team. However, she does fall off later, especially against this squad, the CLG squad. Being a melee champion without a true gap closer is going to be very difficult for him. He'll have to use his W very wisely and transition into a tank build as well. Looks like he's already transitioning towards tank items in preparation.
Both teleports up for these top laners right now as Dragon is up. Looks like the ward's really being placed heavily here by CLG. It's something they want to get out of it, and that's quite big as well. That's going to be down for Dragon. The teleport is still there, so he can home guard in still, I guess. Won't have as much of an impact, if you will.
Definitely not. Big ultimate down. This is the moment of truth here. No Hecarim ultimate. Is that enough? It looks like it is. Now, the steal possibility is not there, so if Impulse go for this, it's 100% trying to kill the team. Because a Rend plus a jungler there...
Good luck.
Yeah, if that gets stolen from you, it's a miracle. And it just has to do with the small timing window between Rend's activation and the smite.
So with that back and forth in the top lane, CLG keep their turret, rotate Doublelift and Afremu down. Able to grab that dragon. Looks like they'll be losing that one quite soon as Impulse focuses everything towards the top side here. And Doublelift's just going to farm out the bottom. So they're kind of getting what they want in the scraps of the outer part here as we enter into the mid game and start breaking out of the laning phase. CLG actually looks like they're going to get enough of a defense to stop top from going down as well. So good movement after the dragon. Keeping solid. The order is coming to be here. Looks like that might actually take down Impact as he goes a little too hard for this top turret without the wards there. He just used his ult to get out of a situation like this. Does not have a flash because he's running that smite in the top lane. Rush comes up here as well. Great pressure from Adrian and the team. Zion Spartan throws everybody and placks them up against the wall as a trophy. They're only able to come away with 2. Adrian peels himself off and gets back down. This is, pole belter. That wasn't even the shield. It just was not in range. He flashed forward for it. They still are going to get Adrian for their troubles with another death sentence coming in from Afremu, and CLG's order picks up a few more.
Yep, definitely prevailing there. And Zion is a monster. This guy is crushing the game. He picks up a solo kill on Impact. He's quick to the rotation. He's there to back him up. Zion's going to take over this game if it continues as is. So far, strong MVP performance for him this time around. Yesterday we had Quas. Today we have Zion. Good Gnar play on the first week of the LCS in North America.
It really is a big change for just about everybody that's bringing out the Gnar now. 301 for Zion Spartan in that top lane, starting with the Black Cleaver. He's given a lot of trouble over to Impact throughout this game, and CLG working off again. That ultimate being down, knowing they have the upper hand.
Yep, so Smithy takes the lantern out. Zion says, we're not done here. Gnar into the wall, 3-man. They're able to get the AoE, and even though more members of Impulse collapse to the fight, because they're able to grab the 2 kills first, big win there for CLG. Afro also, by the way, followed it up. He grabbed the extra kill onto Adrian with his flash hook, snagging another one for the CLG squad.
Not doing too bad. Participating in 7 of the 8 kills so far for CLG. It's kind of how Afremu played it for them in the beginning of the season, being the one to always be there for the rotations of his team or the other team. And CLG is able to capitalize now on these lane swaps back and forth, but still finding the kills in the lane once they get there, not through the transition.
Once you have, especially Zion, the one getting fed, once you have this really strong front line,
Whoops. Open your eyes! Closed eyes engaged from CLG, it seems. No, they just missed quite a few. Great dodges by Impulse as well, but you can only dodge so much. Impact getting hit up here, trying to get Spear to the Dragon. They heal him back up even more. Hits the consumable, but he still goes down as Apollo's trying to hit the DPS from the outside. Pole Belter is going to drop Adrian, and Zion Spartan here on the heels of Apollo is going to drop him down. No, misses the Gnar ult, but Xiao missed the chain, so they have a little bit more time to run around. He's able to pull janitor duty and take down both Zion Spartan and Nick Smithy at the end of that fight. The only one alive for his team.
Pole Belter? Hello? He's pretty low somehow as well.
A little low.
Probably was fighting off screen with Xiao, trying to get there.
He was busting up
Xiao was probably blocking him from getting in. But wow, what a close fight. Swings back, our chaos meter swings back a little bit the other way here. Impulse scrapping together some kills, but CLG coming out decently in it as well. Not too bad of a bout for them.
Yeah. A little scary, but they were able to reorganize a little too far away from the turret once it started. Had these first initiations hit, CLG could have come away quite clean here.
Right, all right, so here's the initiation. Fate's Call used early. Rush flashes it, actually. Gets back in there. Rend resets. Impact does get a decent ultimate there. Nice ulti from Smithy. Hits that one point blank onto Apollo. Basically, it's just straight up 2 versus 2. Smithy does escape at this point narrowly, but once again, he escapes narrowly with his life and only comes back into die later at the end here. So he comes back, he wants to secure a kill, but he's 100% going to die for that anyway, and it looked like, I guess Doublelift got the credit for that kill, but Zion probably had it locked up. I think that Smithy from now on, once he makes these great escapes initially from the fight, with like single-digit HP, you know, should count as blessings and go home.
Just got to get close enough to get permafrost on again, then he can help. Usually that means death.
You can tell he's got the mentality of 1 kill for my life is worth it. He's got that hashtag worth jungle life.
Sometimes it works.
Yeah, so far, both times, not so much.
Not so much indeed. The gold's still quite close, though. About 1,000 separates these two teams, so nothing really to catapult anybody into the lead too much. That Luden's Echo finished up on Xiaowei Xiao, however, could do a bit more than CLG is expecting coming into these fights. Maybe not the Po Belter. He has gotten the Abyssal Scepter on himself. That will really help soldiers do more damage around the fight as well, because these are going to be grouped up and quite long with the tanks we got going with Hecarim and Alistar against a Gnar and a Sejuani. Still a little bit before we probably get these 5v5s. A lot of this split lane going on between Zion and Impact for the majority of the game. Mid's being pushed by CLG right now, and they may be able to get some good damage down. It looks like Impact actually is going to have to react to this.
Yeah, they're trying to keep up the pressure on 2 fronts here. Using the Azir Tower to buy more time for Zion, who does have a decent lead. 3-1-3.
Teleports up for Zion. He's heading back for now. See if he decides to keep going with that. He gets himself a Randuin's and a few more wards. Doublelift has a good wave to just be clearing out the bottom and get way big once he gets this all cleaned up.
Yeah. I mean, think about who's going to be able to kill Doublelift. Unless they do get the flank, Impulse options are really running out. So they should spend this time right now to try and set up for that flank. Get the Hecarim teleport home guard combined with the Evelynn. And their aim is to try and split up CLG so that Xiaowei Xiao can find an opening on a squishy target. This one not too squishy, but they get him anyway.
Take him down in his PJs. No chance to get home.
He actually doesn't have any magic resist before going back and buying the cowl. So at that point, fairly squishy to Xiaowei Xiao at least, since Zion was building for his 1 versus 1 with Impact.
Whee! Nice. Oh, it's not going to matter. He's way faster. They're going to get it down. Oh, no, it does matter. The dark passage to the light. What a savior. Oh, knocked all the way back. Impact not getting the situation he wanted from start to finish.
Shurima drift. Now we got the tower shove here, and it's going to cost them an inhibitor turret, though. So even though Po Belter escapes with his life, they get the kill on Impact. Impulse, they gain an inhibitor turret.
All right, so this is a Gnar coming in. Not on home guard, but he is the wall between Impulse leaving. A tiny wall at that. They might be able to jump over him. Trying to get through. Bounces. Actually not activated all the way through. You're going to see these guys work the top lane. Xiaowei Xiao trying to figure out if he can get enough damage onto Zion Spartan. He's going to take it fully. Zion, Gnar's out, and Gnar's minions into the wall. Fight now onto Apollo. The focus going back onto Adrian and Xiaowei Xiao. Smithy may be biting off more than he can chew, but it seems like Xiaowei Xiao has actually walked away from the fight, knowing they don't have enough without Impact being there and no teleport to come in. Still going to have to keep moving. Should be able to get out easy, but CLG gain a bit more in this game. 16 now to 11, and they finally get about a 1.5 thousand gold lead.
You know, the inhibitor...
Not much more, actually. I thought it would be bigger.
Yeah. The inhibitor turret, usually that's a huge, crucial point. But if CLG can continue this control, then it won't really matter very much. Impulse are not going to group up as 5 and push that top anyway. So if CLG can dictate the pace here for the mid-game, then sacrificing that inhibitor turret for those 4 mid-game kills might very well be worth it here. Let's take a look at this. They corral Impulse against the wall, and everybody immediately uses everything they have to jump on Doublelift. If you don't take him out early, then the sustain is going to wreck you. But everybody focuses on Doublelift. They find themselves in the middle of the CLG squad. Zion Spartan collapses, Po Belter comes up, and they're able to clean up the kills. So 4 kills there for CLG in fairly quick succession in exchange for that inhibitor turret push from Team Impulse. See if they can actually create enough pressure to make that matter.
Yep. Bottom wave pinged out by CLG. Says Doublelift, go clean this up. We know you want to. Xiao looking to get a bit of poke pressure down as much as he can. That blue buff is on, so why not? Also have his Void Staff finished up. Maybe that Rabadon's will be coming in next for him. At the 80 carries, looking at everybody right now on some item spikes. It's pretty normal. Nobody too far ahead in this game. 80 carries are sitting on their Bloodthirster at Hurricane, Last Whisper, and Infinity Edge Yomu's Last Whisper. So they're doing the damage necessary. I don't know if they're going to get the fights they want, though. Doublelift was taken out immediately in that fight, and then Apollo, so they are going to have to be very careful in this next engage. 122 on Dragon. It's going to be number 4 of the game.
All right, they're grouping up.
Setup.
CLG trying to create the order. They've got the turret in addition to the front line ready. There should be a strong tower push from them. They have everything available to them. Pink ward behind them to see if there's a very close ward for the home guard teleport to come in. There is not, so they just keep their backs to the wall. Try and get some of those Azir soldiers spawned on the turret. Get a chunk out of it.
Really great that they just picked out Rush as well over at the Wolf Camp. May not know where he is now, coming from that right side, seen by Aphromoo. The call has been made. You see the team back up so they don't get hit by Agony's Embrace or a big Pulverize. Really well communicated, but Impact gets that gets the control of the team that he wants. They are all piled in is what I was looking for, and they don't come out with what they want. Double kill for Doublelift. And they just cannot get past that second Azir turret, still sticking together in the death ball. CLG not allowing their members to go down.
The perfect strategy against Team Impulse. CLG set up a fort right outside of the base and go with the siege. They just wait until
they want to take it. Wow. As I was saying, I'm surprised.
Aphromoo, ladies and gentlemen, Aphromoo.
Impact even wanted to take that with his ultimate. While it still looked picture perfect, they were still fighting under a turret. Confused me enough that I couldn't even find the word pile. Here we go. Once again, piling in, on the Baron pit. Apollo looking at Pole Belter. Now Zion Spartan's all over him, trying to get somebody to go down, but Impact can't helicopter around enough and get the DPS out. CLG bleeding health bars across the board, and they're still able to somewhat fend off and get themselves out of Baron safely. Scary, scary stuff in the chaos, but they're able to keep it clean.
Yeah, I really want to see what would happen if Apollo had committed to that fight 100%. I'm so curious if they would have been able to pull out that 2v5. He must have already had Boomerang Blade and the Bouncing Blades on cooldown, because if he had not, I think he probably could have picked up a multi-kill, but they were probably on cooldown and he didn't have much more burst left.
All right, Impulse picking up these dragons. Quite necessary to get to Aspect at this point and really be able to put something strong down the lanes towards Counter Logic Gaming.
Yeah, because Apollo made the safer choice, cooler heads prevail, he's able to pick up a turret for his team and dragon for his team. So those are the bonuses of not taking the huge risk of trying to all in that 2 versus 5.
Also, we see Rush now building up the Glacial Shroud. He'll be kind of, what's that point where he really is going to start falling off?
Excuse me, who?
For Evelyn.
Oh yeah, Evelyn's already started to fall off. But the way that Rush builds it, it's not bad. Rush is still always relevant in this game. He doesn't fall off hard. He brings 2 auras to his team. He stacks up, even though he overbuilds on cooldown reduction, that is the most valuable stat for Evelyn. So he's got double auras with the Frozen Heart plus the Magic Resist aura. So he brings a whole bunch of utility to his team. Plus he's got the side swipe, he comes in for the flank. So it's not like he gets terribly outscaled. Sejuani ultimates are going to be big, though.
Boards for Counter Logic Gaming, not really peeking him out just yet. Again, Impulse forced to walk away from this one if CLG even starts to approach the fight here. They want to get it on their terms.
Yeah.
Impulse
debate.
Has to get the edge in this fight. CLG will definitely be on some inhibitor turrets after this unless they just go for Baron and back. Before that, they don't exactly have the waves to push fully throughout this fight. And that's what Impulse is banking on right now, is that we don't have waves knocking on our front door. This could be the point to make the chaos happen. Quickly just taking out a few.
Everybody, hold your breath.
Yeah. CLG easily going to peel off this and take a full fight. Xiao distorts away. as they play it safe. And Impulse will probably be happy peeling away CLG so they don't get the Baron if they waste time here.
So because they sent Impact to prune the wave bottom, they've relieved the pressure down bottom, but Impulse going to have to scatter. They lose the Alistar ultimate. It's going to be fairly big for them. CLG returned just to the siege. Looks like Impact is going to get a pretty good push on the bottom lane, but it will cost them this turret.
Pushing forward once more. One more second-tier turret for CLG to knock down here. Another methodical game after the early game for them, just as they played it yesterday. Keeping it calm, cool, and collected once they do get a lead. Not pressuring themselves in anything too dangerous.
Yeah, and another spot for them to set up an outpost, to raise the Azir turret and siege up.
Yeah.
They return to the Baron because they've been able to clean it. And it's up to Impulse. Here comes the teleport. Impact is arriving.
Well, they get Adrian, so he can't lock it down. That's the smite going over to CLG. They get Baron, and the fight goes in. Adrian gets a full pop-up on the team. Apollo's not able to fight in there, though. An ult from Pobelter kept everybody out of the pit. Smithy follows through. He hits the Glacial Prison, and now they're on to the rest of Team Impulse with Xiaowei Xiao, a sliver of health just towards the top side of the map. Everything was played perfectly by CLG there.
Yep, could very well be game-winning push now. They've got Baron buff, minion wave in place already, and they have Azir.
Just about biding that time. They were hanging out at Baron a few minutes ago. Now they have the minion waves after hanging out at Baron. And like you said, Kobe, it could very well be game with about 30 seconds on. Two members of Team Impulse here, and the ones that are coming up aren't going to be able to make too much of a difference. The first Nexus turret looking to go down as Xiaowei Xiao tries to deter CLG from putting more damage on it.
10 seconds. Ooh.
Be close. They are going to be forced to back off once more, but not for long. They'll be back soon.
Order. Riv.
Order indeed.
Who went back? Somebody. No, it didn't fully complete. All right, so they have Baron empowered recalls. They should be able to escape really easily.
4 seconds. They're
Can
gone.
he snag one person? Oh, he's got two.
Guys are going to get each other killed now.
He's got an ultimate ready.
Oh, man. Not exactly what they were expecting to happen after taking a Nexus turret.
All right, Chaos.
Nobody should get caught, and Chaos prevails for a quick second here. It's not going to hurt CLG too much, but they won't be able to come out of base with a full 5 Baron. I was going to say maybe a 3 Baron if Zion Spartan went down, but they do save his life, or he saves his life, I should say.
4 Baron buffs still on CLG.
Yeah.
Only so the support went down. Not the end of the world with the uncoordinated Baron recalls there. They'll take that hit, no problem. Set up the Dragon, 1 minute away. Does buy more time for Team Impulse, though, to look for picks. They need to work with Fog of War. They've got a strong LeBlanc. Xiaowei Xiao has plenty of firepower.
Yep.
If he can find somebody out of position from a bush, he can pull off a surprise kill. Not on Zion Barn, he's got a Banshees. But on somebody else, the possibility is there. Rush is going to be searching around for that pocket to pull off the play on Evelynn. You also have to be careful in the late game as Evelynn not to face check too many brush, not to be too overconfident with your safety of your permanent invisibility, because this is the stage in the game where people just leave pink wards lying around in random brush, and if you walk too close to one, then CLG can make you pay for it. Right now, though, grouping right back up, raise the Azir turret, go to siege work, see if they can get something done with Pobelter popping soldiers on the turret. Yes, they can.
Woo. No contest there. Like you said, putting soldiers down on the turret. Quite a bit of burst damage to them. Adrian already with the ultimate on, something the team needs to defend the base. And now they are worse off without it. Inhibitor is going to start taking some shots. You see Xmithy trying to put the front wall of beef there so nobody can get by him. He's got level 16 ult, so he's good on that. Rush is actually still level 15, so he's not bringing ult level 3 to this fight. And CLG is across the board. We're going to see what happens. Xmithy may not be able to get a good ult off in this one. It looks like Impulse breaks it right away. Xiaowei Xiao still on the bottom side, does a bit of in and out damage, but it is Pobelter and the rest of the team along with Doublelift cleaning up these kills one after the other. Apollo threaded one in there for the team, but it's not enough. 3 members of CLG stand tall. They take down the Nexus turret, and at 39 minutes, Counter Logic Gaming walk away from week 1 2-0 as CLG takes down Team Impulse. Very soft hugs. That didn't look like a Sejuani hug.
Pobelter, great game on his ear. Crucial to the strategy.
Oh.
They're
Pile-in. They're getting this whole huddle thing down. Order.
It's just like it's like a phalanx. Nobody breaks the lines.
Yep.
You have power when you rely on those next to you. And they were able to take home the victory. Solid strategy. Everybody kept together.
Solid strategy and solid plays. Counterlogic Gaming able to stave off a few early game plays from Impulse. And then come out quite strong. Pobelter holding off in mid. Wasn't having too much fun in the early game against Xiao. We saw him actually being able to push and get away from roams. So he was able to make up for that, which doesn't become easy.
9, 1, and 10 Pobelter as Azir versus LeBlanc and Evelyn.
Yeah. No, exactly. Just exactly. Whew. Already in the early part of the game, we saw him using his soldiers, so he just didn't push the lane. Staying back. You always want to be able to do damage, but you got to keep that mentality that it's better for the team if you play for them at that time, and he did. The rest of the team was able to work around him and able to work around great initiations from Adrian as well. There were some good hits from Impact and Adrian that the team reorganized under and just came up big for Counterlogic Gaming. Squad seems to have a pretty solid roster coming into the first week of the summer split here. Still as well with the option once Huhi comes back to have him in the mid lane if there is any falter. We see that working for a lot of other regions, but not yet in NA that teams will so willingly switch out a mid laner due to a situation, due to a game. Maybe that time will come. Right now, Pobelter though, I think it's too hot to happen. Keep this guy in. Hashtag keep Belter.
Yeah, we'll see what happens when Huhi comes back over from Korea. Figures out those pesky visa issues.
It may come down to it where it's just kind of mentality against the player. Maybe he's better against so or so. Right now, like we said, Pobelter just too strong. Counterlogic Gaming finding some great structure in the first week. It seems that we say about it, most teams are faltering now in the early game. A little more than others, obviously, but still with what's happening, the mid game is where we are seeing the teams that have been together or have at least played together quite a bit as friends or as team are coming out.
Yep, CLG able to stay organized versus Impulse.
Just waiting, hopping in, seeing what everybody did for that game. Still seeing Impact on Hecarim, Xiao on LeBlanc. Impulse got the picks that they wanted that game, it seemed. Still had the Ashe up.
They definitely did.
Could have been a choice coming out through how they wanted to play it, but deciding to go with the Sivir Alistar, every Sivir ultimate was either trying to get the team to something CLG was already doing or backing away from CLG. We saw the first time they prepped up Baron, Impulse was like, all right, we'll walk back down into mid lane if you start to pressure us.
That's why Double F said, every team has to keep their eyes on Impulse because they go for those very quick plays with the Sivir speed boost. Evelyn, invisible jungle collapsing very quickly. They pick high damage, assassin for Xiao, and they try and snowball those little picks, catch people off guard into control of the game.
Control of the game, indeed. Right now, we're going to throw it over to Zyrene at the Telestrator to break down CLG's victory.
Thank you very much, Riv, and great cast on the day so far. I'm here to break down a play from the CLG game that actually got CLG back into it. And this is going to involve all of the map, and that's why we have this up here for you guys, because this originates, and a lot of the action is going to happen right in this little spot. As soon as I get that up there. Perfect. Right there. You're going to see Zion Spartan over the wall. He has the option to interrupt a back here from LeBlanc, from Xiao. He decides not to because a 3-man unit from CLG is going to come right in here and go around Hecarim, who's pushing top lane. Meanwhile, while this is happening, you're going to have Doublelift pushing bottom. He's going to get this bottom turret. He's going to go all the way to tier 2. LeBlanc is going to back and have to go straight to answer Doublelift because Sivir is right here. And Apollo is going to have to pop his ultimate to get to this group because of the fact that LeBlanc did not have her back interrupted by Zion Spartan. Therefore, he is the closest person to go answer that, and he needs to get there to even out the numbers. Pobelter also backs from the mid lane, though. He ends up going straight into this fight, and he actually gets a piece of it by the end of this fight. And there's some brilliant little team fight coordination as we get into the replay here that you're going to see from CLG that gets broken down on a micro level and a little bit of a team fight level. So as we pull it up on your screen here, you're going to see just how CLG executes it here. And this is where Zion Spartan, his boomerang is up, and he's ready to interrupt this as we get into it. So they know Rush is there. Pink Ward sees him. They're like 3 people are top right now. There's 3 of us. There's 4 actually, counting Hekaru. She backs. 3-on-3. 2 people went down. They're split. They're going to come around. Zion Spartan uses his E here. And this is great. Because what's going to happen is Afromu covers the option straight up the lane to get impact. Zion Spartan, he doesn't have his E anymore. So he can't really go in a different direction unless he gets the lantern to get himself in there. But Xmithy, he's lagging a little bit behind. But this works out in CLG's favor because he's going to turn his butt around. He's going to end up here and cut off the other option from Impact escaping. And that's just as we continue this clip out, you're going to see what happens. Because they had 2 people up there. Impact cannot go that way. He goes down, runs straight into Xmithy. Now, Sivir's going to pop her ultimate. She needs to get here as fast as possible. Adrian comes in, Rush comes in because they split down bottom. And this is the 3-on-3 fight. Xmithy gets out, Zion Spartan, great ultimate against the wall, and now Apollo shows up. Now it's finally an even fight, but by the time he gets there, there's already a double kill down. And Pobelter, since he came from that mid lane back, he gets into this fight. He gets a little bit of it at that end. And Xiao, he was down bottom answering Doublelift, who already is moving up to this fight if it continues. So Doublelift would have made it there if it had been a longer fight, and he would have made it there before Xiao. So that's the play there from CLG versus TIP. Now, that's it from me. Let's go head over to the analyst desk with Dash as he has an interview ready.
Thank you, Zyrene. Joined here by Zion Spartan and Doublelift after a very solid victory there. We were joking going into the game. This is going to be the battle between order and chaos. As we know, Impulse loves to play a chaotic game. They're very unpredictable in the way that they play. How did you guys feel you stacked up against the chaotic movements of Impulse?
Well, I can speak from bottom lane because I know that's like my only field of expertise against them, and they play really crazy, and they're always going for like really aggressive plays and dives when they outnumber you. And it was really hard, actually. Normally, Afro and I thrive in chaos. Like, we're really good at scrapping and fighting 2v2, 3v3. But even them, they give us like a pretty big challenge. And I think like 10 minutes in the game, I was 3-3, where another team wouldn't have given me so much trouble.
Well, you did have the fantastic early gank onto the top lane, but actually before that, I do want to talk about the level 1 that happened here, because we saw what appeared to be a pretty standard level 1. Early invade, dropping the wards for vision, setting up to take the blue buff, putting and having your AD carrying support on that side of the map to make it strong side. However, you're up against an Evelynn. So Zion, was this something that was considered, the fact that Evelynn was going to be able to walk through those wards, and you guys would never have known that you were actually walking into a straight-up 3v4 because you had back to go top lane?
I mean, yeah, that's definitely a possibility. I think the biggest thing is we just messed up our wards. So we didn't even have every lane covered. So we didn't even know where like their whole team could be. Their whole team could have just walked top lane and it would have been 5 people sitting in the brush. So that was probably our biggest mistake that game. And we didn't really think about Evelynn specifically walking through the wards because that wouldn't really matter. What would have mattered is their whole team being there. And since we messed up our ward vision, it was really bad.
All right, but a small miscalculation there, and you guys clawed your way back into the game after that. As I mentioned, the quick gank top lane secured 2 kills for 1 up there for you, Doublelift. The other thing before we get into the rest of the game is the fact that the Fizz and the Yasuo bans came out. And more just a curiosity as to whether or not that's just an immediate response to yesterday's play, or if this is something that Impulse has been showcasing throughout Scrim, saying like, no, we will play this all the time, and you're not up against the double assassin of their team.
Well, I think we just seen them play it in their game from yesterday, and it seems pretty frustrating to play against. And they're the only team that runs it, so it's not like you have a practice partner to like play against Fizz Yasuo. And honestly, in this meta, it's pretty random. I don't even think it's that great. It's just one of those random tip strats that they run. And Coach Gray, the boy wonder mastermind of our team, he decided
This guy's got
ban
so many different names yesterday on the desk.
He truly
was
is,
getting different nicknames.
He's truly a gift to us all.
Wow. Sounds
He's a great
all right. Sounded very genuine there. Zion up against Impact in the top lane. On the desk prior, we were talking about some of the best top laners in the league. You and him both being up there. How how is it playing against him? And in this game specifically, Gnar versus FLICKR, and we saw a lot of influence from both of you across the map with teleports and in these team fights. How do you feel you stacked up in that 1v1?
I feel that game actually had a lot more impact than him. And okay, I honestly didn't mean to say that pun. Like, please, I honestly did not think about that at all. But yeah, he got really greedy for golems and stuff a lot of times, and that's why I got a solo kill on him. He was just making mistakes, and he was pushing with no vision, and I was honestly surprised at the amount of mistakes he was making because I don't really think I played spectacularly, but he just overextended a lot, and we took advantage of that as a team and individually. So I just had a lot more pressure and game impact than he did that game, and we were able to win. So.
All right, and we saw the Sedge pick locked in here. Double, if this is to you. In the past, Smithy has gotten a lot of flack for his Sedge play, but simply picking the champion demonstrates the fact that the team has confidence in his ability to play that champion. So the question here is, how does a pro team discuss and develop the trust and basically the list of champions that this is something we are entirely comfortable with everyone playing, so that when you get to the stage here and you say Sedge is the right pick, you're not questioning the one subpar game that you're remembering from the past?
Yeah, well, I know Smithy got a lot of flack for his playoff game as Sedge, and I feel like in the order list of things we consider when we pick champions, dank memes is at the very bottom. We just consider his performance in scrims and his overall performance as a player, and we trust him. And I know Smithy's a great player, and everyone misses Sedge ultis. It's just people are gonna really target him about it because he messed up in one game really badly. Whatever, everyone messes up. FLICKR gets solo killed by Febivin. That's not a sweet meme everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and that is the point, right? Is the other side of the story here, in that there was one missed ult. The rest in this game were actually pretty spectacular. He had a phenomenal ult there at the very end of the game to lock up those last 2 kills, secure the push down the top lane. Finally, kind of removing ourselves from this game and looking back down on CLG as an organization, spoke to Afromoo and Pobelter a little bit yesterday about the restructuring and bringing in the 2 mid laners. I mean, today, Pobelter 9, 1, and 10 on Azir, with only the 1 death to kind of the cheeky Evelyn coming out of nowhere kill on his back. Seems to be performing very well so far. So just from both of you, want to hear how you feel the integration process is coming along and how you feel the team is evolving through the split so far.
I think it's going pretty well. I think individually in terms of mechanics and stuff, we have all the lanes that can be really strong and can go up against the top of NA, so that's really good. And we also have what we had before with the shot calling. Link was a big part of that, but Afro has been stepping up. Everyone's been stepping up on the team to kind of fill that void, and it's been meshing along really nicely. And with the structure we have and the coaching staff, it's just really easy to keep improving. And as long as we stay on that track of improvement, we'll be great for playoffs. But fingers crossed,
Yeah, definitely. I just agree. The track we're on, I think last split we got into the kind of hole. It's oh, we're pretty good. Now what? It's really hard to decide what to do next. But now I think we know we're not the best or anything right now, but I think we're pretty good. And we definitely have the people on the team and the right roster and definitely the right coaching to figure out what to do, what's next.
It sounds like you have the rapport with the coaching staff at this point where,
we sleep in the same bed. It's great.
I'm going to leave it there then. I'm going to leave it there with congratulations on the victory for you guys today. A great first week to start off the split. Best of luck this coming week in practice and leading into week 2. Now there's still plenty of league action coming your way. Next up, we've got Team Solo Mid looking to get a win on the boards as they take on enemy Esports. So stay with us.
What's a good song, guys?
About a week ago.
Started from the bottom, now we're here.
Oh wait, no, yeah, we can do that one. Start from the bottom, now we're here. I'll do the beat.
Rush comes up here as well. Great pressure from Adrian and the team. Zion Spartan throws everybody and placks them up against the wall as a trophy. The dark passage to the light. What a savior. Oh, knocked all the way back. Impact not getting the situation he wanted.
I'm looking at L-Star. Oh.
Watch it.
There's Eve. Back
up. Hold me.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah. Am I going L-Star right now?
Yep.
L-Star.
Back.
Hey. Stay together.
On the tanks. Keep
kiting back.
I'll get him.
Can we go Baron? Can we go Baron?
An ult from Pobelter kept everybody out of the pit. Big Smithy follows through. He hits the Glacial Prison. Counter Logic Gaming walk away from week 1 2-0.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the North American LCS. I'm David FLICKR along with my co-caster Joshua Jack Leesman. We got some more League of Legends.
Quick hello to you, Sir David FLICKR, and then we're going to be getting into these games. I don't think you've ever been officially Sir'd, but I'm not going to do it here. Maybe one day.
Now I'm a knight, apparently.
Yeah.
We're going to keep the action rolling with Team Solo Mid versus Enemy Esports. Now yesterday, TSM opened up against Cloud9, just as they have in the last 3 splits, and if the results are as predictive as they have been in the past, we can go ahead and call it. Cloud9 is going to retake the championship title. We may be in for 6 more weeks of winter. Why even play the games?
Yeah, I don't even know, man. Maybe we're just done. But honestly, that was a very close game where Bjergsen had a huge advantage early on in the game, a 45 CS differential at 10 minutes. He built up that quick CS lead over Incarnation, and then TSM also secured 5 dragons in that game while giving up 0 to Cloud9, but they still lost.
Yeah.
And that honestly shouldn't happen. TSM, they were out-traded by Cloud9. Too many objective trades TSM shouldn't have given to them. And Cloud9 did keep it close despite some of the leads that TSM had. So TSM, if they are able to get those leads, have to be able to capitalize better.
We'll see if their shift key is going to work this game. Today we are facing enemy Esports, or they are facing enemy Esports, who were able to take down Gravity in their LCS debut. Now, Otter, in particular, the AD carry, he really stepped up as Vayne to pick off enemies in team fights. Great play by him.
Yeah, he played awesome. He waited so long to get into the LCS and then had that awesome performance. And the other big impact player on that team was a returning LCS player, but in a different lane this time, Inox. I mean, an 86% kill participation on Kassadin. Also, the confidence and momentum that could transfer over into this game could go a long way. So, we'll see if enemy's still feeling good enough and they can hand TSM their first 0-2 start and also get a 2-0 start for themselves in enemy.
That'd be a pretty good company to be in if you're enemy Esports up there. 2-0 to start the first week is a pretty damn good splash.
Yeah.
Either way, we're going to check out the starting lineups. And on the blue side is Team Solo mid. Dyrus in the top lane, Santorin in the jungle, Bjergsen in mid, Wild Turtle and AD carry, and Lustboy on support.
And on the red side, of course, it is enemy Esports. Flares in the top lane, Trashy in the jungle, who had just gotten here. They didn't even get to play practice games with him before this weekend. Inox in the mid lane, Otter as the AD carry, and Body Drop on support.
So as we get our players into this game, I think one of the big stories for me is always how teams start out at the very beginning of the split. Right? We have a lot of teams where the players would go back home and then they'd come back together and start practicing. You mentioned Trashy had played literally 0 practice games in the last 3 weeks with his team. They're like prepping to play with a jungle sub. And TSM as well, I guess they would have been sort of the warmest coming in. They just come back from MSI and kind of kept themselves practicing to prepare for the NALCS split. But
you'd hope.
Start of the split, right? Who enters out strong, who enters out weak, and how do they grow from there?
Yeah, TSM's actually started every split 1-1 that they've played in the LCS, which is a cool stat.
Wow.
Our stat guy found last night. Maybe they buck the trend this week, which wouldn't be ideal for TSM fans if they wanted to start 0-2.
Bad way to break the curse.
Yeah, and honestly, you have to wonder what lingering effects that MSI performance had, because they do not want to walk into this split and then start 0-2 after such a poor performance on the international stage.
Sure, yeah. They had largely lost their games at MSI due to generally overly slow early games, though Bjergsen would have pretty good performances himself. The rest of the team didn't seem to do quite enough early on, most specifically Santorin. And, as we kind of speak of junglers who aren't doing a lot early on, Trashy, again, we mentioned him again. I think he's the biggest question mark right now for enemy. He's normally very good, but without having the practice time, he had a pretty lackluster game yesterday, despite the team's win.
He really did. There was some confusion early on for enemy, but they fought through and won a much longer game. Although TSM themselves were unable to close in a 45-minute defeat to Cloud9. And TSM also kind of has to worry about this. They defeated a Cloud9 team who looked really sloppy and bad against Team Dignitas as well.
Sure.
There's a serious risk here of TSM falling 0-2 at the start of the LCS.
Well, we'll see. As they pick and ban away, they remove Flares' Aurelia. They remove the Kog'Maw from Inox, so it looks like these guys are taking the exact same choices that Gravity had made against enemy Esports. Santorin still no Gragas. And no Cassio for your Bjergsen. All right, so maybe a pinch on the mid-range team fighters then for enemy Esports.
Yeah.
Rek'Sai goes away from Trashy.
Yeah, double jungle ban, making sure the TSM can't first pick the Rek'Sai, so those jungle picks will fall to the less dominant jungle picks thus far.
I actually want to see what happens when they start having less jungle interference. So we actually saw that Santorin was willing to gank for Dyrus yesterday and blew a flash. The gank kind of worked in a certain sense, but Flares is a heavily aggressive player, and I think he'll be trying to fight Dyrus a whole lot. Alistair gets first picked in. I want to see what Flares does in that matchup.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because enemy is a lot of talented players that are just making the LCS debut, and Flares, he stays at the top of the solo queue ladder, so he knows how to apply a lot of pressure in that lane. Where he doesn't have as much experience is dealing with coordinated teams giving jungle pressure. Now, TSM isn't the typical team to provide top lane jungle pressure. They were trying it a little bit. This would be their opportunity to really try and get it, knowing the Flares is going to be playing aggressive and trying to just push Dyrus out again and again.
We'll see if that's going to happen here. Often ends up being a double-edged sword for Flares. Sometimes he gives up just a few too many kills. Sometimes he carries the game on his back. Alistair, first pick for Solo Mid's going to give the backline plenty of safety. Enemy picking who knows what. Has it got 10 seconds left?
Yeah, it's probably these 2 picks, I think. Safe.
I'm going to bet you it's not.
Safe bet. Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. They're just hovering these things rather late into the clock, but this is the...
Oh, wow. That was later than I was expecting.
Yeah. So if they misclick a pick in this, I believe they'd have to make a case for misclicking, but as long as they notify the referees before it would switch over, so before TSM locks in a pick, then they'd be able to redo picks and bans. Luckily, we don't have to do that. They go with the Shadow Isles for Hecarim, Kalista right there.
Yeah.
I mean, priority picks basically across the board. These are all the powerful blind picks you can do nowadays. Alistar is one that's really crept up post-MSI. Everyone's been playing it in scrims. Now you see it banned heavily and first pick priority for TSM. Meanwhile, enemies just going with tried and true strong.
Oh, man. Speaking of tried and true strong, though, how about strong team fight power here? Team still amid a lot of AoE lockup and a rumble for Dyrus. He's not gotten to play that champion in a pretty long time. They've shied away from that pick for TSM, but used to be one of the best rumble players out there.
Yeah, oftentimes it would draw bans. For Dyrus' top lane rumble. Should give this TSM team a fair bit of damage. Just in general, they have good crowd control, so those 3 picks in synergy as far as being relatively blind do have good combos themselves.
So Rumble into Hecarim, I think we've seen that matchup a good number of times in the past. We're going to see it yet again. Could be a fairly snowbally matchup. You can deal damage while moving in both these cases, so if you get behind, expect the kill to come through just the same. Santorin does pick a farming style jungle, so we may not see a ton of pressure for him as Enemy Esports looks to make their next 2 choices. Now, of note, Inox, heavily known for his Nidalee play, doesn't go for it after all, but Body Drop played about 90% of his Challenger Series games on Morgana. And goes back to comfort here.
Morgana's a great pick against Alistar and Sejuani as well to block the initiations. And additionally, we're seeing Enemy pick a fairly early to mid-game snowballing strategy right here. Evelynn is a jungler, great early and mid-game pressure, but very poor transition to late game as far as itemization builds. If Summoner spells are to be believed as well, Flair is going with the Ignite Hecarim, which wants to hit the power spike earlier on into the game. And Enemy is going to be looking to try and not get overwhelmed early or try and overwhelm TSM early on in the game.
Well, it feels like they have a lot of tools to overwhelm early on, right? The Evelynn jungle, Kalista Morgana, I think is an amazing duo lane. You put her right in the range for the Morgana ulti afterwards, and she's ranged to proc the W all the same. So enemies comp definitely looking scary. TSM still looking for team fights for the most part, and the hover on Sivir seems to continue that trend, get everyone into range to land all these amazingly strong skills. And once again, Bjergsen looks like he will play Victor the 2nd time in a row.
Yeah, so mid-range mage there from Victor. Needs to be able to stay safe. He was 45 CS up on Incarnation's Kog'Maw in the last game, but TSM was unable to close the game. So you want to keep the Victor here for TSM because they can get that early advantage, and it will be about closing. They brought more tools to start teamfights this game. Yesterday, it was just the Maokai with Righteous Glory in the top lane and a Thresh. This game, it's Alistar, Sivir ultimate, and a Sejuani, which will potentially give them teamfights in the mid-late game.
Oh, absolutely. So 5-on-5, the bright neon sign here for Team Solo Mid. Team fights, please. Team fights, thank you. And Bjergsen likely to win his lane all the same. So plenty of advantages, you'd think, in Champ Select.
Yeah. The thing about this, though, is Bjergsen did have to pick his Victor into an unknown pick from Inox. Inox played Caston yesterday, did a great job. He's really good at trading even in laning phase and then coming at you later. But early on, Victor will be able to shove Inox in, and it'll be about Trashy's support into that mid lane, whether or not Inox can withstand the power of Bjergsen Victor.
Absolutely. So far, very few have been able to withstand Bjergsen, but we'll see if Inox is going to be one that can do so. Anytime a new team joins the NALCS, we wonder just how strong can they be really? Enemy with a close win over Gravity, but now you've got one of the, we assume, strongest teams in North America, and what everyone believes to be, or almost everyone believes to be, the best mid lane in North America as well. Inox facing Bjergsen. How about some hard tests to start out your LCS split?
Yeah. Bjergsen, ever since he joined the NALCS, has been a monster in the mid lane, but TSM has faltered a little bit of late. You have to wonder when they're going to be able to get back on their feet, or if that's going to happen. So this would be Enemy trying to just keep him down right now, because TSM's still yet to pick up that win.
Well, we'll see if Enemy can do just that. Otherwise, both these teams will be ending the week 1-1. Closing comments in from the coaches. Champ Select is over. Get yourselves off stage. There's a handshake. Here we go as we get ourselves Into the loading screen, TSM coming at the series, losing their first game of the split. Enemy Esports riding a high wave of winning over Gravity. Let us know who you think is going to win this match after we've seen champs select. Tweet hashtag TSM win or hashtag NME win to @LOL Esports. Let us know.
Yeah, one thing I have to mention about the Victor versus Kassadin champion matchup is the way their Qs work differently. When Kassadin puts out his Q, he gets the magic damage shield instantly. Victor has to wait for the spell to return to him, so Kassadin can actually win those trades.
That's true, and then the auto attack coming afterwards just gets blocked. We'll talk about the mid-lane matchups afterwards. The crowd chanting their favorite tri-codes for their favorite team. Pretty decent enemy chant there as well. I know TSM typically gets a lot of it, but it's good to hear a balanced crowd. Now, the bot lane matchup is going to be definitely pretty interesting overall in this matchup, but Body Drop, the supportive enemy, says he sees a bit of himself in Lustboy's playstyle.
Lustboy in particular, he's a passive player, but he can also like show up with aggressive supports, and he's very calculated in the way he plays. He's not as aggressive as some supports like Kiwi Kid, and that's probably why I can relate to him the most.
Yeah, Lustboy's typically known for great defensive support play. Recently, at least in the NA playoffs, he was able to get some of the more offensive-oriented supports in. He played some nice Cannon in the playoffs, and now breaking out the Alistair. Of course, Alistair, I always like to think of him as this offensive lineman. He just boots people back with his headbutt in protection mode, so incredible defensive capabilities for Alistair as well.
It's good that here in the NALCS we can talk about football and everyone knows what we're talking about.
I could always just say American football.
That's true.
And that clarifies everything, right?
Or you can just be really aggro about it and just say football anyway and just sneer at any of the British co-casters.
Man, that got aggressive.
Shout out to the quick shot.
Yeah. He's South African freak. Come on.
I know that. Either way, we are into the game. Yeah,
we're
team
ruined.
Solo mid. All right, so Dyrus helps Santorin start the camp. Trash actually solos his own red buff as Flares takes down Raptors and the duo lane takes down the Gromp right away. So 3 camps to 2 to start this game out.
Yeah, so basically, it was a bit of a defensive line start, but enemy actually was able to invade and get a red buff ward, so at least they know that Santorin didn't start red. The ward actually expired so early that if he would have delayed a little bit, he could have still ended up starting on that side of the jungle, so not too much knowledge gained in general by enemy over TSM, and we're just going to end up seeing these standard lanes, but enemy has hit level 2 first.
Close binding right there. You can see Wild Turtle forced to last hit with only Qs for a little while. Bit of money earned by Body Drop, and now the auto attacks could be very scary. Rend and the W. I'm going to have to look at what it's called, actually. I even play Callista. Oh, it's just called Sentinel. I thought the passive had a different name.
Sends out a Sentinel.
But the passive does something different.
Sentinels you.
Like Yasuo has 2
damage.
names for his 2 passives.
That's true. Do you know those names?
Way of the Wanderer. And nope.
Yeah, I don't know either. All right. Yeah, it's interesting here that TSM's been pushed back early. It's basically what happens in most Alistair lanes. He's actually a fairly passive laner. Sivir Alistair in itself is more of a defensive lane. If they could get an upper hand and end up shoving in, they can pull that off, but most of the time you end up seeing that lane get shoved in. So Otter and Body Drop doing good to not only shove in like that, but also get the ward and the Tri-Brush in their window that they had after they shoved the first wave in. So it's a safe shove as well.
Yeah, I mean, you got 3 spots of vision on the bottom side of the map, plus Sentinels running around, so you imagine this enemy esports duo lane should be fairly safe, and they're denying just a little bit of CS here, the smallest of leads for Otter. A ward does not spot Trashy. It was there to spot if he did the camp, but he walks right past it.
This will probably give Dyrus a bit of a false sense of security. It's quite rare for a jungler to walk all the way from their base, not clear a camp, and just keep on going. Where is Trashy
He went to go ward Gromp.
Yeah. And then he doesn't end up ganking. The lane was pushed anyways, so there wasn't much gank opportunity for Trashy.
That's true. But now he gets to know next time Santorin's on that side of the map, the rest of enemy esports can play aggressively. Enox could feel safe to play aggro. The gank could come in and as soon as these guys actually spot Sejuani. Meanwhile, Trashy has been unrevealed for quite some time, so the rest of TSM must play a little defensively. Trashy even feels safe to go ahead and take away some more camps. So it's interesting.
Yeah, good kind of jungling.
Yeah, so far so good. I got to speak really briefly with Santorin about himself, FLICKR, and Trashy, and he's like, I haven't really played against those guys since like Season 2, so I don't really like understand their playstyles anymore. So unfortunately, those bonds seem to be pretty loose between the three of them. Trashy had a few things to say about playing against Santorin when I asked him at the NACS finals, but mostly just what their styles used to be.
The bonds of Denmark?
Yeah, pretty much.
Trashy, Santorin, and Bjergsen.
Mm-hmm.
All Danish. Yeah, Santorin will know generally where Trashy has been because his jungler was cleared out. Also, he should have a pretty good idea that he walked through a ward here. This actually, if Santorin continues this path, it actually opens him up to a fair bit of counter ganking, which is why it would be wise to just end up going back to base, since Trashy most likely would know he's there.
Yeah, and of course the Trinket Ward that was over by the Krugs has timed out, so no direct information of Trashy, even though, as you said, they can infer a lot of it. Mid lane trade, you can see the shield interactions there. Bjergsen's shield came in time actually to block the Q regardless.
Yeah, Kassadin ends up being able to trade pretty well with the Victor, mainly because of that interaction of the shield from immediate on. Whoa, he just flashes in.
Flash E, in comes Trashy. Is the Ignite going to be enough damage? Oh, 7 health for Bjergsen. He chugs the pot just in time. Santorin heal to hold the wave.
That would have been a huge swing for enemy in this lane. If Bjergsen takes a single more minion auto attack at some point during that lane, he's dead. But Inox and Trashy can't quite convert, burning 3 summoners, only getting the one out of Bjergsen. And the question is, would they be able to push Bjergsen back before he's ready for his item timing? Because Bjergsen actually wants to sit on enough for his upgrade as well as boots, meaning he waits around one more wave. So at the end of the day, the gank actually does help a bit because it gives Inox absolute freedom and a little CS advantage here at 7 minutes.
Misses that one, stutter steps it, but yeah, Bjergsen can now buy boots and a potion or 2 here, depending how much he last hits. So far, impressive stuff. He's getting like almost the entire wave. All right, Bjergsen's actually going to stay, knowing that Inox did recall here and he feels safe. So eking out just little advantage as Bjergsen wanted to stay in this wave, then the E can clear it out, I assume. Yeah, all right, cool.
Inox ends up getting a fair bit of freedom as well. Because of that, he can get his full Catalyst as well as the ward combo that most mid laners like being able to back with. This is actually quite a good start from enemy. We know that their team composition from Champion Select was geared towards this kind of mid-game power spike. FLICKR's used his first teleport to get back to lane instead of trying to pull off an aggressive play, so they're going to have to wait a little bit while longer for things to come online, but they haven't fallen behind yet.
Yeah, not yet at all, but it just feels like TSM has now some slight edges. A nice, really quick wave. They're going to actually hurt Otter's chances at getting some golden XP in this next wave. See what FLICKR ends up doing. He just doesn't have any wards to put down, so I guess he's going to take Scuttler.
Maybe.
Oh, he has ult. He can just dive.
He wants to gank mid lane.
Victor.
They know that Bjergsen's flash is down already, and Inox as well has his Rift Walk at this point. But interesting how he wouldn't just jump on him while he's in the choke. But they're going to go now. This would be a turret dive. A little bit dangerous.
They knock him in. There's the fear, the Ignite from... I mean, you know it's a TSM game when 7 people show up mid, but it's enemy esports get the better side of it.
Yep, great support lend to the mid lane here from enemy. The early pressure from Trashy. Santorin was giving no ganks early on, and Inox, just knowing the power of this Kassadin champion, trading flashes early before hitting level 6 will create a huge movement mismatch later on in the lane, so Inox uses that to assist the gank from FLICKR's, and they completely punish Bjergsen for not having flash. Great job by enemy.
Absolutely excellent play. Creation of plays by enemy esports, right? That's, to me, always a mark of a good team, that they realize that with nothing really telling him to do anything otherwise. Oh, body drop goes in. Of course, his spell should order down for Wild Turtle. He will land a stun on only one, but Left Boy has ulti. TP mismatch means Dyrus shows up. This equalizer could be absolutely brutal. Otter tries to dodge away, and he pulls back his Morgana, re-engages her, but maybe not something they need as Santorin shows up as well with ulti.
Wow. Really interesting move there. Enemy going aggressive with the teleport advantage falling in TSM. That's a very punishable play right now, and TSM is doing their best to punish that. But so far, good usage of Black Shields and Fate Calls to at least avoid deaths, and they may end up losing the turret nonetheless.
They lose part of the health in the turret, but keep in mind, FLICKR's is doing like the same thing on the other side of the map. So, you know, the TP gets used, and in fact, looks like TSM are going to stay to knock this turret down, but a Trinity Force first, Phage holding FLICKR's is going to get a lot of damage on the other side of this. Down to half, he's not going to get much more, but it's going to be low.
Yeah, because of the first blood, it keeps the gold pretty close as well. Interesting move there. It's going to give FLICKR that obvious free time in the top lane, but he's not able to take too much out of that. I still feel like that aggressive play by enemy in the bottom lane does lead to some potential TSM advantages.
Yeah.
Let's see if this dragon gets punished, though. Trashy wants to corral them in the pit here.
Well, the rest of TSM are coming in as soon as they can, but it won't be in time to steal it away. Blue team picks up Dragon. Santorin can jump the wall, still has flash as well. Wild Turtle slowed down by the Eve ulti. In comes the chase, forced to flash. The flash for Dragon is super worth it.
Yeah. Enemy wanted to wait for the rest of their team to arrive before committing to the pit. TSM was already down the Sivir ultimate. I think enemy could have gone a little bit earlier right there. TSM able to secure some key objectives early on.
Nice Dyrus zoning, flares away. I think part of the minion wave died under the turret as well. I take that back, it's going to balance right here. Down a level, Flair's going to do what damage he can without any magic with his bot. Bjergsen, Inox in a trade. Bjergsen happy to answer back and actually wins that one. Flask used to get some health back on this Kassadin, but pink ward cleared as well. Going to be a good thing for Bjergsen.
I wonder, actually, just thinking about this Kassadin Victor matchup a little bit more. Because of the Catalyst and the Flask onto him, as long as it's not an all-in, even if Inox takes a slight disadvantage, that could end up being a trade in his favor as long as it sustains. Bjergsen has no way of keeping that up. However, that's 2 Death Rays in a row that he's been able to land on Inox that have not been dodged. And that's what's going to be giving Bjergsen a slight edge in this lane.
And you're seeing the consumables running out for this Kassadin player. TSM holding a 500 gold lead now as we crest into the mid-game somewhat. 11.5 minutes in. Big roam towards the top side. TSM turning over New Leaf. This is 4 people ganking for Dyrus.
Get him. Flares, he's needed to ult at just the right time.
Well, he dodges the Q. Flash, knock up, headbutt backwards. Flares in a rough spot. Ulti comes in. I guess the gank for Santorin. No assist for Dyrus.
Yeah, Dyrus only gets the free farm at the end of that lane. The roaming duo of Santorin and Lustboy pick that up. Nice job right there. Just spacing out properly against Flares, knowing that he could ult away. Lustboy also being the one in the back so he can basically cleanse the Terrify with his Unbreakable Will and still get the knockup onto Flares. There was no escape there for the Hecarim Flares.
Not at all. Absolutely great play by the TSM members. Lustboy and Santorin playing that one, I think, roughly perfectly. Not much else could be done. Body drop and Trashy now in the mix. Dyrus has to flash the binding, does so. And he's going to be safe in the end of all that. 1,100 gold lead for Team Solo Mid.
Yeah, TSM, they really need to get a win here based after what happened yesterday against Cloud9. Remember, at one point Bjergsen was up 45 CS to Incarnation, ended the game up 100 CS, but the team itself for Team Solo Mid wasn't able to capitalize on that. Bjergsen was making some interesting, strange, bad calls in the mid-game where he couldn't find a right fight. They were backing away when they should have gone in. But this time they have a 1,000 gold lead. It's not Bjergsen that has the edge, though, so I'm really interested to see how this will affect TSM's overall strategy, whether they're going to try and pull in and help Bjergsen, or if they're going to actually try some other areas of carrying, like Dyrus' CS lead in the top lane.
Looks like that's been a successful avenue, though, for TSM, all things considered. Bjergsen's flash is back up, and I mean, to be honest, good luck ganking a Kassadin. I don't know if they could really make a lot of pressure in that lane after all. Maybe a Sivir rotate to go knock turrets down if we see that eventually be where they place Wild Turtle. Right now, though, TSM looking at turret kills as their primary objective. Dual lane heads towards the top side. Flair's not going to be defending that one anytime soon, and Otter's on the wrong side of the map to do so, so plenty of damage going to go down to this top turret.
Also, Flares with a Black Cleaver Rush.
Oh, weird.
On Hecarim right there. We pretty much always see the Trinity Force.
I assumed as much, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, first time we're seeing the
might
build.
end up being a fight here in the top lane.
Tries to fight Wild Turtle, but Turtle's already dead. Ignite used, pops in the ulti, and the horses knock down the spell shield, meaning the fear lands. Kill for Flair's turret still goes down, but enemy Esports able to answer back on the other side of the map as Otter knocks down the outer turret in the bot lane.
Yeah, more damage or less damage in the Trinity Force at 10 minutes. Hard to say, actually. That Black Cleaver seemed to do significant work, not to mention the move speed you're going to be getting from that Black Cleaver passive and all the armor shred you can pull out. They're trying to turn this around, but Trashy is here to help.
With a red buff, so be careful, TSM, who actually shows up. They're trying to bait it around, losing a lot of health as they chase around Flares. There's the ulti, but they realize Bjergsen is coming up for this one. 2-man stun, going to buy a little bit of time. Here's the engage onto Flares. No health left on him. Down goes the pony. Otter looking for Dyrus though, ulti in from body drop, black shields on him. They're gonna land the stun. Now will they land enough damage afterwards? Red will do plenty. Body drop has to flash away, and Dyrus takes him down.
Always dangerous to go after a Rumble when he's got his ultimate up at any point in the game. And now Turtle's here to try and pick up Otter.
Flashes, gets away from the Q. Wild Turtle runs faster. He's got boots too, pops the heal, don't know if he needed to. That's gonna kill on the Otter, one more hit, there he goes. Wild Turtle gets the kill. An unfortunate dive for enemy Esports.
Crucial nerf to Callista, reducing the amount she can jump back. But this fight just doesn't want to end. Goodbye, Wild Turtle, it's been nice.
Well, depends on how much friends he gets in the near future. He's got Flash and Spell Shield up.
The best he can hope for is an execute right here. FLICKR doesn't have his ultimate,
go for the wave,
but he's going for farm. That's also an option.
All right, can they give assists away? He's trying to get away from where the rest of the team might be. Trashy will, in fact, get an assist.
And then give it to FLICKR. Nicely done there by enemy.
Well done, well done. All right. 2 for 2 overall, but a lot of pressure mid at the same time. We keep seeing action for reaction over here. Mid lane very low now as Bjergsen gets a friend to help push this turret low.
Yeah, one thing that's really interesting here is the disparity in overall wave clear from these teams. It's a Bloodthirster Callista and a Kassadin versus a Victor and a Sivir. Victor and Sivir can clear these waves in pretty much one spell, whereas enemies has substantially more time taken to do that. So TSM has more opportunity for roams and deep wards, and we're kind of seeing the map mimic that. The majority of the blue minions are pushing up for TSM side, and it can create some plays for them.
Even Rumble can help in a pinch, at least defensively, so you're absolutely right. TSM doing a great job of getting deep vision down. Trashy not investing in the Sight Stone either, whereas Santorin is, so that's a pretty big important point as well. Level lead for Flares over Dyrus. Pops, Yoti knocks him back in. Dyrus has got really nowhere to go on this one, just gets completely ripped apart. Red buff plus Black Cleaver, making that one easy.
Poor positioning there for Dyrus. He needs to respect the red buff Hecarim, which they should know is there because of the Wild Turtle death. This game is non-stop action though. Dragon is live. They're going to be fighting over this, and Flares can come down to try and make this an odd-numbered fight.
Yeah, but Dyrus will have teleport in 12 seconds, whereas Flares didn't have that himself. This could be a threat. Mid lane turret goes down actually to a minion wave. So again, TSM still getting pressure leads. Dyrus has teleport, can go whatever he wants, and then show up to the fight regardless. He chooses to walk towards the dragon.
Inox with the blue buff as well has to use a lot of these rift walks. The fact that he's already started that counter means he can't really fight at any early moment. Also, thanks to the teleport threat, enemy knows that they're kind of outmatched this dragon, and it looks like TSM can go up 2 dragons to 0.
All right, well played. TSM on their 7th straight dragon kill in the North American LCS. Unperturbed in this one. 1,500 gold leads for TSM, though a very close game. I think closer than most people would have expected from this enemy Esports squad. But of course, TSM still, I would say, playing a good game.
Yeah, and also keep in mind, this enemy team hasn't even had that much time with Trashy recently. He missed out on 3 weeks of practice with the team before the split. Didn't even have time for a practice scrim before the game, and this is the enemy we're seeing early on. So there's a lot of upside for this enemy team in the LCS. I'm also fascinated by this Black Cleaver Hecarim build. Because of the 20% CDR and now the Glacial Shroud, that's 30% CDR just in items, so hitting that 40% very easily. Not to mention that when you're max CDR on Hecarim, you can basically non-stop rampage once you stack it up, which is Hecarim's Q. And since that's extra armor shred and move speed, it's kind of this unstoppable whirlwind that comes after you if he's ever in a fight for a long period of time. It's kind of a devastating build.
Turtle's aware there's threat out there. He's going to try to take the wave as far back as possible. Notice no ricochet or Qs used, but he's afraid of the flank now. Now that less boys around, he might feel a little bit more secure. Well, Turtle definitely discretion, the better part of valor in this one. Otter cannot make the bait happen. No pressure bot lane. Another blue buff goes over to Bjergsen. These have been largely uncontested, and Bjergsen, sitting on a 23 minion lead, has done a pretty good job of continuing his mid-laning dominance.
Yeah, it's interesting in this situation. He's been able to shove out the Kassadin, but that's mainly in the matchup. I really do credit NME this game for shutting down Bjergsen for the most part with the early kill, not letting him roam as much, especially when the wave clear disparity is so huge. This one is moving towards team fights, though, which is what TSM's team composition is kind of built for. With the Alistair, Sejuani, Rumble, everything basically built up, and Trashy and Flares would need to be the initiators of these fights to not get crushed by the TSM team fighting force.
We'll see if Enemy even wants to be part of a team fight with champions like Hecarim and Evelyn and Cassidy. It just feels like splitting would almost be more successful for this squad on the red side. I don't think there's any reasonably accessed fight that could go well against this TSM lineup, but we'll have to see how they end up piloting it. Yeah. Again, the number of red wards not all that high to make split pushing very successful.
That's very true, and the potential roam from Sivir is very high, but instead, Enemy is going to have to play that split push game. Hecarim on one side, Cassidy on the other, trying to find the mismatches.
And the Eve ulti landed, so did a couple of Rift Walks and Force Pulses from Inox, but simply not enough damage done. They will knock the turret down
behind
as a result. Oh man, Santorin could do a bunch of work. Body Drop has Black Shield, but he can just get, yeah, exactly, saved out anyway. Surprised he even Black Shielded himself.
Yep, well, Otter burned the flash early, and then Body Drop created space so that the Sejuani ult couldn't hit both of them. If TSM wanted the realistic kill there, they have to focus out the Kalista. That's how devastating Kalista can be as an AD carry. We were talking at the start of the game, it's like, oh yeah, Kalista Morgana, really good combo. Name a support that's not a good combo with Kalista. Those spells are so good. This time, though, no Kalista to save you.
Oh, goodbye, Body Drop. Bjergsen just chunks him out, just finished his death cap, and means he does a plenty of damage. 1,000 gold lead for TSM. It still stays close. It's weird because the game feels like TSM is winning it, but the scoreboard doesn't say that.
Yeah, well, the 2 dragons to 0 is the unseen gold. The stats that's going to be adding to them. Flares, though, if he can win this fight, it's one of Enemy's ways into winning the game. He has to be able to kill Dyrus. Great flash.
He just straight juked it. I don't think he even flashed for it. That's already on cooldown for him. He just walked backwards and didn't get feared in. Flares one in for the kill, does get it, walks away, missed the ulti, and still wins. But mid lane tier 2 went down in the 4 versus 3 on the other side of the map for the most part. TSM getting farther ahead.
Yep, it's a really interesting game, honestly, because Flair's able to solo out Dyrus right there. I missed the flash, obviously, and every time Flair's is away from there, even 4v4, TSM is a stronger force, so they're able to push down these turrets. But if it's that balance, how strong is Flair's going to be in split pushing and able to create those side options, and how brute force is TSM going to be able to go? Whichever one breaks, Flair's is getting stronger and stronger, whereas the team fighting team of TSM is as well. Different goals for these team comps, and it's creating a relatively close game.
Which is just so interesting, right? TSM's kills are really spread apart. You've got 1 or 2 kills for pretty much everyone on the team. Almost a perfect split across everyone, whereas 5 of the 6 kills from Enemy Esports are just on Flares. The disparity in power is so massive and so different in this game. It really does. It furthers what the team's goals are compositionally. So yeah, it is really about Flares versus 5 members of TSM and see what happens.
Yeah, 8,300 gold on the Hecarim. About 100 more gold than Bjergsen, who's the richest member on Team Solo Mid. A big item power spike, though, for Inox in that Luden's Echo. That's the Cassidy he loves to play, increasing his burst when he can jump in. This next Dragon, though, Freak, is the most important one we've seen yet this game. It's more about Dragon denial right now. If TSM can keep Enemy out of Dragons, they stop a lot of their scaling. And Enemy would really want this one, but it's exactly what they can't do. It's super difficult for them to group up as 5. If that happens, they could just get about a 5,000 gold swing in the side of TSM if they lose a fight around this Dragon.
And that might be unsurmountable. TSM have the tools to turret dive with Sejuani Alistair, so just forcing team fights on objectives becomes easier as gold comes in for TSM. Now, Enemy Esports, they are still splitting up the top lane. There's Hecarim's top, as is Rumble. The remaining 4v4, not something that Enemy can easily win. They don't really even have poke to make it difficult for TSM to traverse. The waves are constantly cleared first for TSM, and they're always able to regroup back towards Dragon.
Yeah, TSM needs to keep themselves as a fairly grouped up unit to avoid a lot of the flank attacks. They need to be running straight at people because they have the move speed advantage with Sivir and good initiation tools. The danger that Enemy wants to try and exploit is if they can get some type of flank and actually get on top of the Victor, burst him out quickly while the tanks aren't there to CC, and then they can have an advantage. This is an interesting trade, though, right now. Enemy trying to sneak the Dragon, and instead of pushing mid, TSM actually comes back because they'd rather have a team fight.
Be careful, though. 2,000 gold on the Dragon, and these guys are unwilling to stick around for it. Should be a quick pickup. Casson coming back down. Recall for Flares. He can home guard TP in and be there before Dyrus. There's the double TP. Both are coming in right now.
Yeah, respect from TSM, though. They pull back, wait for the home guards, and they'd rather set up this 5v5, but Dragon's going down. It's going to force a fight.
Blue team smites it. Santorin takes away the Dragon, but the battle has begun. Bind on a Dyrus. Into the back line goes Flares. He's going to get stunned up, though, and Victor's going to have a field day on this one. Rumble goes down. So does the opposing top laner. Trashy flashing out. The Tempest just crushing everyone, and Body Drop might just be the next casualty. It's a 1-for-1. Low health bars, and Enemy Esports a great black shield. Inox, geez, barely squeaks away.
Explosive fight right there. I don't think Otter has a way out of that one. And the Dragon Steal by Santorin is incredibly important right there. The stat swing that he denied enemy right there is in the thousands of gold. It's a nice amount of lifesteal from Otter. TSM has more people.
Full. Just outplay it. Fade mechanics. Damn, he tried.
Just outplay it, man. You can do it.
Just outplay the targeted headbutt pulverize. It's easy. All right, well, TSM on the end of that one getting a third Dragon and go 2-1 overall in kills. Turret pressure, Dragon pressure, gold lead. TSM looking to, as always, make it a 1-1 end of the first week.
Yeah, you can see that in this fight in particular, now that we get to take a look at it again, it's a very straight-up fight, which is in the favor of TSM, because enemy would love to flank with Evelyn, but since the Dragon was contested, no flank was possible, which gives TSM the upper hand. Look at the tanks being in the front. So basically, when enemy tries to jump past, the tanks can keep everyone but flares in place. Therefore, they can lock down flares with a Victor stun, kill him, and then move throughout the rest of the fight with that monstrous Chaos Storm from Bjergsen's Victor and push through. It was a closer fight than you may have expected because of how fed the Hecarim is, but at the same time, that's the battle line that TSM wants to draw.
They made it a very close fight. To be honest, the 5v5 was much closer than I expected it to be, as Enemy Esports made the core of that fight a 1-for-1, and just a couple of things going here or there would have changed that around. All the same, though, Team Silamid still just accruing their advantages over time. Most of the members up in the top lane, Wildthunder does not spell shield in time, takes a fair bit of damage out. As you can wait for some healing from Alistair. Santorin, he's actually out of range of the ward. And out goes the Oracle's pop.
Yeah, and I was actually talking with I Will Dominate after their win today, and he said one thing they're striving towards this split is to be more like the top teams like Team Silamid in eking out close games against what they call like middle of the pack teams, which is what most people expect enemy to land in the LCS. TSM has this way of, even if they fall a little bit behind early or are in close games, they always seem to be able to grind it out. And here, if they can grind out a win against enemy in what's fairly contested, it's one of those things that will kind of say, yes, TSM is still one of the top teams in North America, and if they can't, it's time for worry.
Definitely would be. Right now, though, TSM, I guess, can't feel too terribly worried. Bjergsen 4-1. He's doing so much damage for his team, a ton of ability power on him. And as the bus get taken away, Silamid seem happy to just play for the Dragon slowly but surely. Unless they can get those deep wards in to create an advantageous rotation, maybe take a tier 2 turret down. But enemy so far doing a decent job of keeping waves under control as well. Trashy keeps roaming back and forth, but this Avalon has actually spent so much time looking for a chance at a gank that his farm's actually fallen pretty far behind.
Incredibly far behind. Whoa! Run away.
Ult for ult, Binding gonna hit Wild Turtle, and are they gonna turn back around on this one? It's gonna be a bit dangerous, but they're gonna try. Flares just goes all the way and takes the kill down, traded back as Bjergsen slays him. AD carry for top laner, fairly decent trade, but again, that's all that kills for Enemy Esports just died.
Yeah, they were able to burn the Equalizer as well, so if we're talking about ultimate trades, it's still okay, but it's still a roaming kill squad. The rest of the team,
wow.
That's the Luden's burst, but Inox has to get out of there now.
Well, Riflux up in a second. Gets pushed around. That's going to be the kill picked up. Nicely done by Lustboy. Flashes in for the headbutt. Pulverize takes him down. Another advantageous trade for TSM, and they're getting farther and farther ahead.
Yeah, not worth harass right there by Inox, and you're seeing the 600 plus AP Victor come in. And that's 537 right now. But it's soon to be 600 plus if they're able to get some more items there.
Basically 600, chat.
Basically 600.
Round to nearest 600.
Just round up to 600. It sounds more impressive.
It does.
700.
Trashy finds Bjergsen doing his best impression of Rush. But Bjergsen stays safe. Out he goes. TSM getting away cleanly every single time, it seems.
Look out, though.
He's going to ult them.
He's going to flash.
He's going to keep going.
Flares just wants to get in range for an auto attack for the Iceborne slow.
He's got it. The question is, though, this Dyrus slow is pretty darn strong, and Trashy wasn't there in time.
Attempting to get that split push going, but Flares can't really seem to do that. And this mid turret's still so healthy. Inox hasn't been able to shove that lane up at all. The spam from the Victor on Bjergsen kept that lane completely controlled.
Yeah, the mid lane is 2 turrets to 0. I mean, Bjergsen has clearly just shown the push lead, and even though you don't, I guess it's actually pretty big, but you don't see like the most massive CS lead between the two. The fact that you're seeing such an obvious disparity in minion kill power, in pushing power, the turret kills are also a really big point to watch for in this matchup. Bjergsen's certainly getting the better of it.
Yeah. Just from a team composition standpoint as well, enemy has to fully commit if they want these fights. And when they're always pushed in from the minions as well, it just makes their windows smaller and smaller, whereas TSM can just keep wave clearing and then taking the objectives as they come. 4th Dragon about to come in here for TSM.
Uncontested 4th Dragon. All right, 6 minutes away from aspect of at 36.5 in. TSM have their eyes on the prize, and so far they've done a good job of being controlled, and they're really not getting objectives traded back against them. It's still only 2 turret kills for enemy Esports. These guys have not had that same split push power that Cloud9 did. It's TSM almost playing the exact same game they did yesterday, just not being punished as much. Ooh,
well, it's interesting because the gold lead is actually about the same as it was against Cloud9, so this game is still very much up in the air. This is a really quick Baron, though. They're going in with that Rumble out to stop the escape. How low is Baron? It's not low enough!
Not low enough at all. Here comes the engage. A giant engager. Lustboy flares nearly dead at the start of the fight, and in comes the return towards Bjergsen. They can't quite kill him, though. Otter tries, but can't quite. The Ignite takes him down. Bjergsen, the first kill of the fight, in towards that 80. Carry from enemy Esports now. Body drop the next casualty. Out goes Morgana. 2 for 0. Flares not going to get found. TSM goes back for Baron.
Wild Turtle was not there, so enemy thought maybe even if they peel off, they could win a 5v4. That was not quite enough. Here comes Flares, though, trying to keep this fight going. Inox might jump in as well.
Low on health, no smite up. Flares picks up 1. Bjergsen goes down. Smite, no, it's going to be picked up by Sivir. A couple kills traded back as well. Can Flares hard carry this fight? He's taken 2. He's going for a 3rd, but the zone is going to keep him safe. Ace for TSM plus the Baron.
That balloons the gold lead to about 7,000 after that one, but Chaos has entered the rift in this game. Enemy desperately tried to stop that one, but TSM was just strong enough. What a crazy series of events right there.
Oh man, nice attempt by enemy Esports. They're certainly not shy about trying to re-engage and salvage situations. They get 2 Baron buffs off, maybe that is worth it, but this equalizer by Dyrus is great to start things out.
Yeah, and it's just because the Baron wasn't able to get bursted down. Not a huge amount of DPS from that enemy team when they're on the Baron. So when the fight actually does happen, also the fact that the flank came in from Bjergsen was really key right there. He basically did all of Otter's health with a couple of spells.
Yeah.
And that just completely took enemy out of the fight. They tried to jump so heavily on Bjergsen, but this time TSM actually stayed together during team fight, something they critically failed to do against Cloud9, where they would split up into different sides. The fight obviously continued. Flares teleported all the way back in. Still had his ultimate, apparently. I'll have to check if he had that up during the first Baron. And then TSM, because they had the numbers advantage, can just easily take that Baron. I'm going to check on that ultimate for the first fight.
Yeah, awkwardly for enemy Esports, at the very start of that Baron, you had some peeling off, and like Flares and Trashy and Inox stayed in the pit hitting Baron actually, and it definitely hurt him a little bit. They weren't able to get out of that ring, and a massive AoE CC from Lustboy made that nice. 5 turrets killed now for Team Solo Mid. They're up 8,000 gold. As you said, they've ballooned this advantage. Little that enemy Esports can do to stop them. Their wave clear is just so limited.
Yeah, and this is the weakness of their team composition. They basically have to flank fight immediately, but there's a pink ward far behind TSM, so they can kind of control the flank right there. Very hard for enemy to fight. I did check as well, the Heckermalt was up by Flare, so some questionable decision-making at that Baron about whether they should fight at the start or not. TSM kind of respecting this flank, but they do have vision if it happens.
And so far they are grouped up. The question is, how fast can Lustboy turn around if a flanker does show up? He can always knock back the Hecarim and remove the chance. Dive comes in. Dyrus the TP right under the turret here, but the engage is coming back and forth from other sides. Trashy's around, hasn't ulted just yet. All of TSM grouped up, but they delete Otter. That's a 1 for 0 to start things off. Body drop the second kill as well. Inox just running away. Trashy also eliminated. A nice headbutt back in. Flares forced to ult away. Still 4 kills picked up as Dyrus picks up another one, 18 to 10, 34.5 minutes in. TSM looking to close this out right now.
Yeah, just Inox alive. That's not enough to defend against 5 people. TSM looking for a win.
A pretty good game by these guys. The early game was close, the mid game fairly close as well, but Bjergsen kept doing better and better and better throughout this game, kept the pressure onto Inox, and TSM will find their first win of the split.
Yeah, we really got to see Bjergsen's team fight power on Victor this game, something that was sorely lacking in their matchup against Cloud9. Some pretty key differences for this TSM game, obviously. Playing a less experienced team against them in Enemy, a team without as much wave clear in order to trade objectives. TSM also substantially more crowd control and protection, so in the team fights, the carries could get work done. Bjergsen and Wild Turtle, consistent damage in these team fights, and once again, TSM starts 1-1.
Of course they do. Enemy Esports themselves 1-1 as well. Their opponents this week, Team Solomid and Gravity. So 1-1, not a bad start for the newcomers to the NALCS. We can see them go anywhere from here. Now, they of course did play an entire split with this lineup, so there's a lot of experience together. You could say, well, Trashy wasn't here for the last 3 weeks, so maybe they lost some of it, but I guess I hope for their sake that they do improve from here. There were some reasonably obvious mistakes in their play.
Trashy really didn't make anything happen with his Evelyn the whole game, which is unfortunate for a champion that has so many early game tools with the permanent stealth. Being outfarmed 85 to 160 by the end of it also doesn't help, especially since Evelyn scales poorly to begin with. So later in the game, we really saw the team fight discrepancy, both from the farm, but as well as the team comps, doom Enemy to defeat here.
Yeah, and it's crazy to point out with Enemy Esports, aside from flares, the highest kill participation in the game for their team was 3 of 10. You had 3 assists on Evelyn, 3 assists on the Morgana, and 2 on Inox and Otter. It was all flares. The entire reason this game was even close was flares actually stepped up. Very aggressive player. Sometimes it backfires, but he kept his team in the game this one.
Yeah, nature of the split push as well. They were trying to split push the lanes, but at the end of the day, TSM could find enough ways of forcing fights. This time it was around the Dragon. They used their 4 Dragons to win the game, whereas they had their 5 Dragons previously against Cloud9 and could not. Honestly, though, Enemy can't be too upset about this one. They gave TSM a pretty good run for their money, kept the gold close the majority of the game, and they know they have a lot more time to practice and grow together. That's why they're all smiles right now.
Yeah, absolutely. We heard Inox talk about it yesterday. He said they're more than friends. They feel like they're just a big group of brothers. So the Enemy family certainly still some growing pains, but yes, definitely look like a pretty good team here in North America. And as we talked about growth, I do want to go back to TSM real quick. Prepping in for the Midseason Invitational, if I recall the stats properly, they had one of the lowest Dragons taken stats of all the teams there.
There are some interesting things about TSM's Dragon Control in the spring split. Basically, they had one of the highest win rates when giving up the first Dragon because they were fairly good at objective trading it. And out of all the regions, they had the first Dragon the fewest times. So definitely a big switch up. It seems like we can't really tell after 2 games. Sometimes they get Dragons by luck. But much more focus on Dragon this split from TSM. 9 Dragons to 0 against their opponents so far.
Well, I guess TSM, though, playing well around objectives, playing fairly measured. We'll see if they can keep forward momentum now throughout the rest of the split. TSM hoping to return to that #1 spot as they were in the spring. We'll see if that happens next week. But for more, let's send it down to Riv, who's on the stage with TSM's man in the mid lane.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Great cast on the day so far. I am joined by Team Solomid's Bjergsen after a victory over Enemy on Victor. I have to go back to yesterday as well. Wins are always easy to talk about, but I want to figure out what kind of happened in the Cloud9 game. Where do you guys feel you faltered, and what wasn't able to happen for you to come back for C9?
We got that early lead, and we weren't really able to translate it. They swapped the lanes once we got a teleport advantage, so we didn't really take advantage of having that TP advantage and being able to control the map like that. So they swapped on us, and we didn't make the necessary plays, and we gave up a couple turrets. So we really just had a lead, and we threw it away by not being aggressive and just not pushing our lead. And then eventually their comp did outscale, but we had every chance to win the game with our lead.
And going back to Victor a second time, feeling comfortable on that as you guys come out against Enemy today. What was changed from last night to today that you guys knew you needed to focus on from that Cloud9 game?
We just went back right away and we reviewed the game and we looked at all the opportunities that we had to snowball the game, all the opportunities we had to really push our lead. And today we tried to really push our lead and we tried to do a lot more things. It was a lot easier because their comp had a lot less wave clear. They were more split push focused rather than the C9 comp, but still I think we did a better job of snowballing our lead once we got it.
All right, and what's TSM looking at the other teams like right now? Obviously, we have TDK, Enemy now. These guys are also going to be leveled up because of the high play of Cloud9 and TSM. How are you looking at these new teams in the LCS?
We haven't been able to scrim against TDK or Enemy, so this is my first game against Enemy, but they gave us a run for the game. Like, our early game, they did very well. FLICKR had a lot of control over the map. He roamed mid, he killed me. Trashy had a lot of good early game pressure, so the teams are definitely looking good, and the season is going to be really exciting.
All right, well, you guys now 1-1, so can keep getting yourself to the top of that list as the weeks come. Congratulations to you on the win, and best of luck as the season continues. Right now, we're going to throw it to the analyst desk to break down that game a little more.
Thank you, Rivington. As he mentioned, a much-needed victory there for TSM after a somewhat disappointing loss yesterday against Cloud9. Already mentioned a little bit by Bjergsen there. I kind of want to look at the differences between yesterday's game and today's game in that both they did have early gold leads. However, today they were able to press that gold lead and turn it into a victory through what seemed to be very, calm pressure, calm, consistent pressure throughout the mid-game.
Yeah, I mean, they never really faltered. Enemy, being one of the new teams, they really focus on, grabbing a couple kills. But TSM, they stayed objective-focused gameplay. They knocked down outer turrets. They stacked up dragons, controlled, and they finally just, walked it home.
Yeah, and I think the big difference in the play style was whenever Dyrus would die somewhere, or whenever somebody would die on a side lane to flares, they were like, all right, let's get a turret for that. And then when you saw when Otter's like, oh, I'm on a solo mission, 3 people come to him after a team fight, Enemy gets nothing off of that except Otter dying. Right? They didn't.
When Turtle gets caught out, he runs away up the lane, tries to stop people away, and they get turret.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It's like Otter did that as well. He tried to clear a wave underneath the tier 2 turret, and then it's like Enemy's still just trying to back, and they're not doing anything with his sacrifice.
Right, whereas in the other instance, TSM was pushing up the mid lane and putting pressure on that turret. On the side of Enemy, I guess we did talk about how they did prioritize kills. They had a lot of gold onto a singular person in flares on Hecarim. However, that didn't net anything beyond that, besides having a singular threat. And so you have to wonder when you are going up against the consistent pressure that TSM was applying, and without having champions built for wave clear, where and how they should have played that Hecarim around the map as opposed to straight into team fights.
So I think Hecarim in team fights is still really good. This is a flanking composition with Evelynn and Hecarim. You want to be able to wrap around. Evelynn can place a ward behind them within stealth, and then it's like, oh, TP home guard into the fight, right? And then Otter has no front line. And it came down to the way Enemy was trying to play this comp was they weren't trying to flank with it. They were trying to just straight up 5v5. So because they were doing that, and I actually have a replay around the Baron that I think showcases this.
We'll pull that up right now.
Yeah,
then,
exactly. Because Hecarim, he's fed at this point, right? He has so much gold on him, and they drop the ball here. They clear the vision out. They make sure that TSM can't see this pit. Bjergsen, you can see on the minimap, is far away. Turtle is very far away. He doesn't even pop his ultimate to get to this fight, so he's not going to arrive any faster. Start rolling it out, and you can see FLICKR has his ultimate up there. They've cleared the pit. There's a pink ward there. They didn't pull off and try to bait it. If everybody had just put the pink ward down and they walked away from the Baron, Dyrus would have thrown his ultimate into Fog of War, and it would have been wasted. FLICKR gets chunked out, and he never gets an opportunity to use his ultimate. And like I said, Evelynn Hecarim is the front line for this team, and Otter's positioning becomes crucial. And in this fight, he chose to go forward to try and get Bjergsen. And the build that FLICKR had selected for himself, which is Black Cleaver, Iceborne Gauntlet, it's not as bursty as, let's say, a Trinity Force, right? So he didn't opt to go for a build where he dives the back line, tries to one-shot Bjergsen or Wild Turtle, and then continue the fight from there, which may have been a more optimal build for this situation.
I think my problem isn't even with the lack of bursty build. It's that you rush into this Iceborne Gauntlet build against a
Rumble,
like all AP team. Basically, if you're going to be one-shotting the AD carry, the rest of their team is all AP. Magic resist. If you're gonna go into 4 AP people, you need magic resist.
Yeah, absolutely. But I do see the point in that the Black Cleaver and the Iceborne Gauntlet provide a slightly more sustained damage as opposed to the burst damage.
It's got some CDR on it, and his W comes up more often. He's a little tankier, through that whole thing. But,
there's definitely a situation in which that build is awesome.
Yes.
I don't feel like this was that situation.
Yeah, and so instead, what should have been done, in my opinion, is that they should have said, stay in the side lanes, revert the build to something that is a little bit more 1v1 oriented. Since you're going up against the Rumble, you probably don't need Iceborne Gauntlets. Instead, let's go Trinity Force and get a Spirit Visage in there and have you apply the pressure around the map that counteracts the siege that TSM is laying down, because we can't afford to fight them straight up. I think if that strategy had been applied, perhaps we see a different result here in this game.
Yeah, and Black Cleaver is great, right? Like, Black Cleaver is awesome, but there isn't enough armor to really warrant buying that item. So I definitely agree that he should.
I think we do need to
push thing.
Give credit to TSM for the constant pressure.
Yes.
It means a new team. They're dealing with this constant pressure from TSM, on all of their objectives. And it looked like, it's a kind of desperation play. You get it. You're only a little bit behind during that Baron replay. But if you trap all yourselves in Baron Pit versus the 4 AP team with a Rumble Ultimate blanketing the door, then that's a make or break play right there.
I love the call from Enemy to go for the Baron at that point. That was the absolute best time they could have called for it. While Turtle's back, it's a great opportunity. The execution on it just falls flat. So, props to Enemy there. Props to TSM for executing that fight well on their part. So, kind of props all around, but also, it's kind of a situation that probably shouldn't have happened.
Okay, you can give them.
I will give them props, and I will slap their wrist at the same time.
Participation medals are being handed out right now on the analyst desk.
Hey,
anyway, we'll be right back after this quick break with our 5th and final game of the day, Team Dragon Knights versus Gravity. So don't go anywhere.
I actually played one game in EU where I played Heimerdinger jungle, and I legit played decently well. So I'm very proud of you.
Santorin takes away the dragon, but the battle has begun. Bind on a Dyrus. Into the back line goes. Players are going to get stunned up, though, and Victor's going to have a field day on this one. Towards Bjergsen, they can't quite kill him, though. Otter tries, but can't quite. The Ignite takes him down. Bjergsen, the first kill of the fight.
They're on me.
I'm on Otter.
Nice. They kill list all the...
I'm turning everything.
I'm ulting them. Even Hegram? Hegram?
We can end.
Yeah, we can end here.
TSM will find their first win of the split.
Welcome back. We're heading into the final game of Week 1 with Team Dragon Knights versus Gravity. Both of these teams start the day 0-1 and are looking to end the week with a mark in the win column here.
Yeah, and even though TDK are playing with a team that is more than half made up of subs, they still had glimmers of hope in their loss against Team Liquid.
Yeah, Bishu got that 1 versus 1 kill, highlight play for himself when Phoenix went a little bit too far. Seraph, he was actually up in lane over Quas, which is definitely an accomplishment. Quas has had a really, really good weekend. And then Kez was able to get that first blood, wrapped around down to the bottom lane and got that counter gank.
Now, but of course, TDK made some big mistakes and were outplayed in a few team fights around the map.
Yeah, Gravity, even though that TDK was getting outplayed across the map, Gravity, on the other side though, they lost a very close game to enemy Esports. They were in a position to win, but they struggled with their decision making and were unable to close out the game.
Now, Gravity lost a lot of experience when veterans Saint and Cop stepped down, and it may take time for them to rebuild their shot calling. Of course, the split is only 1 day old, so they still, have a lot of time for them to work on that element of their game.
Literally, yeah.
It's a little bit tough for us to give him too much flack for that one. Well, as we throw it over to the desk, Alltech says Gravity can provide him with with all of the resources he needs to improve his individual game.
I think on Gravity, there's a lot of room for me to grow just because I respect Cop a lot as a player, and he's an 80 player, so he can help me a lot. And everyone on the team is really chill, and everyone's really good at the game as well. So I think the environment's really nice, and then there's obviously room to improve every day.
Yeah, and I mean, if one thing Gravity had last split, it was a very nice environment for Alltech to kind of enter into, and it is nice to have the experience of Cop. That was a guy who played in pretty much every single LCS game up until the point where he switched over to be a coach. Probably every single game.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was one of, yesterday was the first time he missed an LCS game, so Cop breaking the streak here. I guess C9 did the same thing with their switch over to Incarnation. Either way, let's check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, it's Team Dragon Knights. In the top lane, Seraph. In the jungle is Kez. In the mid is Bishu. And the AD carry is Latman. And the support is Baby.
And on the red side, also looking to pick up their first win of the split, it is Gravity, with Haunter in the top lane, Move, their new jungler, replacing St. Vicious, Keen in the mid lane, Alltech, as we just saw, taking over for Cop on AD carry, and the ever-wonderful Bunny Fufu on support.
And if you look close enough in the player cams, you can actually see Coach Cop behind them on Gravity as well.
He really dressed up well.
Yeah.
He had like a nice-fitting suit, which is difficult to get for like the tall and skinny type people. He looked good.
Yeah, props to that one. If you watch the Challenger scene enough, there's a lot of songs about looking good. Props to the playlist there in that one. It's probably one of my favorite songs either way. The players are filling into champs. Like, it is worth mentioning, by the way.
We're missing a lot of bands.
We're gonna miss 4 bands this game. So TDK, if you guys missed the announcement yesterday, basically filed their roster late as.
Well, they were just too late declaring their substitutes.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
or even a valid roster.
Sure. I mean, you can boil it down like oversimplified as I was doing, essentially by filing the roster late. They lost all 3 bans from both yesterday's and today's games. The Gravity penalty, they lose 1 ban, as I believe it was Keen talking during a pause. So we're going to get a champs like a minute and a half into it, like once we've missed 3 of them, and then we'll.
As soon as the law enforcement
two.
leaves from within the team, people talk during a pause.
Yeah, right. Suddenly,
what is going on with
Suddenly rule breaking when Comp's not there to shut you up. So unfortunately, we'll have to see what these teams do when you only have 2 bans in the game. That'll be, I guess, a little bit different.
There's a lot of potential for some exciting things in this game from a spectator point of view. Maybe not necessarily from like a really high quality strategic game, because first off, only 2 bans. So that completely kind of changes the complexion of the champions we're going to end up seeing. So a lot of stuff that normally is just straight up banned away. On top of that, we have TDK, who's playing with 3 substitutes that they haven't had much practice with. They had a good start, but then kind of a chaotic later game. And Gravity, who are missing a lot of veteran leadership in game. Cop and St. Vicious are missing, and there was kind of a lack of that in their last game, which could end up creating a little bit of chaos in this one, and we could end up getting a very high kill bloody game.
Yeah, I think that's pretty likely for us to have a high kill and bloody game here. And the question is then how can these guys, like, how quickly can these guys learn the shot calling they need, right? What are TDK's goals in the meantime, right? If it takes them a while to get their intended starters together, this is a lineup that's going to play like a third or maybe half their split or something. TDK should probably learn to play with this lineup and really grow their players' shot calling and their coordination as fast as possible. Gravity, this is their intended lineup, but they're kind of just starting now to really put things together. And growth, I think, needs to be fast for them. This is the split that leads to Worlds.
Yeah, and as the analyst desk was saying during the intro, Kez and Seraph did quite well in their game.
Absolutely.
As well as they could do, really. I mean, Seraph on top lane Rumble against a Gnar, Quas's Gnar obviously ended up carrying the game. But CS itself, for a Rumble to hit 200 CS before a Gnar is pretty difficult.
Yeah.
And Seraph was able to do it in that game. Kez as well really had a nice, unique gank path early on in the game to get himself first blood, actually. So those two, the core TDK members, you could say, performed well.
Yeah, I mean, Kez has been a shot caller for a while. He was one of the big voices back on Complexity way back in the day, and the team was sort of built almost by Seraph himself. Like, those are the two guys who definitely matter a whole lot as far as one goes, so we'll see how their leadership can bring the rest of TDK together in this one. And the rest of the individual contributions, I guess, are going to be interesting to watch. Bishu, he had that really cool big play that we showed yesterday with his 1v1 over Phoenix, and yeah, it was cool. And now we get ourselves halfway through Champ Select, and we have begun with what else? A Nidalee ban against Seraph.
Oh man, of all the champions. So yeah, interestingly enough, only one ban left. Obviously, TDK has to let the timer go down all the way and not press a ban. We've already waited out the loss of ban for Gravity, as well as this will now be the second or third loss of ban for TDK, so we're very close to full-on champion select.
Yep. The pick phase starts at about 20 seconds from now. And of course, yeah, Gravity has nothing to account for. They just plan the two out and click them right away. There's no discussion that should be required. The Kez, Evelyn as well. Those are probably the two bans that I expect to see frequently for the rest of the TDK split, unless we start seeing other trends arise from these players. Graga's first pick, though, Kez looks like he's going to get that champion with only the one jungle ban coming through.
Yeah, so what's been taking up a lot of ban space throughout the LCS week have been the double jungle bans. Generally, one team will ban Gragas, the other team will ban Rek'Sai to make sure you can't get the other. This time, since TDK had first pick, the option of a single jungle ban wasn't there for Gravity. Therefore, they end up letting both of them through, and we'll probably end up seeing Rek'Sai on the other side. Or maybe a strange pick from Move. He does play a few crazy things. This jungler who was EDG's sub last year in the OPL. Last split. Well,
yesterday he played Nunu for himself. We'll see if that becomes a trend he wants to continue on. Hanser gets Hecarim. This is a champion he plays very frequently, and Bunny Fufu getting Alistair. Every single person seems to be jumping on that hype train.
Yeah, it's real. Alistair hype train is real. So much turret diving potential at level 6. People really looking to snowball any early advantage they get. Also, a fairly team fight heavy focused meta, and Alistair can do work in those team fights. Pick has just kind of been on the outskirts of support play for so long, just seems to break through the wall.
With a crowd chance for Bard, not going to see him this game. Sorry, guys. Vladimir picked up here. Could go to Bishu or Seraph, I suppose. Baby wants Thresh, so it looks like TDK hiding pretty much all their lane matchups. That Vlad flex pick can help them just a little bit here. Hiding AD carry in one of the solo lanes.
Yeah. So, what kind of ended up happening here, because there weren't many power pick bans, one of the reasons some things are banned or picked early is because they don't really have many bad matchups, which actually makes this pick and ban phase like less strategically interesting if all they're doing is just picking the strong stuff that is good in blind pick situations.
Like Hecarim and Alistair.
And that's generally what's happened so far. Thresh, Alistair, Gragas, and whatever jungle Gravity wants to pick here.
Now, what does Move want to play? Alltech wants Jinx here for the carry pants. It brings up Lee Sin. One jungle ban, one jungle pick. Lee Sin coming through. I believe the second time we've seen him now this split in the NALCS. That one being Smithy. Yep.
COD's victory.
True. One of the two. All right, so Gravity have saved their mid pick for last to make sure Keen can have a good matchup up against Bishu. TDK has to decide where this Vladimir actually goes. They know it's Hecarim top. They know it's Lee Sin jungle. So a very scary top lane duo for Gravity if those two champions do show up.
Definitely. I mean, Bishu could take the Vladimir mid lane as well.
It puts up a lot of easy farm matchups against him. We saw Kog'Maw do incredibly well from Incarnation in that matchup.
Keen may always want to pull out the Azir. Interesting choices here from TDK. Victor is known as a pretty good blind pick mid laner as well.
I want Asher Saber here if they go Victor.
Too bad.
Yeah, too bad. TDK not... So, a very mid-range focused team fight. Mid-range focused team fight comp. Vladimir, Victor, Lucian. Problem is, no reliable way to start those fights. The Gravity can kind of play from a distance potentially and make life really difficult. Like, this is actually, lane matchup notwithstanding, kind of a good AP Kog'Maw game. They're just not going to reach you.
What about Bard mid? That would work too.
Great. Bard mid. It's AP Alistair, actually. We're pulling back to Season 1 style. Shoe in this game. And it is going to be Bard.
I'll agree with that. It's a pretty short-range composition overall for TDK with a lot of damage potential. Basically, they have to play very well around Gragas and Thresh if they want to start the team fights. The one reliable initiation for TDK would be a Gragas flash body slam into a knockback to the rest of the TDK team. And kind of like we saw yesterday, I feel like TDK is looking...
Oh, he is!
He wasn't lying to me.
Go.
Backstory. As casters, we have clients into the game here. He's not playing Malphite. It's probably Hanser. Maybe
Doesn't matter. Keep going.
Yeah. We have clients to observe the game. Keen messaged me. He said, hi. As a troll, I was like, what are you going to play? He said, the champion I'm playing right now. And he was in-game as Malphite. He doesn't mess around. Keen speaks truth.
Wanted to make a statement here. Okay, so... letting all mid laners available, Bishu picks up Victor as the one he wants to play, and Keen says, how about them counter picks? Let me play Malphite in this matchup.
Yeah. This is actually pretty awesome for Gravity.
Yeah.
I mean, if he pre-planned the Malphite, so I can't say, wow, he was planning this as a Victor counter pick. But honestly, Victor excels in mid-range, but is somewhat weak to things that can close into his threat window before Victor's able to touch them, and Malphite is one of those champions. AP Malphite, Unstoppable Force, can one-shot a Victor, especially when comboed with a Hecarim. So, a very devastating combo. Hecarim Malphite from Gravity.
Hecarim Malphite, the backline. There's an Alistair to help as well, by the way. Like, the amount of burst there is stupid good. I feel bad. I feel bad for Latman now. I'm glad he's not playing Ashe anymore, because he would just die right away every single time.
Ashe would have been a very poor choice.
It would have been bad. Now there's one more time for you guys to head over to Twitter and vote for who you think's going to win. Tweet at LOL Esports with your pick. Use either hashtag TDK win or hashtag GV win for the mid Malphite here. One of these is way more crazy.
At least if Latman would have picked Ashe, he would have had global Hawkshot.
True.
Which is,
so we can see Malphite coming before Unstoppable Force kills him.
Yeah.
Now, it is worth pointing out, last time we saw mid Malphite commonly was EU LCS, and I want to say early 2014, and that was with Deathfire Grasp still as an item. So if he still goes for AP Malphite, and he's got 24 AP, so he is.
Oh, he's full AP here.
Yeah. I want to see what the build ends up being.
Yeah, I'm curious as well. Generally, AP Malphites have been Magic Pen heavy, so I'm expecting something like an Abyssal Scepter rush into Sorcerer's Shoes, or he'll go with a little bit of Mana Regen first. It's just hard to see him building in Athenes when he can go Abyssal and burst super hard.
Yeah.
Which is what he needs to do in this game to ultimately be effective. Keen's done a few unconventional picks before they're ready. I mean, the Fizz mid he was doing, he did Abyssal Scepter Frozen Heart on mid lane Fizz when he was like super, he was the AD Fizz time, but he was still building like tank Magic Pen.
It worked too.
Yeah.
It was like a high CDR tank Fizz, and he was just like stupid annoying. Bishu ran heal this game, which is surprising to me. I think he'd have to expect Ignite mid, right, from the AP Malphite. I feel like heal's just not good against Ignite when you have things like Barrier or Exhaust.
I do like the fact that Bishu has gone a defensive summoner.
Absolutely.
On Victor, I'm a big fan of double defensive summoner. On the really high sustained damage mid lane mages like Cassiopeia, Azir, and Victor fits in that club as well. At least against Malphite, Barrier is probably a pretty good choice. Because you can use it right as the ulti. That's the choice. Heal, a little bit more utility, but he will be vulnerable to that Ignite, as you said.
Well, we'll see how it ends up playing out. Should be some fun things happening. So a lane swap coming in, by the way. Seraph is 1v1ing up against all tech right now. Buddy people will be joining in. Move and Hanser are double jungling. Blue buff did go to Lee Sin. I'm actually surprised at that. They didn't give it away to Hanser.
Yeah, double smite jungling as well. So Hanser for the slightly late gamer tanky Hecarim. With the double jungle, I'll be interested to see how Seraph can keep up an experience here. It's a dangerous world. He didn't have to burn his teleport to get to lane though, so as long as he doesn't get all in, he can keep this up, and they're trying desperately to get their support here before they'd be able to get ganked. But if it's a 4-man gank, they'd actually need 3 people under the turret to stop it successfully.
That's true. Right now, though, they didn't manage to freeze Gravity in the top lane, so Seraph is getting experience, it seems, for the most of this. Actually, no, I take it back. Looks like it did freeze. There's a slight minion lead here, and Baby's going to show up to support. Vladimir should be fairly safe then, unless Haunter and Move go crazy. They get Scuttler, but they get spotted by the ward. And Move's alone over here. Deep Trinket to try to track Kez.
I think it's a good strategy by Gravity to do this lane swap against TDK as a sub-squad. If anything is remarkably different than the solo queue game in competitive, it is the world of lane swaps. It's almost like playing a different game. So it's basically now on Kez and Seraph to just really quickly teach TDK on all the things they need to do to not fall prey to common lane swap tactics like a 4-man dive, which honestly Baby did fairly well. He made it to the lane pretty quick. He then placed defensive wards, which would give them heavy advanced warning of a 4-man dive, and Gravity ends up not going for it.
All right, so looks like we just have awkward 2-on-2s all the same. Hecarim did teleport in. Haunter, by the way, as you mentioned in the jungling time, Smite teleport Hecarim, so we will see challenging Smite Cinderhulk out of that guy, most likely. 1v1ing this Latman Lucian. I wonder how many times he's actually 1v1 to Hecarim in solo queue, and I'm going to guess not many times.
Yeah, these guys were on Frank Fan Gaming as well, though, so they have...
Yeah.
I shouldn't say they're straight out of solo queue. That's
true, that's true. They're a pretty successful challenger team.
Yeah, so they definitely have done this before. It's just on an LCS level. Sometimes it's a little bit different, but they're dealing quite well with this.
Keen actually doing reasonably well in this matchup against Bishu, slowly chunking health down. Potions for the victor. Nice try.
Oh, they were trying to track the projectile. Too slow, observers. Try next time.
Yeah, great.
Completely unnecessary.
It's good. It's the day of smack talk. I like it.
Now every champion I talk about will just be off-screen.
Man, Alisher mid's so cool, right, guys?
Yeah.
Yeah!
Hi, Alisher.
Even the players are helping.
Yeah, this early game from the mid lane Malphite, pretty standard spell build for the solo lane Malphite. Max in Q and then no points in W because you just want to maximize your burst damage here. Also, he's got a decent range trade there. Bishu early on in the game can't really break through the passive shield of Malphite at the moment. So Kane's happily farming on this mid Malphite. Nicely done.
Yeah, until he gets some mana regen, he can't easily spam E to push Keen around. So you're right, breaking the passive nearly impossible for him. Right now, Altec has been swapped back to the bottom lane with a pickaxe.
Yeah, Latman's returned after his projectile, according to the observers, disappeared. So no one could follow that. So they claim.
Okay.
Yeah, honestly, though, it's a pretty big XP edge for Latman. He had a lot of free time down in that bottom lane to get this 36 or so CS. Not as much farm, but a little bit more experience because he was 1v1. It's going to be on Haunter now to try and not fall behind since the lanes have swapped back, and he will be against Sarah's Vladimir, who's going to be turning on pretty quick.
Absolutely. He got a little bit of time to get some experience in a roughly safe lane. Has a minion lead as well, level 5 on the Vladimir. No real threatening items from Haunter. He's actually not even recalled to buy anything yet. Deep ward. Smart by Haunter, gets it over the wall towards Gromp. Very common for top laners, but good to see that continue to proliferate among all these top laners here. Kez gets spotted as he takes down the Scuttle Crab, and Haunter is going to be in this one-on-one. Should be safe against this Gragas. Luke getting some time to counter jungle.
They really want to dive Bishu.
Ooh. They know Kez is fairly close by. They saw him take down Scuttle.
Are they going to get in as soon as Kez walks around the corner? No, nope, they're calling it off.
Okay. Ooh, and he loses the Raptor buff, too, from that ward in the brush. So, small loss there. Level 6 Latman Lucian.
Yeah.
Has been playing his lanes fairly passively. Did the same against the Team Liquid duo lane as well.
It's true. Had a good early gank in that game from Kez, but with the lane swap in this one, it cut down on the creativity they could do because they were trying to just keep up with Gravity's lane swapping. Interesting picking the Lee Sin into the Gragas as well. Yeah. I'm much more okay with the Lee Sin pick in this context than I would be if they were up against one of the other tank junglers. Basically, Liz, one of the reasons Gragas has been so dominant is he is one of the tank junglers that still provides so much early game pressure.
Yeah.
But Lee Sin can match that early game pressure, and unlike someone like a Sejuani who's a huge monster in like super late game team fights, Gragas does have like a 40-minute fall off where he will provide the utility of the ultimate, but won't be doing a huge amount of damage. And Lee Sin follows a somewhat similar path where he can pull off the initiation, and he's still able to get tanky if he goes for it. So it's not as mismatched late game as some of the other matchups would be.
Yeah, you're right about that one. Right now, though, it is, if we haven't mentioned this yet, Warrior Lee Sin, so he'll be squishy for a while. Has actually bought regular old green wards, so still spending some money on that one. Also went Trailblazer, so not a combat smite either. Kind of interesting to see Move's choices here. Will keep him full health almost the entire time through the jungle, so that he can gank with a decent enough health bar and not have to spend too much money on potions. Second recall for Latman. He ulted the wave and then backed for an Avarice Blade, so trying to bank up money for a while. Happy to play a bit of a slower game and just money, money, money for a while. Keen got his blue buff. Looks like he's going towards Abyssal after all. That's what the Blasting Wand should be for here.
Yeah, because of the Avarice, though, Altec will have enough for a BF sword. That could sway that lane pretty heavily if they end up trading. So Gravity is kind of slowly pulling ahead in some of these lanes. And so much respect has to be given to Keen's AP Malphite here, coming back with the Blasting Wand already. Any opportunity he might go.
Whoa! Yeah, well, good timing, Jack. Good flash by Bishu. Gets away from Move's Q, though. Double Summoner's heal use as well. Ulti from Altec. Oh! What? Tracking their sway observers. It went off the screen. They missed another projectile.
Right there. Oh, man. I believe the ward probably gave him a little bit of an advanced warning as it came through.
Orkez yelling, oh God, rocket, dodge it.
He does so. Interesting there. The fact that Keen flashed in for his Unstoppable Force instead of just going for it. He would have been in range for a max range one, but he decided to try and make it more instantaneous so it wouldn't get flashed immediately. Which technically successful, it's just they can't come up with the kill.
Ooh, good hook by Baby. Altec gonna get pulled almost into turret range, but look at that damage from Latman. Gets one crit from the Avarice Blade on the attacks over there. Altec quite low on the end of it all. Bunny Fufu buying a bit of time. Time to regen.
Yeah, Move's still going to try and make a play there. Couldn't get his ultimate off yet, and they have already swept here.
They don't know there aren't wards in that brush.
With Bunny Fufu at level 6, the dive becomes a very real possibility.
This is frozen right in front of the turret. Like, this is going to be so hard for him to dive this. Seraph has teleport for a counter gank. Han's going to play aggressively. Challenging might used as well, and Seraph is getting a fair bit of health.
Nice harass there by Latman.
Yeah. Kez coming to show up top as well. Is seen by a ward, and now Gravity knows there is no Gragas counter gank available. If they go for the bot lane, Altec losing more health, though. Getting heavily worn down by Latman.
Yeah, that's 2 or 3 piercing lights in a row the Latman has been able to weave through the minion while getting the last hit and hit Altec. Really getting good harass out considering he's down a BF sword essentially in trading by getting that poke in with the piercing light that Altec can't trade back.
Yeah, absolutely impressive. You pick Lucian primarily, I would say 70% for the laning phase, and that is something he's doing quite well. Move gets the smite steal, loses the buff to a nearby ward, but still getting the Raptor away from Bishu is quite nice. Keen does still nurse a small minion lead in this 1v1 match. The mid Malphite is winning lane against Victor, someone we typically consider a strong laner. So, so far so good from mid AP Malphite, to be completely fair. The rotation of the mid lane, Gravity do call something aggressive, and this is going to lose a lot of health.
Yeah, Malphite's also a pretty strong laner as well, as we're seeing early shield just off of Malphite's passive, making it difficult to trade, as well as his actual trading with the max in his Seismic Shard is pretty big. Oh, hello, Hanser.
And the team is coming in soon. Flame by Baby does not really stop the damage. Hanser in with the box, moves around, teleport for Seraph as well. Latman out of mana, he won't do much. A kick knocks back Baby, moves forced out though. First blood goes in, the rocket from Altec now to join the fight. Nice dash by Latman, gets away from Buddy Fufu. Seraph gonna puddle out as well. Kez to ditch them all back, and a 1-for-1.
Yeah, all 5 members were coming down there. The mid laners are ready to join as well, but yeah, it is just a 1-for-1. Move seemed to disappear right there. No defensive stats whatsoever so far in his build. You can really see the squishiness coming through right there as he got blown up. But I would say advantage Gravity out of that trade because Altec got the kill for himself, whereas Baby as a support will not be able to make as good use of that kill gold.
Yeah, even though it was first blood for TDK, so like technically more gold earned, I agree with you. The correct person got that money. Keen now getting harassed around a little bit. Doesn't seem to care anyway. Chugging away on that flask and being nice and happy. That's the second death ray in a row, though. This harass is starting to add up.
And critically, it was before Keen could let his shield refresh, so it did the full amount of damage. And now Keen basically just has to go back to base.
He can afford Abyssal Scepter.
Or just wait for his health to come back up.
That's true. I do think getting Abyssal, maybe after this wave, is worth doing, though. It is a pretty important item to spike up with. Seraph looks like he's got plenty of pushing power right now against Hanser. Cinderhulk done on the Hecarim. No teleport for either top laner. Dragon, of course, is back up now. Looks like the team's not prioritizing it very heavily. Seraph actually starting to go pretty hard on the Hanser. Yeah, out he goes. Yeah. 400 health left.
Yeah, Seraph at that critical level 9 for Vladimir. Able to vamp up so heavily already with that Will of the Ancients, but just a Cinderhulk completed by Hanser, so no magic resistance. It's a really big power spike at the moment for Seraph before Hanser can get the MR. And he gets that null magic right away, and he's going to need to fly back to that lane to save the turret.
Well, no home guards because no upgraded boots yet. Hanser's not going to fly back too quickly, unfortunately. Second time in a row, we're seeing Seraph seemingly winning his lane, at least in minion score.
Yeah, well, he was absolutely decimating people in the Challenger Series.
Yeah.
Like, the Seraph that was on CLG is much different than the Seraph that we're seeing now for, you know, a number of ways. Whether it's experience, he has also improved as a player, but just the environment he has in TDK. This is his team. He's not on someone else's team. And it reflects in his play, even in the Challenger Series, and 2 games in a row now in the LCS, winning his lane.
Challenging Smite in the dash once more. Hanser really trying to push Seraph around and actually chunking him down to half HP, but guess what? It's Will the Ancients, Vladimir. I don't know how long you keep him really down for, but Hanser does make some progress off this one. TP's still 2.5 minutes away on this one. Latman gonna push around Altec. Decent damage dealt, actually. Dragon still on the table. Both teams starting, looks like now to really put some wards down. Gravity, a lot of defensive pink wards, and now a couple of aggressive green ones. Still only single sight stone, though.
Interesting rotation here by Gravity, though, coming underneath the turret. It's really just a nice rotation to pick themselves up a nice uncontested turret.
Very well done. All right, so, oh, wow, the flash engage. Hello. They find Baby. In comes Hecarim. How about that for decisiveness? Kez to knock a few back, but still a 1-for-0 off that turret kill.
Wow, so normally we try and prep these team fights because we can see the rotations and we know when a team's about to engage. Keen's engagement range is huge. It's about 2,000 range because both times he's flash ulted to go in for it. They very quickly pick up a kill on a Baby and try and rotate for the Dragon, but because so much was invested, you can see TDK trying to take turrets and then he pushes on the other side.
Doing what they can to push it. Of course, there's not a lot of wave through on this Gravity lineup. Even Jinx is not great at it at this stage of the game. So maybe pushing can go well. Seraph once again looking for a fight onto Hanser. A lot of transfusions used. Not quite going to get it. And he refuses to Sanguine Pool.
He was saving it in case he really needed it, as all Vladimir should.
True. Kez gets a buff steal in the same time. They realize where move was and that no one could help that one. So TDK making the best of that situation. You said take some objectives. Got the red buff, not too bad. Nice hook on the ward. Bunny Fufu not going to feel good about this one. And the flay backwards as he's brought in Latman to help.
It's a long way home for Bunny Fufu. He does have his flash. That's all he wants to do.
And the ult bought him enough time. Hook's not going to land. Nice try, though.
Yeah, they managed to burn some nice summoners there just for a good back disruption. This will also give them freedom to push up the lane where Altec is already coming back to it. So overall, solid play by TDK. And honestly, just they're down 2 dragons, but because of the turret lead, this is a winnable game here for TDK and their 3 subs.
It absolutely is. These guys are up 1,000 gold over Gravity right here. Gravity their week in basically consisted of playing the 2 newcomers to the North American LCS with one of the more changed returning rosters of the NA teams. In fact, I guess with 2 replacements, it's the most changed of the NA LCS rosters of the returning teams.
Yep.
So kind of the newest teams in a way, the ones matching up here in TDK, actually getting the better of Gravity, much like NME was.
Yeah. Looking to be another close game for Gravity.
Definitely.
Which We're going to have to see now, no St. Vicious, no Cop, or the shot calling in the middle of the game. How can they make moves and make big plays? Oh boy.
That Chomper was big. The headbutt pulverize helping as well. That Lantern would have saved him, but a misstep by Latman means the kill comes into Bunny Fufu. Altic getting a second assist. Bot lane turret goes down. Gravity turning it right back around now.
Yeah. Don't step on the Chomper. Bad to do against Jinx and duels right there. So Latman ends up paying heavily for this one, and now the ultimate is up from Keen's Malphite. They might look to go.
Man. Yeah, every time he's on screen, I'm just like, is someone going to die in the next 2 seconds? Oftentimes that answer is yes.
Once he's got an assist, but it's always really close.
Yeah.
Potential is there. I feel it.
The health bar gets smaller at the very least.
He almost killed Bishu there.
We missed it, but you know what? It's okay, Observers. I forgive you.
We'll get a replay. Maybe. It wasn't a kill, so maybe it's not worth it. He did not burn his Ignite, but he burned the heal from Bishu.
All right, heal for Malphite ulti. No CDR on Malphite. He does go Abyssal Sword Shoes, and yeah, none of that mana regen stuff. Well, Double Doran's Ring, I guess, was his mana regen of choice. My mind said Chalice, but Keen knows better than I do. Double Doran's Ring was the build. Mid lane turret still taking damage. Wow, Seraph without MR takes a fair bit of damage from those Qs. But this turret very nearly dead. Keen's wave clear not great.
Yeah, definitely not if you can't get a melee range for the ground slam. Just thinking of these team compositions as they progress too. Oh great, we get the replay. Hoorah! Because of the heal, all the spells are gone for Keen, and he can't chase through the gravity field. But that's the burst level. So basically Keen either needs more burst or an assistant to come with him on his unstoppable force journeys. Or even just a Jinx rocket would have been able to do it, but it's clearly not 100-0 from the Malphite, but it's close.
Yeah.
Also, you can see the Distortion Boots bot already.
Nice.
For more flash ultimates. It is a thing, especially we have very low ping environments and very fast reaction times from our pro players here. So the fast unstoppable force from max range is a very flashable spell. It's much less flashable if you basically flash on top of someone and then use your ultimate. So almost like an Alistar Pulverize that does more damage is basically what Keen is doing. This team now has 2 Alistar Pulverizes, or 2 Malphite ults, depending on how you want to look at it.
I tend to think like Alistar WQ is like more like an unstoppable force. I'm gonna say it's more like Malphite, just one is like way less damage. Either way, definitely a scary lineup here. Haunster's ulti even somewhat similar, right? Pick an area, they all get feared instead of knocked up. 3 ways to click an area and stun a bunch of people. Latman dealing with move a little bit here, but the top lane getting pressured by a fair number of the gravity members. Altic and Bunny Fufu doing what they can for turret demolition. Latman wave clears a bit. Move comes in, goes for the flash. A flash wave, maybe gets over the wall. But Keen is around with the ulti from Malphite. Does he even want to use it? The answer is no, because Latman's still around. Wow, more come in. Haunter picks up 1, and Gravity gotta be careful. Bishu turns 1 back around. It's a 2-for-1 in Gravity's favor, though, as they look to limp away from this one.
Keen still has his ultimate if he wants to turn it. So they're using this for a bit of pressure. It was a nice start to the fight there by Gravity, rotating through the jungle right there with all the smattering of wards. Basically, the amount of pressure Move was able to create by jumping in there was enough to close it. Now, here comes the dive. Maybe a Malphite to follow.
Bit of damage on Kez, bit of damage on Seraph, but Seraph really unperturbed at all. He's going to have a ton of damage put down to this one. No ulti for himself, but they force back Bunny Fufu. Seraph's going to live through the Ignite. Keen goes in towards Bishu, but as we mentioned before, he needs a helper for that to work. The ulti wasted, doing no damage. Out they go.
It felt like Keen kept waiting for the perfect moment to use Unstoppable Force, but TDK just wasn't giving it to him. So finally, at the end of the day, he uses it on something that would never result in a kill. Keen really just not going for the easy Malphite ultimate that wasn't perfect and ends up wasting it and then having to burn his flash as a runaway skill. So
yeah.
Ultimately, Gravity does benefit from that, though, mainly because of Move's nice start.
And TDK managed to answer back, though, off the ill-fated second attempt dive, and mid lane outer turret does go down, so TDK up 3 turrets to 2 in this one. But as everyone heals back up, Dragon 3 is on the table for Gravity. It's spawned now. Then Move has a couple of deep wards to help him through this away. TDK, though, wanted to answer the ward control right back.
Yeah, and Bishu's in the midst of a pretty big power spike right now. Having his death cap completed, he hits like an absolute truck, but his summoners and ultimate are down, so he's a little bit vulnerable right now.
Oh, no.
Move falling behind and still squishy. Who's going to go in for this Dragon? The ultimates just aren't there for the majority of the teams.
TDK is around. Dragon's still at 2,000 health. They're going to go in for the attempt. The smite for Kez going to knock actually Lee Sin in, but still picked up a good body slam flash, and Move's got nowhere to go. Picked up by Latman. 3 kills now for TDK. They're within 500 gold now.
We talked in Champion Select about initiation from TDK and how it may not be the most reliable, but the one reliable thing they would have would be the flash body slam from Kez. That's what they do right there to secure the kill onto move after they were able to take the Dragon, and now TDK looking to use that power spike from Victor and the initiation that is on a 5-minute cooldown from their jungler in the flash body slam to create a bigger opportunity. They go for the turret. Gravity defense.
We'll see if Gravity can defend this one. 4v5. Move is just now respawned and walking over. Altec, the sole wave clear, doing the best he can to remove these minions. Does okay at it. Static Shift helps as well. Keen looking for the flank attempt. Moves nearby. Can they land it?
The respect is very real from TDK. They don't, more importantly than just stopping the Malphite, TDK is trying to stop the backup for the Malphite.
Yeah.
So these fights are very interesting because based on the team compositions, TDK needs to be very spread out. The actual circle of power for Malphite and Hecarim is a small radius.
Yeah.
So as long as TDK spreads out, Gravity has difficulty womboing all three of their very small circle ultimates that they have in there. In order to make a really good play here, Gravity will have to manipulate the Fog of War very well and hopefully somehow funnel TDK through a choke.
Yeah.
Or they'll just get a super fed Jinx in the late game and crush it.
That's true. There's definitely a lot of powerful win conditions for Gravity, and yet knocking turrets down very easy for a big Jinx. Gravity sitting on a 2,000 gold lead are in the driver's seat right here. TDK though, I have seen so many games of them being behind and then Seraph just goes and just destroys everybody by himself. He's stacked a bunch of armor. He wants to be able to survive Hanser. He's going for a Luden's Echo. And now Latman forced to run away from Hanser.
Hanser still trying to power up. The Cinderhulk Hecarim takes a little bit longer to get super strong. Can still do some work with the Cinderhulk, but he's not going to be one-shotting Latman by any stretch of the imagination. I am interested in the Aether Wisp there by Seraph as well, though. Probably, as you said, Luden's Echo.
Yeah.
Going in for Vladimir. Just build it on anybody at this point.
And he gets to run faster during Sanguine Pool. And he has very low cooldowns, so you're going to stack that up reasonably quickly.
Yeah, I've seen it in a few different situations. Interesting to forego. A lot of times you'll see the Zonias, and then you almost immediately want to get into either Magic Resist or Magic Pen. Sometimes Abyssal serves both of those niches. A lot of physical damage coming through, though. Malphite's not going to be ulting him, so Seraph doesn't have a need to get the Magic Resistance in this game, and he just wants to do a whole bunch of damage. Zonias, unless a Malphite's ulting him, he doesn't need to immediately Zonias for any high bits of damage. So with those things in mind, Seraph's build choice is actually pretty cool right there, trying to go for Ludens and absolutely maximizing his DPS while minimizing more defensive capabilities.
Yeah, 150 armor, 1,800 health. That's one of the tankier champions on the map. I mean, for reference, 2,300 health on Hanser, and he's built practically full tank with that Cinderhulk. So yeah, not the hugest disparity. We'll see as time goes on.
It's funny, certain targets will need magic resistance against the Malphite, but that is the only real magic damage threat coming from that entire team. So if you're a target that you think is immune to the full burst from Malphite, Seraph's doing a very wise thing, because if Keen does ult him, A, he could reaction it with a pool of blood and completely shut it down, and B, even if he dies to it, maybe TDK wins the fight anyway, because that means Victor is safe to just do a bunch of damage.
Yeah, I absolutely agree, Jat. It's going to be fun seeing what Seraph can do with this one. We don't see a lot of top lane Vladimir. A lot of people hate on the champion. The lack of mobility summoners, often referred to as the core weakness, that he can't get through those team fights and do the things he wants to do. Luden's Echo, I guess maybe an adaptation to help cover the fact that he's not running Ghost because he's running Teleport.
Gotta go fast.
Gotta go fast as Vladimir. Any of those mid-range mages tend to need some help getting to the targets they want. Same could be said for Bishu's Victor here. He chose to run heal. Does give some mobility. Gravity right now playing slightly better in the vision game. They are controlling Baron. And as Dragon spawns in 2 minutes, you might see them control that some more as well.
Yeah, there's a distinct lack of wards in the Dragon area right now because Baron is receiving the majority of the ward attention. I really think the team that gets the ward around Dragon first could hold a big pick edge here. Whether it be Kez, whose flash is going to be back up for his body slam initiation, or Keen, who may finally get off that one ultimate. He has two real targets. He's want to go on Victor or Lucian. I feel like Victor is the biggest one at this point. If Keen can get his unstoppable force on a Bishu and anyone can follow up on him so they can burst him down before he gets damage off, that's Gravity's key to winning a team fight.
We'll see if they land those initiations, then Gravity's key going to be important here. It's only a 1,000 gold disparity, much like Gravity's game yesterday against Enemy Esports. It's a very close game where the right choice will win you the battle. And with Gravity playing a bunch of backline divers, the coordination between Hanser and Keen was actually very crucial. And them not getting Otter together was part of the reason they had actually lost that game to Enemy Esports. And now they've got a very scary Bishu, a pretty scary Latman, a pretty scary Seraph. Which of these threats do you coordinate onto? As you talk about the keys to their engagements, Gravity needing to choose well. Luden's Echo done onto Seraph. I feel like he's going to be such a threat. Hanser just does not have any real magic resist. Thankfully, Move does have an Aegis to help protect from that somewhat in a team fight.
Pretty mirrored strategies here. Trinkets are exactly the same across the board.
Yeah.
With the mid turret already down, though, Gravity's hoping that they get they have home guard teleport that can come in as well. Gravity might look to flank this one. Here we go.
Choppers are down. TP coming in from the Hecarim. Hook's not quite going to land, but Move takes a ton of damage, but there comes the engage.
They got Bishu.
The wobble is on top of everybody. Bishu does get eliminated without getting to ult, flash, heal, or anything. Latman trying to run away. Bunny Fufu in the front lines has lost the ulti. Ignite is on, and the Alistar looks like he will just barely live. Latman gets a shutdown on a Hecarim. A bunch of kills for TDK, despite the fact that Bishu went down. A 3-for-1.
They got Bishu, and therefore they were not able to get anyone else. Seraph did so much work in that fight with that Luden's Echo and his Vladimir just going through everyone else as Bishu was caught up in the unstoppable storm of Malphite. Really interesting right there. Bunny Fufu took so much damage before the fight. They completely tunneled onto Bishu. And yes, Bishu was the key to the fight for Gravity, but they used everything on him. Left Altec to just have to run away, and TDK, they were the ones who played that fight just right.
Yes, they were. So the multiple threats, you can only delete one. The other two took over. Seraph 1-0 and 2, Latman 2-2 and 4. We can watch this engage one more time.
Yeah, so Bunny Fufu's low at the start. Move gets chunked before he can do anything. And then, yeah, 3 people do the flash in, and then the Alistar doesn't peel Seraph off whatsoever. So basically, Seraph pushes them completely off the fight, meaning Malphite already used his damage. Hecarim's a tank, Alistar's a tank. Who is there to actually kill the other threat in Latman once they blow him up? Nobody, because no one was peeling for Altec and he couldn't get in the backside.
Yeah.
So the battle lines didn't exist for Gravity right there. All dive, no protection, and TDK wins with superior team fight placement.
Yeah, really good team fight placement overall. And it's interesting to see that Alistar was in fact used as an offensive engage tool in that fight. You pick Jinx, a pretty, bad self-peeling champion, on the spectrum there, with a team that's going to dive on in. No one's going to keep her alive. Smart choice by Seraph. Zoned her out by himself. Good job, Seraph. And then cleanup crew was quite nice. Okay.
Yeah, think of it another way. They used Malphite all on top of itself. You don't need to do that. You don't need to knock them up twice if you're going to instantly kill them. Bunny Fufu, unless they can get the whole team in those knockups, needs to be back and helping out Altec a little bit. This gives TDK a window to try and come back now. Especially because when Bishu got blown up, he didn't even use the summoners. So he has them this time if he can actually react to flash something.
Yeah, we'll see if he can do it. He's got distortion boots himself, actually. Bishu looking to match those flashes sometimes. Invested in this one. Righteous Glory pop. Bishu takes a lantern out. Now Kez the man closest to the rest of the team. Hanser cannot find the engage, though. Move's a very squishy champion, by the way, in this Lee Sin. He's at under 2,000 health. He's got the lock, he's got the sight stone. It's all utility for him.
I really thought when he was picking the Lee Sin against Gragas, he'd be going for Cinderhulk here. Especially just late game utility-wise. He's going to be taking far too much damage by going Warrior, and that's what we're seeing in a lot of these team fights, is he's blowing up and not really able to have any use. Aside from that one nice double kill he forced in the top lane, it's been a lot of Move just getting chunked immediately and having to run away.
Yeah, TDK has a lot of ambient AoE damage. If it was like a bunch of assassins, like maybe I'd understand, because like Zed won't ever hit him, but Seraph's going to press E, that'll deal damage. Kez on Gragas going to tend to do that. Bishu can oftentimes land his E as well, and Latman, it's not really wasted time to kill Lee Sin in a team fight, so you're right, easy to kind of hit Move in these battles. And right now, though, Gravity's still feeling like they can try to control Baron. They force the scrying orb usage. Now Seraph getting a bit surrounded. He's very much by himself. Nice chain CC. Never gets a chance to Sanguine Pool unless he predicted the headbutt. Nicely done by Gravity. They've got some room to make some plays.
Yeah, now they can actually kind of force onto this Baron because there's no Seraph to zone off the Alltech in an actual fight. Let's see if Keen gets in range. Really nice kiting so far by TDK. Gravity not able to pull the trigger. They have a small window here, 20 seconds until Seraph can teleport in.
22 seconds now. Kez gonna put another lantern on down. Alltech not hitting Baron much. Now he goes in for this one. Hanser taking a bit of damage on the backside. Latman gets hit. There's the flash pulverize in ahead, but down he goes in the Keen backline and dive. Looks for Bishu, gets the fear, but not yet the kill. Kez flashes the wall. More chase coming through. Chaos Storm only deters, doesn't kill. 2 for 0 overall.
Yet no Baron for Gravity, but they still played that one quite well. You could see the mid-game learnings they picked up right there. Let's space out our ultimates a little bit. One for Latman, the other one for Bishu. Keen doesn't fully kill him, but at least he takes him out of the fight. They can then take down the AD carry, and one kill kind of snowballed into the other. That was never going to be a Baron for Gravity. That was all about the fight right afterwards because they have so much initiation potential. This time they spaced out a little bit better and got some kills.
Alright, so the extra pickup on the Lucian buys him some time. A big wave top lane gets cleared by Alltech. He's sitting at 364 minions. That is a fed Jinx. I mean, she is online and ready to kill champions. The bot lane had went to Seraph, though. These guys, you can see them kind of putting their farm in different places. Latman getting a fair amount of CS, but Alltech just getting so much more. It was one of his best traits on Winter Fox, that Alltech was always able to find so much farm in these long games, typically hitting 10 CS a minute as an AD carry, which we don't see that often.
Yeah, one of Alltech's biggest strengths for sure. Is that farm. If Seraph wasn't caught out in that situation, so obviously a mistake by Seraph being in that place, Gravity needs to continue to find catches like that if they don't want to lose to this TDK team. It'd be pretty remarkable for TDK to be a challenger team to qualify for the LCS, to have your roster not even here, just pick up 3 players and then have Seraph and Kez get a win in the LCS.
I mean, they put a close game against Team Liquid, a team very well regarded and defending 3rd place from NALCS in spring. That was close from TDK for a while. This one certainly very close up against Gravity. I mean, it looks like this lineup can absolutely compete with some of these, as players have called it, mid-tier teams.
They're competing right now with Gravity. And Gravity's another team we need to get some more time to judge where they'll rank in the NALCS here. They use 2 roster moves. That's a lot removed from the team without St. Vicious and Cop on the battlefield with them. St. Vicious gone completely. Cop now a coach, helping with picks and bans. Yeah, an incredibly close game. This is where Gravity and honestly TDK, both teams need to have that mid-game shot call. The scaling from the Victor and the Vladimir is pretty immense, whereas Move is only going to be getting weaker and weaker. Keen, unless he's one-shotting, isn't doing much sustained damage. It's putting a lot of weight on Hanser and Alltech's shoulders from Gravity.
Well, Alltech's used to trying to be one of the big primary damage sources for his team. He kind of had that role with Winter Fox to a certain extent. We said on Gravity, you know, can you prove that you are one of these top 80 carries?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, wow, okay, well, Bunny Fufu did not even, didn't think he needed it, got destroyed. TDK, now the team with the advantage, they're gonna get Dragon off that.
That's that late game Victor damage for you. Bunny Fufu not respecting it, no magic resistance on him because of the Righteous Glory. Could have lived, but he would have been pushed off the Dragon regardless. Here, at least Bishu's ultimate is down, but now Gravity's put in a really difficult bind as TDK looks to force this.
Yeah.
No flash body slam for the initiation, but they still have the normal body slam and a Vladimir.
Flash play, Alltech gonna get nothing happening to him. Seraph losing halving his health, still no MR. Keen does so much damage, forced to pool early. Hanser getting hit up right now. In goes Keen to the backline, still can't find Seraph. Looks for Bishu, can't get him either. The dodging away, and down goes Keen. In the over-aggression move, kicks them all backwards. Now Alltech to carry the fight. Good dodge by Baby. Stops the reset that Jinx could have used to kill off Latman right afterwards.
Sometimes these games can come down to a pixel. That sidestep by Baby could have been 2 or 3 kills for Alltech if he got excited and chased after a few more kills. Even so, Gravity looking to turn something out of nothing here. Seraph could always teleport back in. This is a risk. This is a big risk.
Huge risk off the recall, but they think they can do it. TP comes in now from Seraph. Word over the wall, it's going to be the disengage. Gravity still missing their mid laner for 10 more seconds. TDK are the stronger team on the map right now. They take the scuttler. They don't get rid of all the wards, but now maybe they start Baron.
Yeah.
Attempt number 18.
Back and forth and back again. One of these days, someone's going to get it. Altec a little bit low on mana. There's 3 people
lot of
that can't
gravity's
come in.
missing.
Haunter's going to home guard in. That's all they're going to have, though. Altec and a horse.
TP started, they knock Kez right into the Baron Pit. He's down to 1,000 health. Bunny Fufu forced to flash away. He's already popped his own ulti. Haunter on the one side, move there as well. TDK back to disengaging. The Baron baits just turned into damage dealt and recalls afterwards. Move, be careful.
This is kind of the game we were expecting.
Yep.
We didn't expect incredibly decisive play over objectives, but everybody wants this one thing. Eventually, someone will get that thing. It's Baron. TDK trying to defend this one.
Keen ult is up in about 3 seconds right now. 4,000 HP on Baron. Kez on the back. While Keen flashes in, he goes for the engage. They find Bishu. Move gets the kill. Altec versus Seraph. Knocked back by Kez. This side of the fight's going well for Gravity. Baby, the 3rd kill picked up. Seraph nearly gone. Kez and Seraph is trying to get away from this one. It's already been a 4-for-1. Kez goes down. Seraph gonna drop to Haunter. That's the ace, and Gravity have control.
The ambient damage from Haunter right there interrupted Seraph's back, and then he able to walk into the brush and finish him at the end of that one. Altec additionally pushing away on Jinx, and finally some movement in the gold differential this game. Gravity with the ace and the long 38-minute death timers are taking a ton of stuff here.
Baron picked up mid lane inhibitor turret and inhibitor itself. They get Baron buff. Oh god, okay. Onto Bunny Fufu as well. He just respawned, so a 5-man Baron and a whole ton of map control right now. They might even get top turret. Jeez, that's a lot of damage.
Yeah. Trinity Force, level 18. And Baron on Hecarim. Yeah, we're going to have to see that one again to really figure out exactly what happened, because the fight was spread out so far. I think the main thing is Altec just stayed alive and actually was able to win the duel against Seraph, which meant he could continue on the rest of the fight, but tracking the ultimate cooldowns throughout this entire thing. You can't honestly track all of these things at once. So Seraph goes in for Altec, but this time watch, Bunny Fufu is actually peeling off for him on the side. Headbutt pulverizes Seraph down, and then allows Altec to stay alive. Doesn't get that one. Oh my god,
30 health.
Fight. Meanwhile, on the backside, because so much attention was put into trying to finish Altec, this time Gravity takes it down on the other side. It's crazy to figure out exactly what happened there.
Bishu got one shot and Seraph was zoned away, not actually quite killing Altec, so Latman was just a formality to clean up at that point. Good fight by Gravity, a lot gained by these guys, and 5,500 gold lead plus 2 minutes left of Baron buff. Gravity can do a lot of work here.
Very big Bunny Fufu as well. Iron Elixir, everyone able to dive in after, but it's still about that crisp execution of the dive. There is now a Negatron Cloak on to Bishu, so this will be interesting. The split push is nice by Gravity. By keeping this here, they make it so damage dealing threat has to be away from the main squad, which makes the assassination of the Malphite stronger.
Yeah, it does. And it's going to mean that TDK gives up bot lane tier 2. All the turrets outside the base have been killed. Gravity making those bricks tumble to the ground. Mid lane inhibitor still dead. Hecarim still split pushing the top lane. He's going to rotate back on over.
The attempts at TDK and Gravity chance. And then TSM, just for...
Because always.
Just for fun.
It's North America, guys.
Yeah, honestly, one inhibitor down. Baron buff, Bunny Fufu is huge. You can dive with an ulted Alistar quite well. So this turret's actually not as safe as it would be. Bunny Fufu got turret aggro.
And look for Kez a little bit as well. Bunny Fufu, yeah, taking a ton of damage. In comes to the team to the back line. They don't quite get anything at the start. Flash Pulverize still does not find kills, and Gravity stuck inside the base. One kill picked up for Bishu. The turret does go down. Is there counter engage? Oh, wow, Keen gets one. Altec misses, but they get a second just the same. A 2-for-1. Into the base they go. Second inhib will go down. Gravity with a numbers lead, but Sarah has something to say about that one. Takes 1.5 million damage. They try to re-engage back, and Altec the hook on a Haunter. He might go down. Move is squishy, but they can't get the damage onto him just yet. Oh! In goes, picks up Latman. Wow! A move makes an LCS big play at the end of that one, and now Altec is here to clean up the base with Haunter. Seraph needs home guards to try to defend this one. Heals back up, but can he defend the game in time? Brings Altec to half. Pop Sanguine Pool. Here comes the hook as well. It's gonna be close. Seraph gets one. He looks for number 2, trying to knock down Keen. Moves still around though and gets the Nexus. GG for Gravity.
42 minutes of fury this was between Gravity and TDK. You asked if there was counter-engage at the end. Yes, there was a lot of counter-engage. Yes. Malphite finally found the right ultimate. Keen waiting so long in all of these fights to get the right Malphite ultimate off, and he finally does, to just blow some people up on TDK. It wasn't pretty.
Nope.
But it counts.
It definitely does count. So, TDK, so far this roster, bringing games very close against veteran teams Liquid and Gravity. Gravity, a tough, hard-fought loss over enemy Esports yesterday, a tough, hard-fought win over TDK here. And they join one of the 5 other teams that won in one of the standings.
Yeah, and I have to say, Alltech played this game very well on Jinx. Throughout all the chaos, he was able to keep himself farmed, keep himself quite safe as well. 3, 1, and 7, 474 CS in a 42-minute game.
Yeah.
Is a very large number, and you could see the power of his Jinx coming through with some monstrous crits late in the game, even to the Ninja Tabid, Zhonya's Hourglass, Vladimir. He was able to duel those out. So a very nice job there by the new acquisition for Gravity Alltech.
Unfortunately, as we see where we had seen TDK on the screen, Seraph in particular, the Vlad split push unfortunately didn't quite work for them. Couldn't get enough pressure down. The hard engages, the split up teams, something that Gravity seemed to be able to utilize quite well. Dive in the back line, blow someone up, continue on from there. The fact that their threats were just a little bit tankier, I suppose, helped a little bit in that, well, Hanser got to keep cleaning people up after the initial dive.
Yeah, I mean, even harkening back to Champion Select, we talked about the range of the initiations for these teams. TDK was a relatively mid-range team, whereas Gravity was an all-in dive team, but their initiation came outside of the initial threat range of TDK. So you have the range in which TDK can do damage and the range in which Gravity can initiate. One is larger than the other, and it did end up winning because they were able to use their initiations at the right time.
Yeah, and a well-coordinated dive at the very end right there. We saw actually just, I think, a slightly improved game from Gravity, right? A lot of good rotations to the mid lane. They knocked those turrets down slowly but surely. Good job by them. Bunny Fufu making sure he had pulled aggro at the very end there. Just tanks the inhibitor turret. And even though those things shred armor, they don't shred Alistar damage reduction. So actually, he's practically immune to the effects that thing even has on him. Allowed the rest of the team to funnel on in through. Even Move managed to make a really big play at the very end there, landing a long-range Q to execute, I believe, Latman under the Nexus itself. And did just enough for Gravity to win.
For as squishy as Move was, he did end the game 5-4 and 8, so victory for Gravity.
Second most kills on the team for the jungle Lee Sin. Props to Move, props to Gravity. For now, going to send it down to Riv, who's standing by on the red side.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Great cast on the day, as always. Going to get a quick interview here with Bunny Fufu before we throw the analyst desk to close out the day. A victory coming up for you guys. It played out very well. Coming into the summer split, though, you lost Cop in the bottom lane. You now have Alltech. How's that synergy kind of working out, and what's it like to kind of lose Cop and what you guys had down there?
It's nice because we actually still have Cop. He's there like every step of the way, and all of us are friends, so he helps us. Like after every game, he'll just like help us watch over the lane, the late game, everything. And Alltech, I've been friends with him for a while too, so the whole change is like really good, I feel.
Right on, and also another new member to the team. Move is there, sometimes kind of getting you guys into trouble, but also making those plays in the end of the game. How are you liking that synergy?
Still working on the communication part. First time ever being like hearing some Korean mid-game, so that's a little different, but I feel like in the long run, we'll definitely get it patted down and going good.
Try to get those few words that he can just use for you guys and get the easy plays in. Where you guys came out very strong in this game, picking up the win, but Cloud9 and Team Liquid next week, it's definitely not going to be an easy week. How's the prep going to go, and how are you feeling about those games?
We actually feel like we slightly underperformed this weekend, so hopefully next weekend we can have a better showing.
All right, Bunny Fufu, thanks, man, very much. Congratulations on the win, and we're going to throw it to the analyst desk to break down the rest of the day's games.
Thank you, Riv. As he mentioned, they feel they slightly underperformed, Bunny Fufu, that is. I have to say I feel the same. This weekend, you know, a tough loss for them yesterday, but sloppy nonetheless. And same thing here. Even in the win, it wasn't necessarily as methodical as the TSM victory in the game prior.
Yeah, it's one of those games where the team that won wasn't one step ahead. They were one throw behind. Because there were parts where it's like, oh, I didn't Alistar ulti and I died, and then now I have to give up this pressure point. Oh, I mispositioned here, I got Malphite ulti blown up. So definitely a very sloppy game, and they have a lot of things they can tighten up. And like they said, communication and working with Move more and more. and the fact that they have Cop to like facilitate the bottom lane relationships and stuff like that, this team's just going to hopefully get better for their sake.
Yeah, this is a team that went through a lot of changes. A bunch of teenagers. They subbed out a couple players that were very important, the veteran players, and not really convinced by Move yet. Any guy that picks Lee Sin when you have your pick of any jungle champions, like Rek'Sai's still up and everything.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, and speaking to the changes that they made, though, bringing Alltech in, I do feel that he's been performing pretty well. And in this game as well was kind of the rock for them on Jinx, that consistent high threat damage there with enormous CS through the middle and late game. We saw, essentially if he didn't go down within the first few seconds of a fight, that was their ability to win.
Yeah, he's had really quick flashes, quick spell shields. His reaction time is really good, basically. I like his 1v1 there with the Flame Choppers. Immediate reaction, very accurate as well. So, yeah, good things from Alltech so far.
Yeah, and I like his positioning, too. Yesterday, when he was playing Sivir, just, I guess, kind of auto-spacing with the Sivir, using his ultimate and just being able to skirt around the fight. He was basically the shining light of this team, both games that we saw him. And he had great score lines both times, great CS scores. Now, right now, it's like, is Gravity going to have to play more around their AD carry than they're used to because they had Cop before and he's more of a passive guy? I don't know. It's going to have to shore up and see over the couple of weeks.
Not entirely convinced by the mid-Mao fight. Although the laning phase seemed to go all right, the underwhelming burst coming from the Mao fight was, left something to be desired in that, okay, he blew all of his spells and now he's just a giant rock running around in the team fight.
Oh, that one fight where he just blew up Bishu was like, well, he did his job. DFG, though.
I think you got the nail on the head right there with DFG. That was a component that really made AP Malphite fun and actually be able to 100% people. Now, as they kept saying, he needs a little assistant to come around for that little extra oomph.
Yeah.
And, if he doesn't, grab somebody, he doesn't have somebody immediately capitalize, it's a shotgun with only one shell. And then you're left there just trying to beat him with a stick, basically.
Yeah, so not
like it's like a front-loaded muzzle gun where you're just like, oh, got the bullet in there, boom. Wait. All right, let's get it back down there.
A very long wait. Yeah, so not entirely convinced there, but it's good to see them trying new things. Now, over on the side of TDK, I do have to say, it is nice to have seen Seraph, and it was mentioned in game, being a very different Seraph from when we saw him play on CLG. He has now won both of his lanes so far this weekend. This guy is playing with a lot more confidence. He is not afraid to fight. It looks like this could be a great split for him as an individual, and when we see the rest of the roster arrive, maybe this team, has an upward swing.
Makes me really sad that they don't have all of their starting players. They didn't, management didn't get the paperwork or whatever to have everybody here at the beginning. Because, yeah, you're right. The components that are going to stay on this team, they've been showing good signs.
Yeah, I want them in as soon as possible. And I know TDK does too. Because as soon as they get in, they're still going to need weeks like this where they're going to fall short. And then by week 4, we're like, all right, the season is almost halfway done. And your team is just now getting together and not just now working together. So that's something that TDK, they are going to have to try to make like a mid-season surge and synergize very quickly. So that's a task they're going to have to be up to.
All right, well, with that game, week 1 is in the books. So let's see how the teams are lined up. Sharing first place, it's Counter Logic Gaming and Team Liquid at the top of the table. Then we've got the majority of the league tied for third, each with 1 win and 1 loss. And tied for 9th place are Team Dragon Knights and Team 8 with only 2 losses. Now, from a field of excellent performances, though, we've pulled together 5 players who stood out in their positions. Let's start in the top lane with Quas.
And Quas opened up the game for his team yesterday and today. Those great choke point Rumble ultimates as well as the Gnar ultimates yesterday really just gave Liquid the advantage they needed and snowballed the games. And the Rumble ultimate was a slingshot and a rubber band from a deficit.
All right, and then we move into the jungle and we find Dignitas's Azingi.
Speaking of slingshots, this guy really stepped up for the squad today. He had a huge Zac game, basically took over the entire game versus CLG. And you really have to give him props for his performance today.
Absolutely well played there by him. Our OP mid laner this week is Pobelter. The newest addition to CLG looks to be working out, only dying twice all weekend for a 16.5 KDA and leading his team to a share of first place. And then, of course, dominating the bot lane as AD carry is his teammate Doublelift.
Yeah, Doublelift currently leads the kills for week 1 here, but also his Ash Arrows opened up a game where the team wasn't able to find an advantage advantage off of a lane swap. So he created advantages for his team, and then today got turrets down bottom, split pushed, and did a really good job of opening up the map for his team.
And finally, in that support role, we have Xpecial.
Yeah, TSM support, the all-star support, really able to pull them back, get the win today for TSM to go 1-1 on the week.
Liquid.
Used to be TSM.
Excuse me.
We keep mentioning it.
You're stuck in the past.
Because they went 2-0. Excuse me. Team Liquid undefeated this week. Yeah, good job, Xpecial.
Yeah,
not coming back from that one.
Some pretty stellar
two teams actually, because Zingy's win was also against Cloud9, not CLG.
I let that one slide. All right. Well, at the end of the day, one player stood out and claimed our most valuable player honor for Week 1. It is Quas. He helped carry his team with 2 great games to finish with a perfect 2-0 start to the split. Now, yesterday in particular, he was instrumental in helping his team come back with a couple of huge Gnar ults, as you see here.
Yeah, I already talked about it, so I'll let Kobe redeem himself a little bit. He's on Liquid, by the way.
Which teams are playing?
Yeah. No, but in all seriousness, Quas did play very well. You know, was and is that rock for this team that we seem to always go back to whenever we do look at Liquid having some trouble.
And coming off of MSI, top laners that can carry their team seem to be very important, and Quas is stepping up as that. And after Week 1, I want to see more players in the top lane step up and carry their team to victory, because I think it's a great formula for success in the meta.
All right, well, that's just about going to do it for us. The action kicks off next week with a totally suitable for work episode of Primetime League Wednesday at 4 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. Then the LCS returns starting in Europe with Elements versus Giants Gaming. After that, first place Fnatic takes on Rocat. Then we'll bring the action back here to North America on Saturday with another full day of matches, beginning with enemy Esports battling Team Liquid, followed by Cloud9 versus Gravity. And we'll conclude the day with Team Dignitas versus Team Dragon Knights. Tune in for that starting at noon Pacific Daylight Time, 9 p.m. Central European Summertime. All right, that's our show. So for myself, the casters, and the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching and good night.
Second day of the summer split here in the North American LCS, and we are ready for the first game of the day. Maple Street not doing too much damage. Looks like Liquid can re-enter this fight perfectly, and they're gonna start melting down Team 8 here, and Team Liquid take down Team 8. They feel like if it's getting stolen, he doesn't have enough protection in the mid lane, and it's gonna be right. It can't be a surprise. Oh, the hugs.
I'm looking at L-Star. Watch it. There's Eve. Back up. Only P3. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, am I going L-Star right now? Yep. L-Star. Back. Hey, stay together. On the tanks. Keep kiting back. Eve. I'll get him. Okay, can we go Baron?
Counter Logic Gaming walk away from Week 1, 2-0.
What's a good song, guys?
About a week ago.
Starting from the bottom, now we're here.
Oh wait, no, yeah, we can do that one. Start from the bottom, now we're here. I'll do the beat.
Santorin takes away the drag, but the battle has begun. Bind that Dyrus into the back line goes. Players are going to get stunned up though, and Victor's going to have a field day on this one. TSM will find their first win of the split. It's going to be close. Seraph gets one. He looks for number 2, tried the knockdown Keen, moves still around though and gets the Nexus. GG for Gravity.